Oh, look at
Right.
this.
Here
Oh
we
man,
are.
we are
Live
going
Splintered
live.
Spirits.
What's up, folks? Let's
We,
see who joins. Let's see if we
yeah,
get the people.
the good peoples.
The good peoples.
Who's
Welcome
gonna?
to Splintered Spirits. I'm saying welcome, but right now it's just me and you.
That's all right. They're
That's all
probably
right.
seen on a delay anyway. And if you're watching after the fact, welcome.
Welcome. Yeah. We are in the future.
Yeah, we're in the. Yep, we're in the future.
If you see like if the comet hits the earth, it'll hit us
Hit us
about a
first.
half a second
Yeah,
before
right.
it gets you.
Yeah. So we have a very cool live guest tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. But before
Awesome.
we get, yeah, absolutely. We'll tell about, I think it'll play into, because I want to hear a little about your trip, and you could talk about your trip, because I want to compare like battlefields, you know what I mean?
Okay.
To everything. And she'll be with us. She's joining us. She's already even, she's in the waiting room, but let me introduce her and give her a few minutes before we go.
Okay.
I wanted to point out one thing. Have you ever, just something funny. I mean, look, the world was on fire this week. It was nuts. And I was trying to think, like, how do I avoid talking about how Jimmy Kimmel got canceled and the free speech that's a problem and the government starts attacking everybody. But instead, what made me laugh was I got a notification that, like, you got a new comment from one of our fans. And the fan's name was Squirrel Nut Sniffer. And I can't listen, Squirrel, if you're watching, I don't mean to be making fun of you, but I have to ask myself.
I love the name.
You know, do you have like a job? Do you have a boss? Do you have children? You know, like when you say, like, my name is Squirrel Nut Sniffer, you know, like what is it? What are we telling the people?
Yeah.
You know, about ourselves. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and listen, I get it. Maybe Susan was taken. Maybe Susan 2000 was taken. But then how do you go from like your name to, you know what I'm going with? Yeah. Squirrel Nut Sniffer.
Squirrel Nut Sniffer.
And then you guys, I mean, I don't know, man. I
love the name.
I love it. I mean, it's hilarious, but it also makes me want, like, okay, how do we lock in on that? How do we do it? You know?
That I don't know.
Have you ever? So now it's like every name that all of our fans, I'm gonna really start looking at it and go.
Oh, they have great names. Some of them have amazing names. It's great. Yeah, they really do. They really have some wild names. It makes me laugh on a daily basis.
That's nuts. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we talk about all things paranormal and really try to answer the question, what are spirits? I'm Gary. That's my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal. And John, you just got back from Gettysburg.
Oh, Gettysburg was amazing. It was just every part of the trip was just filled with energy, filled with fun, filled with laughter, and just amazing documentation. You know, I went with, if you're not aware, to the people that are watching, which I'm pretty sure everybody is aware, I went with Chris Netzel, who we've had on the podcast before. You know, he's got over 900,000 on TikTok, over 100,000 on Instagram. You know, he's an awesome dude. And we had Brian the Mod with us as well, which was, you know, he was a pivotal player in this entire trip. And it was just amazing. I mean, we got to do things that a lot of people in the paranormal field wish they can do with some of the spots we were allowed to go to. And, you know, the documentation on my end, which fulfilled, if you will, like, you know, it was fulfilling, you know, going to
Did you learn anything? Did you learn anything about history?
So, I mean, I knew
from the spirits.
Well, I knew a lot of the basics when it came to the Civil War because I do enjoy history. What I found just so interesting was that Devil's Den. There was a lot of Native American talk, and the Devil's Den, the name itself, is a native. It comes from a Native American legend. You know, it had a lot of Native history before it did even Civil War history. So that was cool. That was like, you know, what a treat.
Huh.
Like, what a treat. Like, I was ecstatic. You know,
well,
it's just...
Going along with those lines of history, we have a guest today. She was referred to me by Rebecca the Ghost Guide.
Okay.
And her name is Anika Enfield. But outside of the North, where you Yankees were, you and Brian, not Chris.
Yeah.
Anika's specialty is the South. She was a journalist and a producer. She spent years shaping Savannah's morning news at WSAV, and before she traded the newsroom for ghost stories. She's got a background in print communication and broadcast. She brings a reporter's precision to the legends of Savannah. I've never been to Savannah. I am dying to go to Savannah.
Yeah, I've
It
never
looks
been to.
beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard it's amazing. I just haven't been.
I bet it's crazy. And during the pandemic, she began sharing Savannah's strangest history on TikTok and YouTube, which soon evolved into her own ghost tours. So I'm really, I wanted to bring her on talk, especially since this week that since you went to Gettysburg. Let's keep it historical. Let's keep
Yeah.
a little north v south as we get into Savannah's haunted story. So let's welcome in Anika.
Okay.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Thank you for joining us.
We were just talking, Anika, about John was at Gettysburg, which feels like the paranormal ghost hunter mecca. I feel like every ghost hunter on earth needs to go to Gettysburg at least once. Are people interested in the spooky? Have you ever been?
Not yet. A lot of my friends have. I have not, but when I was in college, I was at the student union one day, and there was a historic interpreter there who goes up there a lot, and he actually saw a ghost regiment march by him one night.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anika, how did you get from being a news producer into touring for ghosts? Did something happen? Did you see something that changed your life, and then you went, the current events isn't where it's at. I'm going back to the past and telling these ghost stories.
Well, everything kind of plays into everything, because ghost stories, to me, it's just another way to tell history. A lot of people, unfortunately, think that history is really boring, but if you throw a few ghost stories in there and talk about paranormal encounters, suddenly you've got everybody's attention, right? And I always tell people that these are stories that we're supposed to learn from. You learn from the past so that you don't repeat the same mistakes. And
Gotcha.
Working in broadcast news, I saw a lot of mistakes repeated over and over and over again.
You mean like history repeating itself, or things are just the way our world is working? Yeah, in a negative way?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So you might as well deal with the dead, maybe learn from it. That's pretty interesting. So when exactly did you make that? So you said during the pandemic, that's when you really started to focus on this angle,
Yeah.
or was it more Savannah history first and then the spooky side?
I've always been interested in history and ghosts. I just wasn't really allowed to explore the paranormal growing up, because my dad was heavily evangelical. And if you've ever watched the documentary Happy Shiny People, like that was my family. That was my life growing up.
Wow.
So very, very religious. And you start questioning things as you get older. I went off to college and, started looking into some spooky stuff there because I went to college in Pensacola, Florida, which is another very old city. But I didn't really get into it until like 9 years after that, when I moved to Savannah, because Savannah has a lot of history, and that's part of the draw here is all the history that you can still see that's still around you. But it's also incredibly haunted. And I learned that before I even got the job, before I even moved here. I come up here for a job interview, and my friend Tukwin was showing me around Savannah the day after the job interview. And she's pointing at different buildings and telling me which buildings are haunted. And after a while, I was like, so they're just all haunted, right? And she was like, yeah, basically.
Now, did you experience anything?
Oh, yeah. My news
Tell us
station was
something.
haunted. I worked overnights, and, it's an older building. It's not old. It was built in the 1960s. But working overnights, you hear weird things. But when you're by yourself, you just tell yourself, yeah, it's probably just like a TV that somebody left on. And that's I'm just hearing like that little bit of volume on it. But then our crew grew a little bit, and other people started hearing the footsteps and weird noises. There was one time where the station was working on the production booth, where I, as a news producer, and my director would sit during the newscast. They had to move us upstairs, and the staircase goes down into the lobby. Our teleprompter operator was sitting up there with us, and he stopped during a commercial break and turned to look at us and asked, "Is there anybody else in the building?" We said, "No, it's us and the anchors you can clearly see on the monitor." And he says, "I keep hearing somebody walking around downstairs." And the more our crew grew, the more people started having these instances where they would hear somebody walking around, or maybe hearing voices in the older part of the building. And then one day, the ghost ran in front of one of our cameras.
All right. So what did you see when that, like, when you say it ran in front of the camera, what does that mean? Like, what did you see? Like a shadow or something, or what?
I saw someone in a brown shirt run very quickly past one of the cameras.
You saw color.
Mm-hmm. And I stopped. I asked our teleprompter operator, who was sitting in the studio by this point, "Is there anybody else in the studio?" And he said, "Nope, it is me and the anchors, and we're all sitting down." And I turned to look at my director, and he's staring ahead at the monitor where someone just walked in front of it, and he just nods to say, "Yes, I saw that too." So I was like, okay, so Station Ghost is real. I found out later his name is Byron.
Byron the Station Ghost.
Byron the
Okay.
Station Ghost. I talked to a guy who had worked at the station since the 1980s and asked him, "Do you have any idea who this is?" And he says, "Oh yeah, that's Byron." So you can't just say that's Byron like I know who that is. He was like, "Oh, Byron was an engineer. He's one of those old timers. Like, his life was his job. He used to live behind the station, bought a house back there specifically so he would be closer to work. Passed away in the late 1980s. And then after that, people started hearing voices and footsteps. So he's still there."
So, Anika, what do you think spirits are?
I think they can be a lot of different things. I think
Now,
sometimes
we know they can be a lot of different things, but
Right.
what do you specifically think? This is what I think they are.
I think there are a lot of different things. I think sometimes it is a piece of our energy that we leave behind somewhere, maybe someplace that we have experienced something really extreme, like extreme grief or extreme happiness. I do believe there are also conscious hauntings that are the spirits of people who have died, who are coming back. So I think there's a combination of things there.
Okay, but when you say, I just want to dig in a little bit. When you say for those conscious hauntings, the spirits of people who have died, and they're what is that? What do you think that is?
I think that's just them.
But what? Okay, right. But what of them? Do you think it's a soul? Do you think it's like they're, what do you think it is? What do you think happens when you die?
I don't know, man. Like, I grew up in such a religious household where you had to know what happens after death. And so now I'm just like, we don't know. Nobody really knows. We're all just
No,
trying to
nobody
figure it
does.
out.
The whole thing we try to do here is like, we ask that question, right? What are spirits? We ask it of everybody, by the way.
Mhm.
And it's, you can talk to parapsychologists and academia, people in academia and experts who study it, or ghost investigators, and they all have a different answer of what it is. Whether it's like you said, your first answer, is it a form of energy? Is it our energy, or that is, that energy has to be dispersed and go somewhere, and is consciousness attached to it? Is it an imprint somehow that people have left there? But again, what is that? Is that energy? Or for the religious, they do believe in a soul, like there is another thing, but they don't have an answer for what that thing is. And I always like to just we like to paint a picture and get different perspectives based on what people have seen and what they feel when this happens, to sort of paint that full picture, right? Of what could a spirit be, and does it mean something different to everyone, and how are they looking at it? For some people, it's all demons. Everything's a demon.
Yeah. That was
Just
my
like-
dad. That was my dad growing up. Everything's a demon.
Right? Everything's a demon. And it's like, well, why do you feel that way? And it's not just everything's a demon, but it's why. Why do you feel that it's a demon? Why is it evil? Is there a heaven and hell, do you think? Is that what's happening when you go? Who knows, right? I mean, it is nuts. So getting back into a little history here, I mean, I've been watching your feed. I mean, you are so incredibly knowledgeable of it. When did you start doing that deep dive study of Savannah and say, I'm going to become the Savannah expert?
I'm incredibly spoiled here. We have so much easy access to our history, and a lot of it is incredibly well documented. I've traveled to other places and tried to research some of the things there, and it's so hard finding things when you travel because, yeah, Savannah, everything's just right there, right at your fingertips. But because of all that history and the fact that it's well documented, even when I was working in news, we would do stories about it. There would be an archaeological dig. Oh, we just discovered this thing. We didn't know that this was here before. We have an incredible Black History Month here, and the anchor that I worked with, primarily Kim Gusby, would put together the Black History Month special, and I would help her with it sometimes. And we also have a lot of Irish history because a lot of Irish people moved here
I
in
saw
the
that.
1800s.
Yeah, by the way, so John, I don't know if you know this. It's you said it was like the fourth biggest St. Patrick's Day celebration in the country.
We are always somewhere in the top four. I think we bounce back and forth between 3 and 4.
I would never think Savannah when I think St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, not a lot of people do,
Right?
unless you know.
I think Boston. I think Chicago.
Yeah.
Which is wild to me. That seems very fun. And you're saying, where does that stem from? Why was there so many Irish there?
The reason that a lot of Irish were moving to the country during that time, it was because of the potato famine. And a lot of them coming to Savannah were able to find easy work here because we're a very successful port city and we had the railroad. So it was easy for them to find work.
Got it. In your sort of spooky tours, do you think there's a difference, in sort of the way the North and the South remember the Civil War in ghost stories that you're sharing?
Yeah, a lot of people, when they come down, like with my private tours, I can specialize. So if somebody wants to learn more about Savannah's Civil War history and Civil War ghosts, I can focus in on that. Even though Savannah has more Revolutionary War history than it does Civil War history, just because none of the Civil War was fought here. Outskirts, yes. In Savannah, no.
That's interesting. Okay.
But yeah, a lot of people come down, and I think a lot of people think they're going to ask me like some gotcha question when it comes to the Civil War. I was like, no, that was messed up. Slavery was everywhere. Even Savannah's own city government enslaved people. Like, it was awful, and it was.
What are they trying to get you? What do you mean gotcha? Like what are they trying to bust you on?
Because they think that I'm gonna just like skip over it somehow. Like,
skip
it really
over
wasn't
slavery?
that bad. Yeah. And I'm like, no, I think we can all agree that it was really bad. I don't go into graphic detail on my tours just because, you never know who's going to be on your tour. And that's a lot of trauma. I do talk about some darker aspects of Savannah's history, but I always try to be conscious of the fact that there are people on my tours who may have gone through similar things or who have a family history. And, you don't want to completely bum someone out on a ghost tour. It's supposed to be fun. But at the same time, you do want to be a little educational about it.
Mm-hmm.
So normally I will direct people and be like, and if you want to learn more about this, we have this museum here that you can go to, and they talk about it.
Got it. Gettysburg's about like one shattering event, right? It's this one big battle that everyone knows about. Does Savannah have something like that in its history that you point to or go to?
We have quite a few events. I told you we have more Revolutionary War history.
Sure.
One of the bloodiest battles of the American Revolution took place in Savannah. It's called the Siege of Savannah. Most people have never heard of it. It happened over the course of 4 weeks in 1779 and left somewhere around 150 British and between 1,000 and 1,200 Americans and French dead. Huge difference.
Yeah, they didn't teach us that in my New York Yankee school, but go ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not at all.
Huge difference in those numbers. And that might be why we don't hear about it so much, just because it was so incredibly one-sided. I tell people that it's a not so funny comedy of errors. If it could go wrong on the American side in that 4-week time period, it did. The bloodiest day was October 9th, where about 800 Americans and French died all in one day.
Oof. You win some, you lose some, America.
Yeah, it was bad.
So is that area more haunted, would you say?
So Savannah was significantly smaller in 1779. It has grown out, and some of the squares where the railroad would later be developed were all built on top of those battlefields. Um, Part of a French field hospital is where Bonaventure Cemetery currently stands. So we built out on top of it. So you don't get like what you get as Gettysburg, where people say, on a foggy night, we see troops marching across the field. There's no field. There's no field for them to march on.
Okay.
There's roads and
Wait, are there
squares and
bodies buried
buildings.
under everybody's house? Is that what you're saying?
Under some of them, yeah.
What?
If you go to the Georgia
It's like
State Railroad
poltergeist.
Museum, they'll talk about how when that whole area was being developed, I think it was around the 1830s, as like this big railroad hub. As they were digging, they were uncovering the skeletal remains of those soldiers that died on October 9th. And so they just reburied them and built on top of it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. They reburied them right there
Oh, yeah.
and built on top of that. They didn't like say, hey, we should put these soldiers somewhere where people can. They're just like, fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's just build this building over the top of it.
Mhm.
All right. Sure. I guess that's how it goes. John, it's not like that in Gettysburg, right? Is it?
No, no. Gettysburg, from my understanding, is very well like preserved. They don't allow you to do anything. So, and it's not, and where the battlefields are, it is just open. There's very few structures, couple farmhouses, maybe a couple of houses on the properties. That's it. The monuments. That's it. No, there's no development.
What's the most haunted place in Savannah?
So someone asked my friend Chris this recently, and he said that Savannah is the most haunted place in Savannah, and he's kind of right. There are certain areas that I would say are a little bit more active. River Street, I think, is an incredibly haunted area just because it's one of the older areas, and that used to be our port. And a lot of disasters have happened there, several fires. Of course, Savannah itself has caught on fire a number of times. I joke around that every building in Savannah has caught on fire at least once.
I learned this
but-
from watching your feed. It was mainly made of wood for a while,
Yep,
and then
yep.
they had to make like enslaved made bricks, right? To start.
Yes. You can see fingerprints in some of the bricks made during that time.
Wild.
But aside from that, Wright Square, I think, is also very active. Taylor Square has its own activity. I don't think it's super active, but it's different.
What's
We'll
the
just put it
name
that
of the
way.
cemetery that you mentioned earlier?
Bonaventure?
Is that the cemetery that has that famous child that's always people have caught running? Or am I thinking of another cemetery? There's like
That
a
was probably
famous.
Colonial Park Cemetery. There was a family from Ohio in 2008 that recorded what they said was the ghost of a little boy running across the cemetery and up into a tree. And quite a few other people have seen ghost children in that area as well because, one, that cemetery was used from 1750 to 1853. So a lot of infant mortality, a lot of children buried there. And after the 1890s, it was turned into a park, an actual park.
Okay.
And so children played there for a really long time.
Wow.
Wow, that's dark.
Yeah.
That's a little dark.
Not,
right?
I mean, it is, but that was happening across the country during that time because the Victorians were obsessed with gardens and green spaces and parks. And if you live in a city, you can't just magically create a green space. But if you have an old cemetery that nobody's really using, you just tear down the walls, put in some benches and pathways, and boom, there you go. It's a park.
And John, what did we learn? Why are those so many children buried in cemeteries in that time period?
No vaccinations.
No vaccines, folks.
No vaccines.
That's
It's
why, if you're ever
science.
wondering, science,
It's
people.
science.
It's science.
The
That's
the
supernatural.
Victorian obsession with death and greenery and all that so molded together perfectly in cemeteries. I mean, people
Oh, yeah.
used to picnic. They used to picnic in cemeteries. Even if your municipality did not turn it into a park, they turned it into a park just by their activities.
Mhm.
So it's pretty wild. And that was across the country at that
Yep.
time. Yeah.
Which is what Bonaventure Cemetery ended up becoming. That's a Victorian garden cemetery. And I'm also a member of the Bonaventure Historical Society, and we have all these pictures of people just sitting out in burial lots with their picnics and their books and everything.
Yeah.
We have just the chat. You're teaching people on the chat right now. Some people from Georgia. I can't pronounce it. I was talking about the handles that some people choose for their thing, and it's like, I'm sorry, YOLO. I don't know what you're trying to do with that. I don't know what your boss thinks of that, but YOLO has said she lived in Georgia their entire life. They never knew what you just said. Now, if I could educate just one person from this live, I feel fulfilled. Anika, is there anywhere you won't go?
I mean, Ellis Square after 9 p.m., but that's not because of ghosts. That's just because there's a lot of bars and it gets a little shooty sometimes. So,
Oh, sure. People are. We always say people are far worse than spirits.
oh my God,
Oh,
yes.
yes.
People are like,
yes.
"What? Aren't you scared? Like walking around downtown after dark?" I'm like, "No, I worked in broadcast news for a long time. I know where not to go."
Right. Do you approach how you tell these stories? Are you approaching it as a journalist, a folklorist, or an investigator, or like, is there a mix? How do you attack a story these days when you're telling it and for your posts and for everything else?
I do feel like I do bring journalistic integrity to it, because doing an investigation, when you do an investigation, you are conducting an interview. You're trying to find out, what this person is, like what their motivation is, why they're here. So conducting it like that, yes. When I'm explaining a story on my tours, I also explain it in kind of a news fashion, because the whole point of news is for you to, one, know what's going on in your community, and two, gain a sense of community by understanding the people around you. So when I tell the ghost stories, I want people to relate. I want people to relate to the spirits that I'm talking about, what they went through in their lives and why they are still around. I want them to feel that connection. So it is very newsy from that regard.
Do you have more locals or more out-of-towners on your tours?
It comes and goes in waves. It really just depends on the season. I do get a lot of people from out of town, but I do get a lot of locals who reach out to me as well because they have family members or friends coming in and they want a tour.
And so this goes to what you were just saying, but when they're done with one of your tours, what are you hoping they've walked away with? A little bit, either chills or history of Savannah, or both? What's the vibe?
I love it when I'm telling a story and someone goes, "Ooh, I just got chills," because it lets me know that I'm doing a good job. But at the end of the night, what I really want them to walk away with is a better understanding of Savannah and a better appreciation of it. Because I love the city and I want them to as well.
It seems like you really focus. Is TikTok your primary source
it's my
these
biggest
days?
audience.
Is your biggest one? Where can people find you? What is your handle on there? And I'm going to post this, guys. Everyone, I'm posting. You can find her in my link tree in my bio to get to you, but just hit them up now so they know where to find you real quick. What's your?
Nothing matches because I didn't start any of this to start a tour company.
I didn't want to say that. I was going to tell you that afterwards, that you should really redo that and make sure everything gets your brand on point.
Cards. I already have business cards.
But tell everybody where you're at.
Yeah. So on TikTok, my handle is Saltwaves Spanish Moss. On Instagram, I am Eni Edenfield, EENIE Edenfield. And then on YouTube, I'm Enika Edenfield.
Has TikTok changed the way you think about storytelling? You make really good videos. Your videos are high and tight. I'm new to social media, right? And John's social media he makes sure that he cuts his feeds he doesn't do any editing because he wants people to really understand that there's no trickery here. It's just it's cut from his live. He's a live influencer primarily, and he literally just cuts that section out and gives it to the people so they can see this is what happened. I try to edit this stuff mainly from the podcast. I'm not really a social media thing. So I really appreciated the short form storytelling you were able to do. Was that something you had to get used to, or
No, that's
how
news.
do you look at it?
I used to have a news director who, anytime anybody would ask for extra time on a story, he would look at them and say, "The entire Vietnam War was told in 30 seconds. You can do this."
That sounds like by the way, how old was that person? That sounds like a real classic news move, just like a real classic person in the news to give you one of those things.
Mm-hmm. So I'm used to telling a story in a short amount of time. So what I did before really did lend itself to TikTok. And I've had a few other people who also used to work in news watch my videos. And before looking into me, they were like, yeah, she worked in news. And I was like, yeah, you can tell, can't you?
Have you ever thought about becoming a ghost investigator? Like a classic paranormal investigator, going out where with the spirit boxes and all that jazz.
I go on paranormal investigations. I also have a Patreon, and one of the tiers is that every month I live stream a paranormal investigation.
Oh, you do? I didn't see that. I didn't find that.
And sometimes I go out places, and then sometimes I'm just here in Savannah. I'll go to a square if it's the off season and there's really nobody there, and set up some equipment and see what we get.
Have you ever gotten anything that freaked you out?
Oh yeah. Not anything that freaked me out. There's a spirit from the American Revolution who hangs out in Madison Square, and he does not like me.
Ooh.
Anytime that he would come through any of my equipment, all he would ever say was, "Go away." And earlier this year, I went out to that square, and it's a square, so there's 4 corners of it. He hangs out in one section. So I was in another section. Spirits were super chatty that night, and I asked them, "Do you know about the spirit over in that area, the one who's always telling me to go away?" And they said, "Yep, that is Benny." And I said, "Benny. All right, Benny, I got a name." So I go back over there and I said, "Hey, Benny, my name is Enika. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. If I did something to upset you, I'm so sorry. But can you let me know like what I did so I can not do it again?" And again, all he would say was, "Go away." So that is his line. He has set his boundary. I'm respecting that. So I leave Benny alone.
Forever. You don't bother him anymore.
Yeah. That's his little corner of the square.
Do you ever take your tour guides by there just to see if there's like an energy or a vibe?
We go close. We do not go into that section anymore because, again, he told me to go away. He's told me that multiple times. So
all right. Now, I asked you earlier, where do you avoid? That's the place. It sounds like there's another place without gunshots that you don't go to.
Only after dark.
Only after dark. Listen, Enika, I appreciate your time. I'm fascinated by history. I love the way you tell it. People should really check out your feed and go to and see and learn something about just a really beautiful city. My wife goes to Savannah for work. Like now this will be her 2nd year in a row. And unfortunately I can't get out there with her because I really want to see that town. Where would you like to go beyond? Okay, here's 2 things. Where would you like to go in Savannah if there is a place you haven't gone yet and really deep dive? And where would you like to go outside of Savannah if you could?
In Savannah, so we have the Savannah College of Art and Design.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great school.
Yeah, and they're all over the place. They don't have a central campus. They came in the 1970s when downtown was still kind of sketchy, and they started purchasing older buildings and turning them into their campus, so they are spread out. They have a couple of buildings that, if ever given the opportunity, I would love to investigate. One is the current Habersham Hall, which is actually an old jail.
Oh, so it's not that new. Yeah, they just refurbished it.
Yep. And the other is, I think it's Deloitte Foundry now. Most of us just refer to it as the old Candler because it's the old Candler Hospital. And I have heard so many things about that building, and I would love to go in and investigate that now that it's not falling apart.
Will they let you? Why not go? Is there anything stopping you from going there?
The fact that it's a college campus and I'm not a college student.
Oh, they just won't let you. Just can't talk to somebody. All right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, where outside of Savannah do you want to go?
So there are a lot of places back in my home state of Florida that I would like to go to. Everybody always mentions like these really big places, like penitentiaries and stuff like that. But a lot of people have gone there, and I feel like you've gotten all the answers you're going to get with those places.
Probably
Uh,
true. Yeah.
so I would like to check out the Bellamy Bridge in Marianna, Florida. Um, it is now part of a park, and I actually tagged along with a paranormal investigation crew way before I got into this because it was for a story I was working on, and they got this really eerie EVP. The legend behind that bridge is that Elizabeth Bellamy, on her wedding night, was dancing with her husband, danced too close to an open flame, her dress caught on fire, and she ran down towards the river to try and put it out. And, at night you can see a woman in a flaming dress running down towards the river. Well, while they were doing their investigation, later on they were going through all their recordings, and they heard this very whispery voice say, Elizabeth. So I would love to go back there now that I have a little bit more experience and see what I can get.
Why are bridges so? What's the bridge in Gettysburg you were at, John? Why are bridges so haunted?
Sachs Bridge.
Which one?
Sachs Bridge.
What's it with bridges and ghosts? Is it because people dive off them? Like, what's going on?
Well, who knows the actual answer to that? But most people would say because it's above a body of water.
What's water have to do with it?
Conductor. They say it's a great conductor for spiritual energy.
No shit.
Well, I mean, water is a dangerous conductor. It's not a great conductor; it's a dangerous conductor with regular electricity.
Sure.
But
Oh.
with spiritual energy, they say it's a great conductor for ghosts and whatnot. Let me ask you a question. You said on your tours that you don't like to dive into the more depressing because you're trying to make your tours fun and whatnot, which I understand completely. But here on Splintered Spirits, I would love to hear about one of these stories that you wouldn't tell on your tours, if you'd be willing to share.
Yeah. Just like a quick trigger warning for anybody who's listening. This is going to involve a woman being beaten. But there is a house here in town called the Owens Thomas House. It's a house museum. It's actually the first house museum in Savannah. And they have gone back through and researched a lot of the enslaved people who were there. They actually start the tour behind the home in the old carriage house, which was the quarters for the enslaved people. They start with them, and then they end the tour with them. You go through the house. They talk about them the whole way through, about how, this is the dining room. This is where Peter the butler would have served people. And then at the end, there's a room with all these letters written by members of the Owens family. And in these letters, they are discussing the people they were enslaving. And you read in their own words how they viewed and treated these people. And in some letters, they are talking about how, and give my love to the nanny. I can't remember her name right now. And talking very warmly about her. And it's like, you're so close to recognizing her humanity, and you just blow on past it. But then there's another letter where one of the sons had been out late and was walking back home and came across a couple of police officers who were beating a woman. Her name was Janie. She was enslaved by the Owens family, and she had been out past curfew. She had been caught by police officers. They were beating her, and this guy comes up and is like, oh, this is Janie. And they asked him, do you want to take her home with you? And he said, no, do what you're doing. And he walks off and leaves her at the mercy of these people. And they take her back to jail. After beating her, she doesn't get medical attention. And then a few days later, one of the Owens family members goes to get her out of the jail and brings her home.
Yeah, I'd say that's a story you can leave off the tour for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a terrible. That's a pretty horrific sort of piece of small town. Not small.
Yeah,
town,
I don't blame you for leaving that
off
the tour.
It's amazing, right? That's all part, and that's there for, like, if you go to the museum, that's there for you to
Yeah,
read. That's not
yeah,
something
Yeah,
secret.
yeah,
That's like
that's
they don't
yeah,
hide it from the
yeah.
public.
And I tell people, like, because part of my story at the Owens Thomas House involves that room, and I tell people, when you go here, you need to go through this room and read these letters and see how the Owens family viewed them, because this isn't an interpretation of how they viewed them. This is them in their own words. So you can read that and go, oh yeah, it was bad. It was really, really bad.
yeah, it's
That's
really
amazing.
bad.
There's a lot of great culture in that city, man. I really have to get out there for sure. Anika,
Yo, the
thank you
history
so
history
much.
is phenomenal with Savannah.
It
It's
really
Mhm.
is.
just it,
Anika, thank you so much for taking the time and sharing
Yeah,
your time with us today. I appreciate
thank
it, and
you.
I love hearing this. I love hearing getting a little history, and felt like a very history week, and maybe one people needed to hear uh, in a lot of ways. And know that you're out there sharing it and keeping people informed is really wonderful to know. It's great. It's great stuff.
so you told us the dark, right? You told us a
Mhm.
piece of the dark history. What about the light? Anything super positive that you could throw at us and explain, like, the other side of Savannah, the lighter
Yeah, that's a
side,
good
the
way. Let's
lighter
end it
hearted
on
side.
that. Let's
Yeah,
smart,
yeah,
smart, John.
always. You got it.
Let's find a fun. Let's end on a fun ghost story,
That's it.
or a fun historic story about
Yeah.
Savannah
Yeah,
that you love. Letting people go out before they grab a drink and get home to their hotels or wherever they're going after your tours.
sure. So Savannah is also the birthplace of the Girl Scouts, like the Girl Scouts. This is where it
Ooh,
started.
no kidding.
Juliet Gordon Lowe, the founder of the Girl Scouts, born and raised in Savannah, moved back here after her husband's death. And she had been involved in the Girl Guides in the UK and thought it was a great organization because her mom had always encouraged her and her siblings to know how to take care of themselves and also be very community minded. She thought the Girl Guides were doing that. We didn't have any other organization in the United States at that time that was doing quite the same thing. So she called up a bunch of her friends who were running girls' schools in this area and said, hey, it's Juliet. I'm back in town. Bring your girls over. We're going to get something fun started in the carriage house back behind my home. And that is how the Girl Scouts get started.
What's everyone's favorite cookie?
Tagalongs.
Interesting.
I really like Savannah Smiles, and they discontinued that one.
Oh, I'm a samosas person, and I don't even. It's the only thing on earth I'll eat coconut in.
Oh, I
It's
That's it.
don't
really
like
good.
coconut at all. That's
I hate
interesting.
coconut, but I'll eat
Yeah,
them in
me
those
too.
cookies.
But
What
you
about
eat
you?
the,
What about the chat?
yeah.
Anybody? What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
It's
Does
funny. I
anyone?
have a Girl Scout house where I'm at that's actually haunted. It's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we have her childhood home, which is owned by the Girl Scouts. The home that she was living in when she started the Girl Scouts, that's owned by the Colonial Dames. It's also a house museum. And the carriage house back behind that home is also a museum, and it's also owned by the Girl Scout organization. And all three of them are haunted.
Wow.
Zen with samosas. We got a lot of thin mint
Very
lovers
cool.
up in this
Well, a lot
chat,
of
guys.
a lot of people like Thin
A
Mints. They're
lot of
never
love.
going
People
anywhere.
love thin mints. I got to
Yeah.
tell you, I'm saying straight up. I'm sorry. I don't like chocolate and mint. It's not my thing.
Chocolate
Chocolate.
and
I like
peanut
to keep
butter
my
is my
chocolate.
thing.
Yeah, me too, bro. I don't. Chocolate with mint isn't for this guy. But I don't judge people for their poor choices. No, I'm
No,
kidding.
no, not at all. Their
But
York peppermint patty taste
yeah,
buds.
right. It's like it's not for me. But I like how everyone's going shortbread. All right, Nikki. All right. Yep,
Listen,
peanut butter.
thank you
They're
so
delicious.
much for diving into the history like that with us. I mean, this has been an awesome treat to hear about Savannah's history. I'd love to go
Uh,
down to Savannah.
I'm sure we've got a lot of ghost hunters listening right now who are now like, this is going to be their next thing. All the ones that have
Right?
hit
They're
Gettysburg,
gonna
you're
head
like,
down to
ooh,
Savannah.
here's a city I haven't thought of. And then
Yeah,
I might
yeah.
hopefully they'll get them down there for you
Yeah.
to do some invest. You see a lot of guys running around with SB7s and stuff, just
Mhm.
Yeah,
trying to get.
which it always cracks me up when I see people walking around with the EMF detectors and they're like, oh my God, it's going crazy. I'm like, it's a city. Everything here puts off electromagnetic frequency. I watched people go nuts next to a tree one time, and I was like, I know there are electrical lines that run underneath that tree. I know that's what you're picking up on.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
great. Just tell them it's a ghost. Don't break their
Yeah.
hearts. Just tell them it's a ghost.
Yep.
Anika, thank you so much. We're going to say goodbye to you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your time. Again, Anika Edenfield, you can all of her links all those different handles, which she's going to work on getting them all to one handle, I hope, for
One
her
day.
branding maybe. But
One day, one day.
you can find your TikTok feed in my link tree. Please go follow her. Her videos are great. It's like you'll learn something and you'll actually enjoy it while you watch it. It's not like going to school. It's a good lesson, and it's a great history. Again, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, that was super sweet. I like having a little bit of a different vibe, different
I
educational
love
sort of.
history, man. I love history. The people that
Yeah.
always present the history are usually, very knowledgeable about it and just, awesome.
Well, she's a broadcaster, right? She comes from a news background, and
Yep.
so if you watch her videos, they are very well put together. They're smart. It's an excellent high-end production of this quick snippet of a Savannah tale that it's like and there's a little spookiness to it. It's not all just the ghosts and the apparition. It's spooky because it's so old and has all this other weight to it. That was wild, man. So how does that, hearing sort of that history, John, talk a little bit, we got a few minutes here left. We got some time. I know we started earlier, so we have a little more time. Let's talk about Gettysburg in comparison. What did you learn? What did you find? What are some of the things that make you want to go back? Why do you want to go back now that you've been?
So I definitely want to go back for the simple fact that every second of the live stream, we were just hearing so much. It almost, it was almost like it was layered and also coming in waves. And there's just so much. It seems like there's more than just, Civil War history there. It seems like maybe some things are attracted to that place. I mean, who knows? I just started skimming the surface of
Okay.
Gettysburg. The history, I pretty much knew a lot of it already. But what I did learn before I went, and I didn't realize this until recently, is that New York in itself, which makes a lot of sense because I'm constantly coming across civil war veteran headstones here in New York. Um, they had the most casualties and the most injuries of every state
What
on
did New
both
York?
sides. New York, and
Sure.
even when we were at Gettysburg,
Dude,
all
New
we were
York's the best at everything, dude. We don't go half-ass on everything, even our
no,
battle deaths. Let's
no,
go.
and even our battle death,
Let's
right?
go.
And literally, there were so many so many monuments at Gettysburg to New York infantries. It was wild. Like we were walking, and oh look, New York. Oh look, there's New York again. Oh crap, there's New York again. It was a lot of representation, So it was that. So seeing that, hearing information is one thing, but then seeing it is a
Sure.
completely different. So it was that was I thought that was wild, history wise.
Megs, sorry, John. Megs, you can tell me that you love me and you don't have to qualify it then by saying you love John too. You could just leave it. You could just give that to me for a minute. I get it. It's okay.
I can't even see the chat.
No, I'm like I've got I got like 4 screens going here. Because I'm running live on like 4 different platforms. We'll see. How it plays. Mainly TikTok. It's like they're fun, but it's Well, look, let's be real about Pennsylvania for a second. Pennsylvania as a state is a suburb of New York.
Well, I'd say it's more of a suburb.
Got Pennsylvania. I love you, Pennsylvania. I just like hazing Brian the Mod. BTM. If he's watching, he knows I like hazing him a little bit.
Pennsylvania is not even a suburb of New York. It's like it's divided up of all the states around it. You know what I mean?
I think there's like a city. There used to be.
It's got a little bit of Maryland, a little bit of Jersey, a little bit of Delaware, a little bit of
There used to be a city. I'm fairly certain there's a city in Pennsylvania. It used to be called like Fornication, Pennsylvania. Like
there
it
is.
was like
There
the most
still
religious.
is. I believe that is correct.
Dude, my father told me a story before he died about it in Pennsylvania when he was younger, where he got pulled over, right? He was young, so I don't know what, it had to be the 50s or something. He gets pulled over in some small town. The sheriff makes him drive to the sheriff's, like, whatever, the police department, but it's him. And he's sitting there, and the sheriff then sits in one chair and sort of reads the, what he just did, like the violation. And then the sheriff gets up and sits behind a desk because he's also the judge, and then bangs the gavel and says guilty. And it's like, wait, what just happened? And it's like, and then issued him the ticket, like whatever happened. He didn't go to jail, but it was just, what the hell is going on in this state? This is the North.
But a lot of places were like that.
Yeah, but
That also happened
Pennsylvania's
in
different.
yeah, Pennsylvania's different. You
Just a
don't
little
even
different.
feel like you're in Pennsylvania when you're in Gettysburg. That's the other thing. Like, it's weird. Then again, I don't
What
have
do you
that
feel
much.
like? What does it feel like? Where does it feel like you're at?
Well, it didn't feel like it doesn't feel like Pittsburgh. Yins are different over there in Pittsburgh, right? It didn't feel like
I've never been to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's very industrial, though, right?
the pits.
So
Yeah, definitely industrial.
I've never been.
It didn't feel like like Hershey Park area and all that. Because I've been to Hershey Park. Doesn't feel like Philadelphia.
I've been to Philadelphia for sure.
Yeah, it's just different. It's just
Huh.
it's just a different vibe.
How far away is Gettysburg from Philadelphia?
2 hours, about 2 hours. Two and a half hours. So
Guys, I love Pennsylvania. I do this because I tease BTM, who I thank for watching over my boy here all the time. But the way I thank people is by hazing them. So I like to haze. And unfortunately, all you Pennsylvanians have to suffer through it because it's the best way to make fun of it, to tease him. So he had a good time too. Did you freak Brian out at all when you were out there?
So we well, first for me, me and Chris had two big firsts, right?
Okay, let's hear it.
Netzel, me and Netzel did a spirit board, which it was Netzel's first time doing a spirit board. And we also did the Esses method.
Oh, dude, I got to see the video. I didn't get to see the
I'm
video
gonna
of that.
put
I got to
that,
watch
but
it.
I can't get into details
Okay.
about what happened to Brian. But Brian had a very hard experience. A very hard experience. Like it was bad. It was no joke.
You recorded the whole thing? Was it live?
I got the whole thing. The whole thing is recorded.
Is it on YouTube?
Yes, I believe it's on YouTube. I think because I was having a lot of trouble with YouTube streaming. I believe that night is. I know one of the nights is not, but one of the nights is. I think that one
All
is.
right. I got to see that full, even if it was on TikTok.
Yeah.
You got to put it in a Dropbox folder because we might be able to play with it and make a thing out of it.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Hey, I definitely get him on to talk about it too. I mean, if he's willing. He briefly talked about it, and I'll briefly say what he said. It was just a very personal, wild experience.
With the Estes method or the spirit board?
No, with the Estes method. Oh,
so who did the Estes method? Who was in the
all
chair?
All three of us went in the chair.
So did this experience happen when he was in the chair?
Yes, yeah.
Oh.
We all had experiences when we were in the chair, right? But his experience by far was the most powerful, in my opinion.
Well, because he's surrounded by you and Netzel, who I believe are witch magnets, and then you're probably like forcing that witchness onto
that
his
witchy
ass.
sauce all over him,
that witch sauce, and it's like he's stuck between these two ADD witch magnets from the north and south, and he's like this stuck in the middle. Good thing you didn't do that on the bridge, and then it would have been like, forget it.
And then the spirit board was equally as crazy because Netzel had a manifestation of a black bug on his hand, and he even straight up was just like, oh, it's just a bug, And then I ended the board as quickly as possible after that. I was like, nope, we're not doing this. And
what does that mean? What does that mean?
That's usually something dark, a demonic entity coming through the board. And the fact that he thought it was a bug, and I'm looking, my eyes are directly on our hands. There was no bug on him. And it's not like he was BSing because he had a nice little sigh of relief once the bug was off his hand. And I'm like, there ain't no bug, homie. We got to end this board. You know what I mean? We got something bad coming through. So we ended the board, especially because it was his first time, Got to take it easy. You know what I'm saying?
That's fun. Did it? Yeah. Was there any moments from an investigatory perspective that stood out? You know what I mean? In terms of like in using the apps or the thing, or he's over here and I'm over here, we found the same thing. Or was there any sort of moments of ghost documentation or investigation
Yes.
that answered some questions that you were hoping to capture?
Well, so what was wild was the entire time, because when Netzel goes live, he normally runs just Spirit Talker and Necrometer. And
Mm-hmm.
the entire trip, I was switching. I was switching through all the apps, right? I wasn't
Okay.
just using two. But we would be, even if we were next to each other, all four apps were working together, which they're made by different companies. So technically that shouldn't be happening. So we're getting responses from everything, right? Different
Okay.
responses for everything correlating. And then when we would split apart from each other, and we were never that far from each other, just far enough where we could talk a little louder and whatnot. If our questions were being answered by both, so he'd ask something over on his end and it would be answering on mine and vice versa. So that was happening too, which I thought was, two incredible pieces of evidence for the usage of the apps.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, what about you guys in the chat? Who has some questions for John about Gettysburg? Does anybody have any questions? Any follow-ups? Now they've had some time to digest it. Anything you want to know about Savannah? I'm an expert now. Let's give them a second to see if they respond to that. It's probably got to be a couple seconds because the delay there, delay back.
Yep.
Any
But listen,
soldiers?
I got a couple on the
Specifically?
thermal. Yeah, I got some crazy stuff on the thermal. So I thought I saw with my own eyes a soldier. I chased after it. Like we had a lot of crazy experiences. But Gary. It was just high energy. Like even like just the ride to the supermarket, we were just balls of energy bouncing all around. Like Brian's a dad, and me and Chris are in the car, just you know high energy.
Yeah. Oh
And
yeah, Chris
so
is like, yeah, for sure. Was someone's at Jones at Joan? There's a handle that makes sense. Joan was asking, was someone bitten?
no. No, we
No
did
one
get
was
our,
bitten,
like
Joan.
shoulders tapped, grabbed, stuff like that. But to my knowledge, I don't think anybody was bitten.
Okay, no one was bitten, Joan. Everyone's safe.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
don't think
Mooncat.
anybody
That's a
was
good name.
bitten.
Now I'm obsessed with looking at everybody's name
Yeah,
because
you
it's
look at
like
everybody's handle.
Squirrel Nut Sniffer. That one
Yeah.
made me laugh so hard. And you get like an email saying Squirrel Nut Sniffer has left you a message.
Yeah.
There's BTM. He's sitting there watching. He's getting it. That's Brian the Mod, for anyone who doesn't know.
Brian Tenda.
Yeah, why did he change his name? What does that mean?
I called him that. I called him Brian
Oh,
Tender.
okay.
I'm trying to remember why, but I'm having trouble, but it's stuck. So Brian Tender it is. I said
Something you can't
something.
share. Little secret
No,
inside
or he
joke.
said something. I don't know. It's just funny moments.
It's funny
We have
moments.
funny moments. Yeah.
It's curious. We'll have to get Brian's take on the whole thing being around the two of you guys. And then we got to get Chris back on because I still believe Netzel may have captured the greatest thing I've ever seen in terms of a ghost, which that walking thing, which is wild. But I want to get him on and show that. That thing
Yeah,
is
it
the
was pretty
coolest.
wild.
That is one of the clearest things, and it's nuts. What else are we talking? Anybody else have anything? Nobody has any other questions? Oh, sorry. Well, then let's talk. We're about to wrap it up, so let's talk about what's coming up. Next week on Splintered Spirits is Past Life Regression Week. Not that that's going to be a standard thing, but just so happens to work out. I interviewed Myra Rath, past life regression therapist. You can find her at Soul Signs Hypnosis, and she gives me a crash course on past life regression. And then on next Thursday's live, we have another psychic medium, Heidi Kemper, who also does a lot of work with what in that field of study are the Akashic records. You know what those are, John? Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah. That's the whole.
The Akashic records I compare if you're a Marvel fan. For those who don't know, it's like the what was it called? What's it called? Where Loki,
TVA.
like the TV.
It's like the TVA.
The TVA.
It's basically
the file room for your life, for all of your lives.
Yeah, of all life, of all life, essentially.
And,
that's what it is. Like all life, universe spanning, like everything.
It's it must be it's the Library of Congress for life, but especially like your own life, every reiteration of your life. And I find past life regression it's just funny how progression of this podcast and what we're talking about, all these pieces fit somehow when you start. And guys, things are going to get quantum soon. Just by coincidence, some of the people we're talking to and how they get into that thing. And I got to read a few more books on it. Yeah. As I recommend everybody read some books. All these people's books are in my link tree, guys. Check them out. I think you're going to see it's really quite fascinating. But we come back to energy, frequency. And when we start talking about past life regression, you're talking, that's another dimensional thing. Past life is a misnomer. I used to think when you say past life regression to me, it's like, 100 years ago, or in the Middle Ages, I was a knight, which probably wasn't, dude. There's no way I was a knight in the Middle Ages. I was probably like, the piss boy or something. There's no possible way holding a bucket for some royalty. That was not a knight. But I thought it was like that, like something that this is what you were years ago, but it's not. Past life regression is everything everywhere all at once. There's multiple versions of yourself and timelines of yourself. And then this also goes into potentially alien life and that whole thing with this connection, which we start talking to. I mean, it's getting crazy over here at Splintered Spirits, folks. It's getting really, I didn't know what I got to admit, I didn't know what I was getting into when I stepped into these first questions a year ago. Yeah. Even though we launched in February, I didn't know what I was getting into, but it's nuts.
There's a lot.
Karen, what are those books called? Karen, go check out the link tree in Splintered Spirits bio, and you will see all the books of all of our guests and all of their websites that we look at and that sort of our go-to for understanding. A lot of them. Read a fucking book once in a while, guys. Pick up a book.
Read a book. Gary,
read a fucking book.
It's been fun. Excellent guest.
It's been good. Everybody, Splintered Spirits again, Tuesday, new episode with Myra Rath. Yep. Next Thursday, another live with Mighty Kemper. And guys, thank you for watching. We really appreciate you. Tell a friend, like, share, subscribe. Much appreciated. And our guest, Anika Edenfield. Check her out. She was amazing.
Yep.
All right, everybody. John, it was good chatting with you. I appreciate it.
Gary, love it.
I got so many things to shut off the live. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, everyone.
Yo. What is happening, everybody, and welcome to another live episode of Splintered Spirits.
Splintered Spirits, the podcast where my nephew John Santa Paranormal, and I deep dive into the mysteries of the paranormal as we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Anything, do we figure it out yet, John? Do we know what spirits are yet?
No, we have not yet figured it out, but I do have some ideas. Some theories, and, keeping up with quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all that fun stuff. Seeing if any
reading some books.
Oh, dude, I've been
taking some classes.
Yeah, no, it's always been one of my hobbies, that and anthropology and a couple other things that I always stay up on the up and up with, and it's wild. And we're gonna dive into
it. Let me ask you a serious question. We do have a guest coming today, and as soon as they join us, I will tell you all about them. But when you're looking at all of your documentation, what lines can you draw to connect these dots when you start thinking about, your quantum theories of these things? You understand that question? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And the line,
how does it support or go against your
theory? Definitely supports. It definitely supports, because it seems the common thread, whether something is asking for help, something is talking about a situation, something is talking to me directly, or something is talking about a situation, or they're dealing with each other. The common thread is always that it is one singular mind from their perspective.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
So think about it like this: if you were to take a, this is going to get really crazy, but it's the only way for me really to
Dude,
describe it.
that's the only
Let's
way we know how to
yeah,
do it
do
here
it.
at Splintered
That's it.
Spirits is to
So
get crazy.
I know. I wish I had my whiteboard. I'm about to start busting it out.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah. So
LFG.
so imagine you took a man from the 1400s, okay,
Yeah.
and you granted him the ability to live that entire time up until now, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you're about to take away this ability from him to live, but you want to hear before he dies, you want to hear everything about him.
Okay.
Okay, everything
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
experienced, everything. You're going to get an account of history, correct, as he lived from one singular perspective, his. And that's
Okay.
it. So it doesn't matter what was, let's say he was from England, okay, or Italy. It doesn't even make a difference, or Africa or wherever. You're going to get his singular perspective on the 600 plus years that followed, and he's not going to be able to tell you anything outside of his perspective.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the same thing with spirits. It's literally the same thing with spirits. Whether they learn something new or they're speaking about, what they're going through, it's always from that singular perspective. And people lose sight of that when dealing with spirits.
So, and how does that knowing that it's one perspective, what does that tell you from a longer haul, on a
For,
bigger
so
picture?
so the longer haul, bigger picture, tells me that I'm dealing with these individuals individually, if you will, right?
Okay.
You get what I mean by that?
Yes.
Like, it's not, so if I turn on the spirit box, I start talking to a spirit, I'm not going to turn around and get, answers to something that happened, hundreds and hundreds of miles away from this spirit. Okay, now maybe in the next 200 years, when the ghost hunters and investigators and enthusiasts are talking to spirits in 200-300 years, they'll be able to say, "Oh yeah, I remember the World Trade Center," even though they're all the way in France. You get what I'm saying? Because
Okay,
it's a
I'm starting.
different, yes, it's a different type of person. It's always that one perspective, and it's really wild, and you really start to see it. And it's almost like they don't exist outside of that perspective unless you bring them into it. And that's when, for example, like the spirits are talking about the ranking on TikTok, or they mention a gift that gets dropped, or even more simple, they bring up somebody in the chat.
Speaking of the chat, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone on TikTok and YT and wherever you may be watching or listening to Splintered Spirits. If you are on Santa Paranormal, by all means, hop over to Splintered Spirits and give it a subscribe, give it a like, and give it a share. Can you give me a practical example of everything you're talking about, like a specific thing that you have listened to that said that's why this is what I think it is?
Yeah, so a great example of this is Anne over at the pre-war burial ground.
Okay.
It didn't take Anne long to learn that I was on this strange thing that was allowing me to communicate with the tons of other people. It didn't take her long to realize that. In fact, she was even able to realize, hey, I can't talk to John right now because he's not hearing me, but I can talk to the people and respond to what the people are. It's weird. And another example of that is Edward, when Edward would start flipping out on people for sending gifts. Like, he was able, through his perspective, he was able to go, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I don't want this fool making money. Stop sending him gifts. He was able to tell. He was able to figure it all out.
Now, to counter your own argument, what would they be saying that would then make you think that that's not what's happening? What would be an example of something they could say that would make you think otherwise?
So those are, and what's funny is it does happen, but on a different level. Like, one time I came across a pair of time travelers. I shit you not. They claim to be time travelers, and they claim to have gotten stuck and then died.
Okay.
Which that completely, that's if you're time traveling, yeah, sure, it's your singular perspective, but now you have a a not so linear shot of seeing everything. If they're saying they can, that means they can pick where they wanted to go, which is a different, example. But that's so few and far between. I think it's only happened once to me. I think maybe there's
Okay.
someone in the chat that's like, no, John, it happened this time too, and I just don't remember.
Some of your librarians that have
Yeah,
gone through
yeah.
your stuff and
I've got them, and
oh yeah, for sure.
without them, my stroke brain ass wouldn't be able to figure out anything. you know.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right. Well, and then so this is what you've been doing. You've been going through, you're literally now going through a lot of your lives and the old videos.
Yes.
And you are sort of categorizing them.
Yes.
And grouping them together to see connections,
Yep.
messaging, progression, regression, just sort of everything.
Everything. Themes. Like, think about all the spirits that hit on me and asked for sex, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's crazy, and sometimes they're crude about it. Sometimes they don't care. They will sound horrible about it, and why not? They're dead. Boredom.
Thank you for those gifts, guys. That's kind of you.
Boredom is a big part of it.
Boredom.
Spirits are bored. Yeah, spirits are bored. Why are they bored? Why do they keep saying they're bored? What would lead them to be like, oh, I'm bored? It's wild, and what's crazy about that too is, like, you can hear them talking about being bored, whether it's a static stream, like if I were to fire up the spirit boxes and walk away from here and we just left and we left them running, we'll hear the spirits talk about how they're bored. You'll hear them all the time, even at Summit, any location. It's like, wait a minute, why are you bored? What's your reality like that you're so damn bored?
That's interesting.
Yeah,
man. And it also, I don't know, I kind of would find it a little offensive because it's like, what, you guys got to be bored to talk to me? Why can't you just I don't have the personality
that's one of my
to
things.
Bring you in on this.
Yeah, when a spirit says they're bored, I'm like, all right, spirit, if you're bored, then talk to me. Let's have a conversation. Try to talk to me. That's what I try to tell them.
Someone's asking, have you ever used other things other than apps?
Yes.
They love your show. Lady Calamare.
Yes.
Wants to know.
Yes.
But we're predominantly a ghost app guy.
So 100%. And the reason why is because there is nothing easier and simpler than firing it up on a device. Okay.
Right. Especially when you're walking and moving and
exactly. It's just so much easier to do. I've done it all, especially back in the day with EVPs and using different things. A lot of people want me to bring EVPs into it and also run EVPs, but that's when I got to remind them, hey, listen, I'm documenting. I am not ghost hunting. However, one of the big changes that's coming up for Santa Paranormal, and I'm hoping to have this up and running by December, is the actual investigation process of the tower while I'm documenting. I'm creating essentially a language model, very rudimentary, that all it's going to do is be an investigator. And I looked into it. I actually got off live last night early because I was sitting there and it's just in the back of my head, and I'm like, I have to make this. I have to plan this out and make it. So
all right, I want to hear more about this, and I think that's going to be easy for you to put even a digital recording device in there, and then you can record and follow up and see if you hear things that you don't hear and all that stuff. But our guest is
ready
in the lobby.
Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful guest. Very fun. Goes by the name of Spooky Scoundrel. Spooky's got over 400,000 followers on TikTok. They're a paranormal investigator and a ghost tour guide based in Toronto. I want to hear about some Canadian ghosts. I wonder if they're nicer there, because everybody in Canada is nice. So I just want to see if the ghosts are even nicer. Spooky has been exploring the supernatural since 2005 and began leading public paranormal investigations in 2021. They teach people how to talk to ghosts, Specializing in historic and heritage hauntings, they bring history to life through the spirits, all with a uniquely level-headed, goofy, and curious approach. I've been watching a lot of Spooky's TikToks, and I find it very funny because, I have an affinity for more lighthearted, ghost talk as opposed to the guru, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Spooky's always ready to debunk when possible, make the paranormal less scary, more accessible, and a whole lot more fun. Let us bring in Spooky Scoundrel right now so that the people can meet them. Spooky, welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. This is so exciting.
Oh, yeah. Is it? Wow, that's good.
Yeah. I love talking about ghosts. I can't get enough of it. So
now, why? What is it? Okay, I want to know first off, Spooky, what happened that sparked your interest? What made you get into ghosts?
that's a really good question. I feel like I've just been super into ghosts my entire life. When other people were playing with toys and like going outside, I was reading about aliens and ghosts. I would ask everywhere that I would go to if they were haunted. Just really a fascination ever since I could remember. But I also went to a haunted high school, and that's kind of when I really started actively investigating because I had a place to go to.
But does that mean that you saw something there? Like that you had an experience that was
I did have
everything I
experience.
loved is now it's happening. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, pretty much. I worked in the auditorium a lot. I was on stage crew for a lot of our shows that we put on. And that meant that I was always one of the first ones in and last ones out. So we were there alone a lot, and a lot of really strange things happened. It was a very well-known spirit. His name was Jamie. He was a former custodian. And he would mess with the lights all the time. We would hear the piano play by itself when no one was even near it. The fire curtain would come down by itself, even though the only way it could even be triggered would be if someone like broke that little box and pulled down the actual alarm. So yeah, a lot of different things happened.
That sounds like a terrible place to go to high school, to be honest with you, but it's just like,
I don't know. It was the best years of my life.
You love it. Now, Spooky, you don't consider yourself like a medium or anything. This is just a
No.
love of yours, and you investigate and you got into. So did you start reading up? How did you learn how to become an investigator?
The first year was just figuring it out, really trying things. I had always kind of gotten in my head that I was going to be a paranormal investigator one day. So I had studied parapsychology just like on my own time. By that point, I was already a member of the Toronto Ghosts and Hauntings Research Society here in my city as well.
Say that again. What is that?
Oh, sorry. The Toronto Ghosts and Hauntings Research Society.
Okay. Okay.
Very fun online database, I guess, of all of the different hauntings in Toronto and Ontario. And then Ghost Hunters in 2004 was kind of the big one, the TV show. I was like, oh man, there's actual people out there doing this.
Sure. Jason Hollis has a lot of babies, I think.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of babies.
He taught an entire generation.
Yeah, for sure. That's okay. Yeah, it made it very okay, like the everyman kind of guy, the plumber, and then it's like they're out there doing it and
they weren't like weird by day. I mean, they probably are weird by day. We all are, right? But yeah, they were just average people. And then they had jobs, and so it kind of showed you like, oh, okay, so this is a hobby that people really enjoy. Even
when I worked at Discovery at the time, I know there was a sci-fi show. When I worked at Discovery, the name we would have for those types of people that weren't, that had these incredible hobbies, we called them passionate obsessives, right? We always look for like, who's the passionate obsessive? They didn't have to be learned or have 17 degrees behind them on their wall. They just had to know an incredible amount of knowledge of that stuff, Like there's a guy, this is neither here nor there, but it's the example I used to use. It was one of these actors, he was on Lost, and he was one of the hobbits, and I forget his name, and I'm blanking on his name. But his parents were what are people who study bugs? Is it entomologists? Entomologists. This guy could tell you everything about a bug down to like, you know how there's like 12, what is it, 8 classes or something, could do go down all the way, like any bug. He's obsessed. He loves it because his parent, but he didn't study it. He's a good actor, right? He's a working actor. That's not his study, but he is a passionate obsessive about this. And that's what I find is in. So now, is this what you do full time?
No.
What's your day? What's your day job?
My day job is doing online customer service support for government login services.
Oh my God.
So really super the opposite of ghost hunting.
Right. That is. So when do you do, but you give tours?
Yes. So I consider that kind of a part-time gig. I do that in the evenings, ghost tour guide. At this point, I've been doing it for over 10 years. So it's honestly just fun. I sometimes forget it's a job for me. I just really enjoy telling stories and talking to people. Is
this for our company or is this something you started? Because you sort of investigated.
Yeah, I wish I'd started it because it's such a fun place to work for. But it's called the Haunted Walk. We operate in 3 different cities in Canada, Toronto, Kingston, and Ottawa. They've been around for, I think, 30 years this year. So pretty well established, like tourism, but showing the darker side.
Got it. Have you ever been absolutely freaked out yourself? I've seen some of your videos where you sort of see something that wigs you out, but what happens? How do you do that? And if you have a bunch of people with you, what do you do?
That's actually one of the hardest things, I think, is when you have like 20 people with you who are expecting you to be this really calm storyteller, who's leading them through this place that you're very familiar with, and then something happens and you have to not only keep yourself calm but also keep them calm. And that's one of the harder things to do. I think at this point in my career, I've just been doing it for so long and I'm so excited by the prospect of activity that I look forward to it every time I go to work. So I get like giggly more than anything. I get really excitable and I try to bring my groups in with me into that feeling, to try to scary is fun and it's okay to be afraid a little bit, but I think it's more exciting when you're really curious and really passionate really about it.
Where's your favorite places to go?
Definitely the Pioneer Village that I often do all my tours at. It's just so contained in such a big city. It feels very quiet. It feels very calm. And then you've got all these wild hauntings. Like every building is haunted by a different ghost with different stories.
Why? Give us some history here.
Oh man. Okay.
Give us your Toronto tour. Give us the quick version of what is happening in this place that these ghosts like hanging out in this village.
So I think it's a museum by day. And then we do like our darker stuff at night. I say darker, but it's ghosts. Right. And it's a collection of buildings from around Ontario, our province, that we're all from about the 1840s to 1840s to about 1890s. And they all showcase different things. So like there's a general store, there's a tinsmith, there's people's houses, there's a hotel. So the buildings had a history before they came to the village in the 1960s. And I think that's maybe why they're so haunted, is they're places that were likely haunted before they arrived. And then their new location has just allowed the haunting to thrive, especially with us going in and trying to talk to them all the time.
So when you say that it's allowed them to thrive, what does that mean?
It's a reenacting village. So they actively pretend like it's 1867. So they're in like the costumes, they churn butter, they do farming, and all of that stuff. And I think that has this way of just staying like lightly in tune with the history of the building and the ghost stories that might have happened there.
And you think that keeps them?
I do.
All right. Well, then that leads to the question I like to ask all our guests, because it's perfect. If you think that staying in the time period somehow energizes them or keeps them there or more active, what is it, Spooky? What do you think spirits are?
That is like the hardest question ever.
Well, that's what we're all doing here. What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out.
We're trying to figure it out. But what do you think they are that keeps you going? What is it? It doesn't matter if you have to have some idea of what you think it is that you're doing.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I think, we could get into the really weird parts of it. that
Let's do it.
kind
But
of
first, tell me what it is. Like, what is that thing?
all right. So I think it's a combination of really long lasting emotion or like emotional energy. Um, in a sense. So that's, you see a lot of places where there was certain kinds of specific attachments, whether it was a home that somebody cared about deeply or somewhere there was a traumatic incident that let out that kind of energy. I think that places kind of contain that. They hold on to that. Um, and then the other side of it is I'm not actually sure that ghosts are always dead people. I think sometimes we have this psychological ability to create our own ghosts and interact with them. There are experiments that have been done and continue to be done about this.
That's like the Phillips experiment.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I'm from the city that happened in, so
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite places.
That's like a famous,
things
very
to talk
famous
about.
sort of, right.
Absolutely. And they did it, right? They were able to essentially talk to a ghost they had created. So I think when we know something about a place, a location, and we go in with that intention, we are partially responsible for that haunting.
Well, so I'm going to spit back what you just said in a different way.
Yeah, it was long-winded.
Because it speaks, John, I think it speaks a lot to, it's very similar to say, because one, you say emotion. Now, when I hear emotion, that's clearly in the mind. That's how, whatever it is, that's a consciousness. We don't really know how the mind works. And then you say it's emotion and our energy. Well, we do have energy. And, look, John's theory is that spirits are memories attached to the energy and that is released because it has to go somewhere when people pass. So you're very similar, have a very similar philosophy on what spirits are. That's not, look, some people come out and they think it's a soul. They think it's more religious, like we got dipped by God or something. And then it's like, whatever that is. Right. And then, but that's, more power to, I don't know if they're right yet. I mean, I really don't want to know just yet that answer.
The real question is what kind of dip we talking about?
Yeah, right.
Are we talking about some good dip that my wife is making, or are we talking about the dip going back to Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
I don't know. Oh, do we lose Spook? Oh, there you are.
No, yeah, she's not.
Sorry.
She's there. He's there.
So there's that. I think a very similar philosophies on what spirits are in that respect. And I think that now the other thing you were talking about, it's not, is it manifestations by people or not? I spoke to there's certain theories on like the difference between spirits or apparitions versus hauntings, where like that energy, we can release that energy at any time and it becomes an imprint there, which it's not, it's just a recording, right? It just is the same thing. Have you ever experienced something that it's repetitive as opposed to, like it's always going to happen. Like, it's 3:00. It's 3:00. This ghost is going to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced a number of those kinds of hauntings, residual hauntings. One of the coolest ones I think I've ever experienced was one that no one even died. And that one is hard to explain to people that it was a haunting, but the energy that was left behind was from survival. It was from this moment of pure joy. These prisoners escaped this fort and they left with their lives. They were never apprehended again. And one night I was there and I heard the men shouting, and it was this unbridled like joy, this literally shouting that you survived something and made it out alive. But they didn't die. It wasn't a dead person or a ghost necessarily.
Right.
Spooky. How long ago was that? Are they they escaped? What do you mean by that? Like they didn't die on the property? They died like elsewhere, or are they still alive?
Much later. This happened in the 1840s.
Okay, so they're dead now, though.
It's at an old fort. Absolutely dead now. Yes. So that begs the question, the haunting that I experienced, was it truly that imprint of that joyous moment, or did, after they passed, come back to the moment of the most joy they ever had? Who knows?
Well, it's like the episode, it's like when I talked to Professor Auerbach, like Lord Auerbach, and he was telling me about the imprint of a couple having sex, in this person's house, but they were still alive. He went and found the previous owners and said, they're experiencing something at this time every night. And it was like the couple freaked out because they had a little thing that they like to do every night at that time. And they left a spectral sex tape in their old apartment. So it's
That's
like,
wild.
that sort of thing, that happens. But anyway, right. That could have been such a big moment, big joyous moment that the energy of the group even could have, maybe that is something to that there. I lean towards this theory more than most. I mean, I know I'm biased because of him, but it's still starting to feel from others. Energy is always a thing. That memory and consciousness is always a thing, and we don't know what those answers are, right? I mean, it just seems to fall a lot into that space. How long have you been on TikTok, Spooky? How long have you been?
2021, I think, is when I started.
So like a lot of people,
Like
right
a lot of
around,
people, the pandemic, we
right,
were bored.
right.
Yeah, and it was by accident. I never expected to do anything like what I do now.
Well, I love finding that, like, and building like a paranormal community and on TikTok, and it is a big social, and you have a hell of a following, which is really quite something. And I believe it's because of the fun and the joy that you bring to it, And what do you notice about your community? Do you do lives, or do you just drop videos, or how did you build this, and what kind of reactions are you getting from people from what you deliver?
I'll admit I'm not as on it as I feel like I probably should be, especially with people actually interested in what you're doing. It all happened by accident. I had one video go mega viral overnight, millions of views overnight. And that just started this kind of idea in my mind, like, oh wow, people actually want to hear about this. I thought it was just me in my tiny weird corner of the universe. And so it's mostly just videos. I do want to, work on getting better, but with it. What I have noticed though, and what is really, really impactful for me is people messaging me, whether by email or in DMs, saying things like I've changed their entire perspective. Um, just the idea that I can shift someone from being absolutely terrified of something they're experiencing even or have experienced and make it something more gentle for them or empowering in some way, that will never get old, I don't think.
That's
Hey,
wild, right? That's
Spooky,
great.
what is what what's the first thing that comes to mind when I ask you your favorite tour? Because you said you do these tours, nightly and whatnot. So, you're doing it over and over at the same spots and whatnot. What is your most favorite? Not scary, not, like great, like just your favorite overall thing that's happened while giving one of these awesome tours.
Oh, I love that question. I have so many that are so fun.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever be able to beat Halloween night. I believe it was 2 years ago. Um, and part of I think why the story is so fun to me is that it happened on Halloween night. Like that's just so cliche,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You tell that story to somebody else and they're like, "Oh, pff, sure, it happened on Halloween."
Halloween. Yeah.
But it was a series of events that had happened. We went to do one of my favorite experiments, the Estes method. And
We're
as
going to
we
talk about
started,
that with you in a second. I told you
yeah,
we were,
I'm
but let's
excited.
go.
As we got into the session, this woman in my group had a nosebleed immediately. And this is like almost 2 hours into our night. So, it was weird to happen at this specific time. Her nose starts bleeding. The receiver starts getting really interesting stuff. Someone else in the group starts hearing footsteps above us on the first floor of this building. We go look. We don't see or hear anything. There's no one there. Can't explain it. Come back down. We hear it again. This time it's running, like actively running footsteps. So we run back upstairs and we're standing in this hallway watching an empty hallway, and hearing footsteps run towards us, turn around, run back towards the door, turn around, come back towards us, like a back and forth. And I cannot explain that. We'll never be able to explain that. I had 4 different people with me witnessing it, as well as people downstairs doing other things. Eventually, I was like, we have to end our night. I don't know what to do. Like it's still going. So we said our goodbyes. We went downstairs. I pulled the receiver out of the Estes method, and the nosebleed in the group stopped. The minute I pulled someone out.
First of all, if I had heard footsteps, you would have one of those sets of footsteps running would have been my own. We could have narrowed it down. Like at least
Yeah.
one is this guy who's leaving.
He's like out the door.
Out the door, straight out the door. All right. I mean, that is. All right, that's interesting. Now, was the nosebleeder the person with the blindfold on in the head? No, this is
No.
just a witness.
Yeah, just someone else in the group.
All right. Listen, let's get into the Estes method for 2 minutes because I do see that in
Yeah.
your feed a lot.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
here is the thing, and I'm not goofing on it. Maybe I am a little, but it's like it's
Please.
mainly because I don't understand it, and I
Sure.
want people to explain it because it's all right. You got the headphones on, you got the blinders on. You're supposed to be sound and sight deprivated from the rest. It's plugged into the spirit box, right? I got this so far. Okay,
one
I
of
got
these
one of those.
guys.
You plug it
Yeah.
in there. Now, then the other person asks the question, and this person can't. The person who's covered up can't hear anything. Correct?
Correct.
Can't hear you anyway. But then should just start talking when it hears it.
Yeah.
Why do I want to hear from that person and not hear from? Why am I adding a middleman? Why do I not want to just hear from the ghost? Why do we do it?
Really
Why do you
wonderful
think we do
question. Super question. Great question. I think that there's too much of an outsider bias that happens. When the person listening for the answer is also participating in the asking of the questions, you psychologically will anticipate an answer. If I ask the ghost, what's your favorite color? The whole group, they're listening to hear a color on the spirit box if we're listening out loud. So by having that one person who cannot hear the questions and all they're doing is saying what they're hearing in the radio or the spirit box, when you get that answer that lines up, you know that it's maybe more than coincidence because it's answering your question.
God damn it, John! That might be the best answer I've heard for that question.
100% because I can back up. I can
That's,
back
it
up.
avoids pareidolia.
I can back. So on my
Right?
stream,
That's what you're fighting.
What they're fighting is audio pareidolia, which
It really is.
that is, and it's listen, pareidolia is the bane of the paranormal. No matter how you're doing, whether you're investigating, whether you're documenting, it is the worst. It was horrible back when in 2021, 2022, when the phones weren't as good as they are now. And you can even go back and watch old streams if you saved them, how pixelated backgrounds were, how groggy the sound was. And people, even now, I use iPhone 16s for the streams. Even now, people will hear things that are not being said. Why? Because they want to hear it, and it's a pareidolia, and it's horrible when it happens. So that's a great answer.
That is a great answer,
Right.
and I wasn't even expecting that answer, but that is a great.
It's a great answer.
And it's not the only reason either.
You got another reason? I would
I've
quit
got-
it while you're ahead, but go ahead. What's
Listen.
another reason? I'm buying into that
obsessed with
reason.
the Estes method. I think it's truly one of the coolest experiments that's come out in a really long time in the paranormal field.
What's another reason?
Another reason is that there's a channeling aspect to it, and this is the maybe more woo-woo side of the answer.
We
right?
were expecting this one.
Yeah.
This is like, this feels a little right.
But
Great way to
let
say
me
it.
unwoo-woo. Let me unwoo-woo a little
Undo
bit.
that
for it.
mumbo jumbo.
Undo it.
It's almost like going into a trance, right? So you've got this like constant noise. You can put yourself into a trance very easily with static sound, white noise, the spirit box. And having that noise directly in your ears with your eyes, your senses removed in terms of sight and other sound, you really, really give in to that rhythm, the like, right? So it's just constant. And then you start to kind of nod off a little bit. There's that. And so the inventors of the method have said that it's almost like you get out of your own way. And then is there a channeling aspect? Unsure, can't prove it, right? But that trance does seem to be what allows you to have more genuine conversation responses. When I do the Estes method, I do it for an hour or more. And that's not something that's easy to show on video because it gets boring at a lot of moments, right?
For sure.
But as you get to that hour-long mark, it's the remarkable stuff starts to happen. You start to get incredibly direct responses. There are times I've said things that I know I didn't hear, but that were a direct answer with accurate details. Where did I get it from? How did I get it from the spirit box if I didn't even hear it, right? So, you kind of have to look at that side of it as well.
I guess for me, first of all, I like your first answer better.
Yeah.
I just do, because it makes it like that makes very clear sense, because it's okay. I could see it. I think what I would also like, and it's not because I wouldn't say look, this whole podcast, this whole thing that we're doing, we come from a place of believing first. I'm actually not interested in debunking. I think it's unfun. I'd rather believe it. And then, there's 110 reasons why it might not be the thing, because what we're talking about ghosts, you know what I mean? So yeah, who knows what's happening? So let's come from a place of curiosity, right? I want to just stay curious about it. So what I would like to see, though, in an Estes method is, why not do a splitter, so that you're recording the sound, the sound box, the spirit box, and so you can play it back later and compare. I would like to hear the comparison
So,
of both of those things.
on that note, I have figured out how to hook up my digital recorder to the spirit box so that you can record the direct output from the spirit box and not have it be like a microphone or, grainy. So it's like the actual pure channel from the spirit box.
Yeah.
And then you could sync it up with the actual answers. Have I done that experiment yet? I need to find someone to do it with me.
All right, get on it, because I want to watch it. I want to see it.
Absolutely.
Get on that. That is something I will watch for
100%.
sure. Because I think that puts it. Look, when I first saw it, my belief of it was that the reason those cats did it in the hotel was for a visual, because they were making a documentary and it looks fun, right? Like, it's visually interesting. You got somebody in the thing, they're wrapped up, and it's just like, and then someone's,
what are they
right?
doing?
Yeah, it's spooky stuff, and it's like, the whole thing. But then I just didn't get it. But goddamn, if that pareidolia answer isn't a really great reason to try it, to cut out.
It blows your mind. When it works, it blows your mind.
But to rule out the idea that you're putting the thought into their head to hear it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Which happens all the time.
No,
which
absolutely
literally happens all the time. That's what is. It's one of the biggest things that I battle with when live streaming my documentation, is people hearing things that aren't being said, and then they have a hard time understanding. Hey, listen, you're getting this secondhand. Regardless, you're getting this secondhand. I'm getting it firsthand. I'm hearing it. And another way that translates too is like any low voices will translate to the people watching as burps. They're like, oh, why? And for about a year, I kept getting hit with the same question. John, why is that spirit burping? Why is that spirit burping? And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, wait a minute. Everyone's asking why the spirit's burping right after I just heard a low voice. Oh, that's translating to you guys as a burp, instead of, leave here now, John, like something like that. And it's wild.
Well, yeah, we're getting, we get some weird, so I don't know how often you watch John. John is predominantly live. All of his stuff is live.
I do watch John.
Yeah. So he's all live. And we did an episode we just dropped about Buckout Road, where he goes all the time. And there was a part of the interview where he turns, because he's like, I just heard a child's voice. And then we listened back, and I isolated his audio, and what I heard on there was like, as if you were wearing a mic and you rub it. It was like a, and then he turns, like it's like a, and he turns. That he's telling me I just heard a child say my name, but what we recorded was a sound, and that's real. We make a bit out of it in the episode. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it yet, so it's kind of fun. But the sound is 100% real and strange. And he doesn't wear a mic. I mean, he's barely wearing a shirt. So it's like there's definitely no mic on there. It's a ripped t-shirt he's got on. So it just becomes, it's weird, right? How people, I don't know what's going on in his head to die. I think he's a witch of some kind, the way he gets what he gets. Medium of I think he does have superpowers in this ghost space to get what he gets, but I do find that interesting that people hear things a different way, and that leads to a whole other art talk about frequency that we've heard, and vibration that we get into with a lot of people too, that are as I'm learning about this stuff. Spooky, how do you keep it? Because you do have a very fun, lighthearted tone to your feed and to how you tell these stories, which I love. I like it. I'm a big fan of that. I like, let's take the piss out of this a little bit, let's just have some fun. How do you keep it that way? Have you ever been scared and been like, I can't use this, it's too scary, or I have to figure out how to turn it so it's not scary?
Luckily that hasn't happened to me. I guess I find the more silly you are with the spirits, the more silly they're right back. And so, when you approach it with this silliness and this lighthearted, fun, playful energy, it's hard to get something really terrifying, I find. I've had moments where I wasn't actively looking for something and something unsettling or spooky happened. And those moments, sometimes, yeah, I get a little scared. I jump, it startles me. I'm definitely not as easy to scare as I think I was, 10 years ago. John, you probably feel the same way. Like, things happen to you all the time.
Yeah,
It just gets fun. You're
it
just like,
yeah.
awesome. Hey,
Yeah.
you're here.
Yeah.
I get scared constantly. Do you like horror movies? Are you like a horror movie
I
buff?
do.
See,
I love horror movies.
I can't
Maybe
stand.
that's what it is.
No, I mean I find them after I watch a horror movie, I'm exhausted from being
Yeah.
like tense. It's
On
like I
edge.
just did a workout like the whole time. It's awful. And my wife will film me secretly because I grab my dog and I'm like, just holding my dog, terrified of the whole thing. And it's the absolute worst. The greatest jump scare in history is a total side point, by the way. There was a Netflix, that Netflix series, I think it was The Haunting at Hill House or something, with the bent neck lady, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one about the house in Connecticut?
No, I don't know where it was.
The second one, I think.
That might have been the second one. The first
Yeah.
one, is wonderful, and there's like the bent neck lady ghost, right?
Yeah.
Dude, it is. There is an episode in the middle. I don't even remember which one, and I wouldn't want to tell anybody to spoil it. That has the absolute greatest jump scare that I might have jumped across the room. It was so bad. If you think about it, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for people, but fuck the people. It's in a car. It happens in a car, and it's like, it is unbelievable, and it is so unexpected. Anyway,
Don't you love it? Like, you get
after
scared of it, and then
it's
you're like,
but
ah.
I'm just, I can't. And then I'm tired. You know what I mean? I just don't want to deal with it.
Fair.
What else can I ask you here? Have you found a difference in? Well, here's the question. Do you ever get out of Canada? Do you go other places? And it seems like you like historical spots. Where have you ever gotten a chance that's really different from your regular haunts?
I haven't, and I think
Okay.
that's really what I'm looking for. I think
Okay.
I'm starting to get to this point where I'm like, I'm too accustomed to my own hauntings. They're too predictable in a way. Sometimes I want to go somewhere I don't know anything about, that's just totally out of my comfort zone. Um, that's kind of my next goal, I guess, for investigating, is finding somewhere that'll get me. I want to be gotten again. I want to go back to the early
Don't be
days.
careful what you wish for, Spooky. I don't know if you want to be.
Oh, I'm putting it out there.
We're talking about ghosts, man. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? Let's jump to the chat. We are live.
Oh, cool.
I
Chat.
can look and see what's going on here. Let's.
One day I'll be able to read the chat. Soon.
Yeah, you would have to go into like all the different things. Yeah, you got to get off your phone.
Yeah.
Because I'm all over, right? I'm on
Happening
wide.
soon.
We're simulcasting like 4 different spots, and it pulls them all into one place except for TikTok, which I'm looking at TikTok too. That's why you see my eyes looking like this. It's not that I'm ignoring you or trying to be rude. What do we got here? What movie again? I was talking about. I think it's The Haunting of Hill House. It's a Netflix series that I was talking about. Some people on the TikTok feed would love for you to go on some of John's haunts. To see because John's got some nasty ghosts. There's some. Nasty
I want them.
ones.
Bring me to your nasty ghosts, John.
The nasty ghosts. Oh, I got some nasty ones.
They
And
are
whatever your
nasty.
definition of nasty is, I got it. It's just the way it is here. I got some good ones too, though. Hey, good people. Don't forget about those good spirits.
Right, they're people. Who's got some questions?
Yeah,
Anybody
yeah,
got
yeah. Don't
questions
forget about
for
'em.
Spooky?
We
Let's
got
see.
some sweetheart spirits.
Let's see.
I always like the nice one. I mean, obviously
The nice. Let me
we
tell
like
you
to have
something.
conversations, but I like the ones
Spooky.
that are like there to interact
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, like Spooky, the best conversations that I have ever had have been with pleasant spirits. Now,
Yeah.
content wise, people want more dark. They remember the dark more. They want the darker stuff. But listen, I've been doing this for a while, and I've seen people in the paranormal rise and fall. People get into it and then drop off, and the reason is they submerge themselves in that darkness, in
Hmm.
that negative headspace, and it affects people. So I like best of both worlds. Give me the sweet spirit that's gonna say that they don't mind me hanging out there and gonna talk to me, and then give me the spirit that's gonna tell me to go fuck myself. I'm cool with it all. So
Spooky, here's some questions.
Yeah.
What devices do you use when you investigate? Like, what is your go-to?
I mean, Spirit Box, obviously. I really like the REM pod. I know it's very easily debunkable, but I do my best to keep all of the potential triggers out of the environment.
Mhm.
A good old digital recorder. I think a lot of the time, because I deal with historic heritage sites, I like the old school methods. I try not to go too much on the gear and the equipment because I kind of worry sometimes it scares them a little bit. Like if they're not
Scares
as
who? Ghosts?
the spirits, yeah. Like if
which are
they're,
easily scared, by the way.
from the
Don't ask me
1800s,
how, but they are.
lights and beeps and stuff like that, it might confuse them. So I'm actually working on developing a couple of my own tools as well, to try to limit uh, strange things like beeping and lights.
Spooky, do you? These are all questions from the chat. Spooky,
Yeah.
do you always go alone, or do you usually go with someone?
I try to go with someone, and it's not for the reason you probably imagine. It's not because I'm scared. It's actually because I don't trust myself enough to have an experience and like be able to fully say that was 100% an experience I had. So having a witness is always what I want. But I do go alone sometimes. Sometimes you don't have somebody to go with you.
Have you ever had here's another one from Mama Lisa. Have you ever had a physical experience? Like, have you ever been
Yeah.
touched or physical? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been touched. I've been touched just like a casual, like tap on the shoulder or, tugging on a jacket or pants or something like that. But one of the most amazing ones that I will never forget is I was about to fall backwards down a staircase, and literally two hands on my shoulders, like full 10 fingers, all hand, pushed me upright, and definitely saved me from cracking my head
That's the
open.
difference between Canadian ghosts and U.S. ghosts.
Very
100%.
kind.
Right? I mean,
100%.
Yeah.
100%. That's a
Yeah,
Canadian
100%.
ghost.
And he was like,
And New
"Oh,
York
don't
Ghost
fall."
over here would be
I
like,
was just
What's up,
missing the
Stark?
story.
I see you, Stark. Yeah, it's that's definitely a Canadian ghost, right? I think for us, we would want the pratfall and the laugh,
Yeah.
because if you don't get hurt, it's funny. If you get hurt, it's tragic.
I
Someone
was
falls.
on tour, so I'm glad it didn't come to that because I could have traumatized like 15 people.
Yeah, sure,
Um,
sure. That's interesting. So wait, can you tell us a little about what you think you're trying to make to catch ghosts?
yeah. I'm essentially building a REM pod, I guess, that is going to function as a slight proximity sensor, but more so capacitive touch sensor. So if something comes in contact with an object, specifically, I want to be able to hook it up to different objects and use those objects as a trigger for the spirit. So an object that might be kind of mundane in their lives, a cookware or a plate, something that can be connected to the device in another room so that it's not interfering immediately in the room that the activity is happening in. I'm also building similarly with my brother who did his master's in capacitive touch and stained glass. We're building a stained glass panel that, depending on where it gets touched, it might have a small light go off, because I think art might intrigue a spirit and they'll want to like touch it.
All right. So I'm sorry. It's called what kind of touch? It's
Capacitive touch.
capacitive
Yeah.
touch. So basically you're doing something where it's like I'm just explaining it I'm explaining it for myself slowly,
Yeah.
so I can understand what's happening. it's got whatever sort of wires or sensors on it, so that if it feels I guess a physical touch or heat or what defines a touch from a spirit to set it off that you're trying to do?
So that's
Like, could a person
that's the
touch it
big
and would it
question.
go off?
Yeah, 100%. Because
Okay.
what it is it's like the I'm not a sciencey person, so it's like the electrodes or whatever coming out of your fingertips. Like when you touch that, it completes the circuit. And so by completing the circuit, then the light goes off, the alarm goes off, right?
Okay.
The question is, does it work the same with a ghost? And so that's, you'd have to go through all of the testing and stuff. It
Sure.
seems like maybe because the REM pod works similarly, but have to be in the testing phase to say anything more about that part.
That's
So is it
got
gonna
it.
be like two alligator clips coming out,
Yeah.
one on the object, and then where's the other alligator clip is gonna be on something for the spirits to touch, or
Yeah,
are they?
so it'll all kind of, so it's going to be a
Don't get kinky,
box.
dude. Don't get kinky. What you're
It's
putting
like a
out there.
box with toggle switches, because why not? And then
What if the spirits get kinky? You know, then
Let's
you know what I'm saying?
keep it clean. It's not after hours yet.
yeah, there's going to be an alligator clip going to the object itself, and then to potentially a copper plate as well,
Okay.
but then to the electronics on the inside.
Okay. Cool.
Here's a good question that came in, and a good standard one for people who do what you both do. Spooky, how do you keep entities from attaching to you, or do you believe in attachment? Do you believe that can happen?
I don't believe in it the way that I think is like publicly understood, or thought of. I think that anything can want to attach to you if you especially are emitting like a really nice energy or whatever. But I also am a firm believer that, at least in my interactions, spirits are a lot more aware than we realize, and I don't think they want to go with you anywhere. Like a lot of the time, I think that they're okay with where they are at, and if they didn't want to be there, they would just leave. The actual documenting cases of attachments, there's not many. There's very, very few. Um, it's a bit of a tricky thing to discuss because some people really believe it, and some people have had experiences where they're like, I had one. And I'm not gonna ever deny somebody those experiences, but I think they're a lot more rare than people make them out to be.
Well, that and when you think about it, it's like, you know, what relative to what, right? Like think about
Yeah,
relative to what? Attachment, okay. Are you talking about something actually sinking its teeth into you and not letting go? Or something that might have followed you from the grocery store into, a bookstore, and like you
exactly.
said, spirits could, I agree with that. Spirits want to go where they're going to go. They stay where they want to stay. Sometimes they get a little confused. Sometimes they unconfuse themselves. But regardless, it's literally that they do what they want, right? Essentially. So yeah, like the whole attachment thing. People are so stuck on attachments. They
And
really
I
are.
think
Like
there's,
to
yeah,
yeah. No. What
I
are
was
you
just
saying?
going to say, sorry. I
Yeah.
think there's with attachments, it's a lot more psychological than paranormal. I think that if you go in, especially to a location where maybe there's a more aggressive spirit, and that, you're gonna expect to have a bad time. You're gonna think about, oh, I don't want this attached to me. You're gonna get scared. You're gonna get in your head. Things are gonna happen. You're gonna go, oh my gosh, it's the attachment. But at what point did you actually prove that it was? Like,
Right.
are you looking into that at all? Are you trying to figure out what is happening? Or are you just jumping to that conclusion because you were in a scary spot?
And that goes back to what we, kind of what we started about, or we mentioned when we started. Like, are you manifesting? Are you the architect of your own nightmare in a weird way? Right? I mean, is it that?
100%.
Are you hearing yourself? Fucking pareidolia for the goddamn Estes method.
I'm so glad to have been part of this moment, this like mind
Now,
opening.
what's really interesting about like the whole like middleman thing, and Gary, like why would somebody do that? And pareidolia being a great answer for that. Um, in my documentation, I never do it. I stay away from the method because I try to do documentation that everybody can see and hear, regardless if they're seeing and hearing wrong. It's still part of the data coming in, right? And let's be real. In 2025, in this social media age that we are in, because we are in peak social media age now. There are many people out there that, oh, Esses, blah blah blah. They do they get everything going, and what they are saying is just complete horseshit. And a lot of people don't like to say it, but it's the truth. You know. Now, where you're coming from, you're a shining example of, if you're gonna do the method, do it right. So, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, one
I
of the
expect to see that recording. I want to see you do that.
absolutely,
I want
100%.
I want to see that split, because that's fun.
Oh, I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued because I want to see at what point is it something that actually was heard? Or like, was it your brain filling in a gap? Was it you completing a word that came through only half a word? From a investigation perspective, I want to see that difference.
So do I. I'm fast. Now it's like, now I'm into it. Now I got to try it. God damn it.
That's the other thing about the method. I think that it's hard to watch someone do it and fully believe, especially on social media. Like it could totally be scripted. You have no idea. Trying it yourself changes everything. When you have that session where you're like, I don't even remember what I was saying, and it was half accurate, or more than half accurate,
Right.
those are the incredible sessions that make you wonder what's happening.
Spooky, this has been incredibly fun. I am so
So much
glad
fun.
you agreed to come on. Where do
Thanks for
people
having
find
me.
you? Let's make sure we tell the good people where to find you. Is it
Tell the good people.
spooky.scoundrel?
Spooky.scoundrel, TikTok, and YouTube.
Right there. I just put it up on the board. Hopefully you guys can see it. Spooky.scoundrel. Oh, wait, it's a little too small here for this. Let me just shrink this a little so the folks can see the name. I'll put it up again for everybody who didn't catch it the first time. There you go. At spooky.scoundrel on TikTok, Instagram.
Not Instagram.
Not Instagram.
YouTube.
I
Sorry,
made that up.
YouTube.
On
You made it up.
YouTube, TikTok, spooky.scoundrel.
Damn,
And it's
audio
really fun.
paranoia.
Spooky's got it. Yeah, right. Yeah, I just made that up. Spooky's got a great feed. They're very fun
Thank you.
stories, and they have a great way of telling those stories. So I encourage you all to follow Spooky Scoundrel, because it was great. And we thank you so much. This was a real pleasure.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome having
Of
you.
course. Just leave your browser on for a minute until it says fully uploaded as we say goodbye to you, and then we're gonna brag about you and talk about you a little more behind your back while you're away. And I thank you so much. It was a real pleasure. It really was.
All right. It was great. If you ever want to chat again, even off cameras, I can't get enough talking about ghosts.
Would love it. Welcome it.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome.
We'll
Have a
see
great
ya.
night.
All right,
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right.
They gave you a great answer.
That was a great answer, dude.
That was a great answer. They gave you a great answer.
I saw I saw it in your face too.
Yeah,
So that was a good answer.
Because that's the answer.
Because you know what the worst part
that
about
is
how
the
great you
answer.
want to know the worst part about how great that answer is?
Yeah.
Is that the two dicks like us have been talking about it for so long, and we didn't think of that as a possible answer. We never said it out loud. But it's like, that's, of course, that makes total sense. Like you get rid of the bias that puts in your head of what you want to hear.
The only thing is, what you're doing is you're trading that bias for the, wait a minute, or is that person full of shit?
Well,
Right?
that's the thing. Well, we don't know, right? You have to. Right,
That's
let's
the only
assume,
thing.
okay.
It's got to be someone you trust.
You trust,
That's
right? You have to go at it and think.
Got to be somebody. You
Come at it
trust.
from a place of belief, right? If you come at it from
Yeah.
a place of belief, and you let's assume everyone's being on the up and up, then that's why you're doing it right. But if it's just like somebody yelling out words, what can I do? What can I do? I can't say if they're lying or not. I don't know how to answer that. If they're faking it, so it goes. But that was a great answer.
Yeah.
Spooky Scoundrel, everybody, wonderful.
Wow.
Guys, today is Thursday, September 4th. On Tuesday, September 9th, we have our interview with Amy Belaski from the Belaski Experience. Is that right? Am I saying it right? Is it the Belaski Method or the Belaski Experience? Hold on.
I thought it was the Blasky's experience.
Yes, the Belaski Experience. Amy Belaski, she is one of the most popular and highly rated social media psychic mediums out there. She's absolutely wonderful. And her perspective on spirits and communicating with spirits using and the idea of
Voxy
frequency.
approved.
Voxy approved. Frequency and vibration. Again, going back to this hermetic principles of vibration, this Kabbalion sort of belief, which I don't know if she even recognized or follows. I think it's just a natural frequency for her. Because when I brought it up, she sounded like she had never read about it.
No.
But it's still, which sort of makes it feel even more legit, right? When someone's
Yep.
doing something that they didn't know was a thing or didn't realize was
Yeah,
based
and
on
they're
something,
just they're doing it just naturally.
just naturally. She's wonderful. And guys, she has had 4 near-death experiences. She has a slew of medical issues that have strengthened her connection to spirit. It's a whole different way to look at things. She's a wonderful guest. She's a big personality online. I mean, you'll find her on TikTok at the Belaski. I mean, she's got like almost 3.5 million followers. I mean, she's huge. And we are very lucky to have her. We are very lucky to have Spooky Scoundrel today. We have a lot of good guests coming up. We've got, who are some of the others? Oh, after Belaski, we're going to a little week of past life regression. I know that was a lot for people. They really wanted us to get into that, and I get into that. That's a whole other mind F. That's like a whole other thing, past life regression. And then I got the executive producer of one of the Ghost Adventure shows, House Calls, is going to be on. If you guys like those ghost shows, talks about, a little more behind the scenes on that stuff.
Yeah, which is awesome.
And we've got a couple more executive producers coming on too, who've produced some of your favorite shows, from Skinwalker Ranch to, he was even a producer on Ghost Hunters, the first season, the original. So
yeah, and that's just so wild, because it's a window, it's a sight and knowledge that normally isn't presented in the paranormal. We're gonna hear from the people that are essentially producing the content.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
There's so much love-hate of that content, right? Because it's fake, it's TV, it's fake, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But,
it's a great dive, guys. I'm telling you,
fun.
it's a great. It's awesome.
So we got a lot of good stuff coming up.
Yeah, a lot.
Keep listening, keep watching. What else can I tell you, good people? Stay curious, for Christ's sake. We have a good thing going here, and we want you to keep watching, and we want you to share it. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Here on TikTok, on YT. If you're watching on Santa Paranormal, go to Splintered Spirits. Please give us, subscribe to our channel. We are very close to hitting our
1,000.
Our first goal of 1,000 subs, and it's free to do.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got for us today, man.
Awesome.
Do you have anything you want to
Been a
tell
good
the
one.
good people?
No, nothing at all, other than the fact that you guys are awesome. Stay curious, and make sure you guys catch up when you can. A lot of episodes, a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, man, we're having a lot of fun, and we're gonna try to close out the year. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, on the weeks that we don't drop a brand new episode, we've been going back and dropping those episodes that never had video with video.
With video.
Bigger, longer, less cut. There's still
Less
some edits
cut.
in it.
Yeah,
There's still some edits in it, but they are like, I dropped the full interview with Lloyd. We're about to drop episode 1, which is twice as long. My initial interview with John. I'm going to drop the full reading that Kathy gave me from episode 6. So there's a lot of fun, some backstory and some things now that we're hitting. So cool. Check it out, keep following. But if you're not subscribed, you're not going to see these announcements and these drops. So that's it, John. This is a good one.
Gary, awesome, man. Everybody, thank you.
Thanks so much, folks. All right, here we go. So my name's Gary, and I'm here talking to my nephew, Johnny.
What's
You got to
going on?
speak, because let's try it again. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, Johnny, where I'll be documenting Johnny as he tries to prove his theory about what ghosts are. You heard me right, ghosts. But that's not how this podcast started out. I've been in the entertainment business for years, kicking and clawing for those rare wins. Meanwhile, Johnny's out there making a killing on TikTok by talking to the dead. With the state of the entertainment industry the way it is, the idea behind this podcast started out as a traditional media creator, me, trying to get some insight into this social media world. I mean, his @Santa Paranormal TikTok feed at the time of this recording has over 900,000 followers. His success has made me question all of my life choices, which I'm sure you don't want to hear about and are thinking, thanks pal, just put the fries in the bag. But over the course of this interview, what started as professional fascination and includes Johnny's haunted beginnings, turns into something more proactive and fun. And the idea of a podcast about the differences in media, which was probably boring and stupid to begin with, might become a fun investigative series into the unknown. And oh yeah, you're going to hear ghosts too. So let's dive into the conversation and see where it takes us. Hey everybody, my name's Gary. I'm talking to my nephew, Johnny. Say hello.
What's going on, John?
And I wanted to talk to my nephew today because what he does for a living is unlike anybody or anything I've ever heard. He is a TikTok phenom. He has over 750,000 followers. And it's not because he does dance moves or his makeup tips or his healthy recipes. He's on there because he talks to the dead. Do I have that right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, listen, I tried makeup, I tried dance moves. It just wasn't for me. So
this is what clicked. So you can find him on TikTok at Santa Paranormal. And he's got a really, and we're going to get into it because I want to talk to him how he got there, how he found out that he had this skill. And hopefully at the end of this, maybe we'll actually have a conversation with some of these spirits that he talks to. But first, Johnny, you got to tell me, man, when was your first paranormal experience?
So my first paranormal experience where I was old enough to gauge what was actually happening was actually right across the street from where I'm at right now. And that's an old firehouse that was built in the 1800s. I used to be a parliamentary officer for the company I was in, and I was doing some secretary work late at night because I'm a night owl naturally. And I saw somebody staring at me through the parlor doors, peeking through the window. And normally there's nobody there late at night. And when I got up to investigate it, there was nobody there. This was happening to me repeatedly while I was sitting there at the computer and doing some work. And I actually launched my first very improv investigation to see if I could communicate with the entity. At the time, it's going
What did
back.
you see? Do you remember exactly what you saw?
Oh, I remember exactly what I saw. I saw an older man, in between, 70, 75 years old, approximately. And he was a little short, a little hunched, and just very curious as to what I was doing. Now, my first initial investigation didn't yield much, but from talking to other people in the fire department, I ended up finding out that he is an entity that is always seen there by multiple people, and he was a janitor. And he was a janitor there for decades. So, and unfortunately, I didn't get to speak to the spirit, but
So you were sitting at a computer in the firehouse.
yep.
And you sort of, you felt something, or you
No,
saw
where I was sitting, like let's say this is the setup, and where this phone is right now is exactly where it is. I'm literally sitting at the computer, and you're at a computer, especially with the big screens back in the day. You lean over a little bit like this to see what's in front of you, and naturally, and that's when I spotted the entity staring at me from like down at least 20 feet down, because the room was a big parlor room.
Did you shit yourself at all?
No, at first I was like, who the hell's spying on me? You know, seeing if I was
But
up.
he was in the room.
Oh yeah.
Did you get up and walk over there or go like, what the hell? Like
Oh
what
yeah.
time, you know?
Twice, initially twice. I thought it was just somebody, you know, either somebody was drinking or somebody was just curious of what I was doing. I thought somebody was messing with me at first. I had a lot of thoughts going through my mind. You know, this is a firehouse that has over 300 volunteers at the time. So it could have been a number of anybody in there, but nobody was there.
Okay, so that's your first paranormal experience. You see this
As an
ghost, this
adult.
guy,
As an adult.
as an adult.
Yeah, as an adult.
And then you know, you're sitting there and you're like, okay, you wanted to find out more. And then is that when did you start investigating the firehouse? And what does that mean, investigating the firehouse? What did you do?
So this is going back. This is 2002, and
Okay.
we didn't have much to use back then to investigate. So I set up a camcorder trying to capture the entity. I had a voice recorder trying to capture the entity speaking, and what else was I doing then? I think that was it. That's all. That's all I really had at my disposal at the time. So
And
very
yeah,
rudimentary.
and nothing came through. You couldn't get anything.
Nothing. Couldn't get anything.
So okay, so then where do you go from there? What's the next phase in this becoming, you know, Santa Paranormal? Like from, you know, that's 2002.
That's 2002. So then after that, I did other. I started getting into it more and more, and I started investigating old speakeasies and places where people are like, "Hey, John, this is haunted. Come check it out." And I'd go check it out. What's wrong, baby? Cat's just meowing at the wall. Maybe she sees a spirit. So I do, speakeasies, haunted dorms, people's houses, things of that nature. And then by 2009, I started branching out, actually going to businesses and places that were reporting activity that weren't even in my hometown.
So what was the first, where was the first time that you actually spoke to a spirit?
So the first time I actually spoke to a spirit was at a place that doesn't exist anymore. It was called Smalley's Inn in Carmel, New York. And the story goes, hold on one second. Hey, come on,
Sure.
Foxy, you gotta stop, baby. Come here. Come on, I just want attention. Come here. You're very distracting when you start getting like that. So the first place I went to was Smalley's Inn in Carmel, New York. Then the story with that place was that there was he was like the sheriff, the coroner, the everything in this small town. And he had a daughter that had Down syndrome, back in the 1800s. Those things were handled very differently. He unfortunately kept her locked up in the basement for about 10, 11 years and then decided to do a mercy killing, as he called it, and he drowned her. They found her gravestone actually in the basement. They buried her in the basement and actually gave her a headstone and everything. And when they were doing construction, they uncovered this headstone, and then the activity just boomed in this place. I learned a lot of things from this place, which is why I'm bringing it up.
So tell me. I want to hear all about it. So okay, you knew this story before going there, so that's why you went there.
Well, I heard the place was haunted. I didn't know any of this. We learned all this when we got there.
Okay.
We just heard it was a very haunted spot. And
Okay.
So I go there. I find out all this about the little girl. I see the headstone itself. And then, I bust out. I had two, at this point now, 2009, I had two forms of communication. I had an FM AM radio that I manipulated myself by removing the tab so it would constantly scan and go and scan through radio waves. And I had my recorder, but at this point it was digital. It was no longer on a cassette tape. Now we're rocking with digital. So my first conversation I had was actually with this little girl. And she, very soft spoken, sounded like a 10, 11-year-old girl, talking about how she loves her dad, but her dad doesn't like her, how she never gets to go outside, all these. Hey, what is wrong with you? Hold on.
It's all right.
I don't know what is wrong with you, girl. It's okay. It's just my big bag. Oh man, she gets like this sometimes. Special needs cat. Yeah, you're lucky I rescued you. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm having
right.
this conversation with her. She's talking about how her father, doesn't let her outside. How she loves her father so much. Her mother barely talks to her. You can tell that it was of course back then it wasn't considered abuse, but now in today's times that would be horrific. But that's how they
Yeah.
handled people like this back in the day, unfortunately. So she's
Mhm.
telling us all this in the way a little girl, a troubled little girl would. And the audio,
Yeah.
I wish I still had it. This is going all the way back. I just remember how
Right.
broken up it sounded. Like you can tell you were speaking to somebody who had a handicap.
Right.
So at the same location, we also caught a video on a camera recorder of an entity. You saw it had a top hat, a face, and then it zoomed right by us. And we also caught that too, which was pretty wild. And then came the greatest lesson of all with the paranormal and why I am 90% skeptic. The people who own this place were also messing with us. They were the entire time flipping off the light switches. They had a three-way light switch so they could
Mhm.
control lights from the top, the first floor to the basement. They were
Mhm.
flipping them on and off. I have a little knowledge of electrical, so I was able to tell by the wiring, just by looking at it, rudimentary BX wiring. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a three-way. Flipping them on and off. They were throwing stuff at us in the basement. They would never let us in the basement altogether. There was two sides to this basement and two stairways that went down. And I wanted to split the team up and go one half here, one half there. They wouldn't let us do it. They kept us all on one side, and every time we were there, they were messing with us, throwing plates through the wall, all sorts of things. And I learned a valuable lesson that even in places that are extremely haunted, you still can't trust the human element. That people will embellish and people will lie, especially when it comes to money and business.
Wow.
So that's actually one of the main reasons why I'm actually, I like to say 90% skeptic. I'm 10% a believer. It takes a lot. And this is my success on TikTok has to do with the fact that instead of putting the bar here, I put the bar all the way up. I put the bar high. And there are many things that other people would consider evidence that I dismiss, that I want absolutely nothing to do with because it's just not,
You
it's,
don't buy it.
I don't buy it.
So, okay, that's your first time you start having a conversation with a spirit.
Yes.
Is this little girl?
Is this little girl.
And then does it start to happen to you more frequently, or did you have to create
No, after Smalley's, life took place. I ended up starting having children. Work. Everything, and investigation slowed down. I really didn't do much. I tried it again a little bit in 2015, and then just realized I wouldn't have the time to dedicate to actually doing this. And then it wasn't until COVID. It wasn't until COVID that I lost my job like so many other people.
Right.
And I said, and the place where I lived is extremely haunted, and I knew this. And I
Mhm.
ended up having to take the super's job of this building, which put me in the
Yeah,
basement.
real quick. Tell us about your apartment building.
So my apartment building,
History.
the original structure down in the basement goes back to the 1700s. It was an outpost used in the expansion of Saw Pit, which is what this area was called. And it was one of three outposts that was built. And by the Revolutionary War, the British came to Saw Pit and steamrolled everything. It wasn't until the Battle of White Plains that George Washington stood ground. Everything up until Saw Pit was wiped out. and the outpost itself was destroyed. All that was left was a couple of walls, and that's it. By 1860, a very wealthy man named Edward ended up building on the outpost his retirement home. And he was a very evil man himself. So, and he did a lot of horrible things that unfortunately you really can't find, in newspapers or in the news back in the day, because the rich and powerful, they still cover things up. But back then it was even easier for him. So this man had this place, he ends up dying, and then it becomes a temporary hospital during the Spanish flu. This is where people started dropping like flies. Maybe a couple a month when Edward was there, but now that it's a temporary hospital for the Spanish flu, people are dying left and right in this place. Then nobody wanted anything to do with the estate after the Spanish flu, except for one investor bought it and turned it into an actual hospital. And that hospital was called Regent Hill Hospital because it looked over Regent Street. And that didn't go well. They ended up building United Hospital, which was built in the 30s. And then that became an apartment building. And it's still an apartment building. And I live there now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Right.
basically.
And then you're the super. And
Yep.
you found a lot of activity in your own basement. Is that correct?
Yes, an insane amount, from visually and everything from audio to visual happens in that
So
place.
I want to know this. When did you really start to have conversations? When was the first moment? Was it here in this building in the basement?
Yes.
Where it was
Yes.
like, now I've got a device that helped me get to have conversation. When did that, and what was the first sort of thing?
That's exactly what happened. I realized how haunted the basement was, and I said, you know what? I'm not working right now other than being the super of this place. It's only 20 apartments, so it's not a crazy job. A lot of downtime. So I'm like, let's see what the technology's like, and then realize that from when I last did it, everything changed. They now have EMF readers. They now have built devices. You don't have to make your own. They now have portal boxes. They now have apps based off the magnetometer on your phone. Everything was different. I dove right in. I fired them up, and they just started talking. And then I find out that other people are using the same equipment and getting nowhere near the same results that I am. And then,
why do you think that is, dude? Why do you think you are connected to the spirits in a way that they want to talk to you? What is it?
I firmly believe that it has to do with my magnetic field. I believe that each and every one of us, we all have a magnetic field. That's science. That this isn't hocus pocus. That's what, what's it called? Not EKG. I forgot what I can't think off the top of my head right now what scientific medical equipment monitors your magnetic field for your heart. Oh, yeah, it is an EKG. The EKG machine. That tests your heart. What they're actually testing is your magnetic field. And if there's something wrong with your heart, your magnetic field is going to show that, because your magnetic field is produced by the active current by your heart, your blood pumping through your body. So I think that some of us, for whatever reason, have a magnetic field that's a little different, where it attracts spirits. It makes them talk, things of such nature. And I think it's a scientific thing. I don't think it's a gift from God or some other being or aliens. I think it's a human-based attribute.
And that's what okay. So, all right. So something about you,
Yeah.
you feel gives off an energy that when you're using all these things, because anybody could buy this stuff, that's what makes it like you have this certain connection and you have these conversations with them.
No.
Well, that's bananas. I mean, it's absolutely crazy because you're doing, I've seen it. I've seen the videos. When did you get into, all right, so now you're doing this, you're primarily doing it in your basement.
Mm-hmm.
When did you start going out in the field with this stuff and really start,
So
I know you do, with Grave and all the other things. Like, how did you make that move and that transition?
This basement, unfortunately, is very toxic. It was toxic to me. It was toxic to my followers. People were being
What do you
affected. People were being
what do you mean?
affected by the place.
What
Like
do you mean affected?
some would have physical issues, while other people would just become completely nasty and disgusting. We're talking about like people that have been watching me for months that were completely fine, and then all of a sudden you start to hear from like their family members, "Hey, there's been a real mental decline in this person since they started watching you. We're not going to have them watch you anymore. You know, we're intervening." Which isn't good if you're running a social media community-based platform. You
Yeah.
need that, and it was literally destroying my community that I was building as I'm documenting,
You're
and it wasn't
saying,
good for me either.
just so I'm clear, you believe that by highlighting and having conversations in your basement, whatever the spirits that were manifesting themselves there to you was then affecting not only you, but your listeners and watchers.
So it wasn't the fact that I was having the conversations with them. What I was doing was leaving the camera rolling after I went to bed, and there would be almost like 24-hour streams happening where hundreds of people are sitting there at their homes watching either like the fireplace room, which is a room in the building, or the abandoned side, which is another wing of the building that's now abandoned. And it was the constant hours these people were putting into this that were actually mentally and physically affecting them. I had to make a change, but I still wanted to document. So I thought to myself, where else would spirits speak to me? And in large abundance. Well,
Right.
let's try a cemetery.
Right.
And I went to a cemetery, and something that no one, even in the paranormal field, ever thought, like, hey, there's not spirits at a cemetery. It's just stone, marble, granite, and dirt. Well, no,
Mhm.
there's something about a quantum connection to a final resting place or a memorial that will tether some memories at location. And thus was born the cemetery walks.
Obviously, it's a
Yep.
big part of your TikTok is these cemeteries and you're cleaning graves and volunteering and having
Yep.
conversations. Do you have all right? So now you do this a lot. Do you have repeat spirits? Do you have any
Yes.
like spirits that constantly want to connect with you?
So
And
I wouldn't
why do you think that is?
I wouldn't use the words connecting with me, because
Okay.
the way I like to do it is I like to go to location and just document what's coming through. I don't even speak to the spirits most of the time. I speak to my audience. And then if
Mhm.
something comes through and speaks and I feel that it's actually speaking to us, then I'll engage it. Most of the time I'll just ignore it. Now, to answer your question about repeat spirits, yes. There's no guarantee they're going to come through, but I've had repeat conversations with the same spirit over and over.
What do you now? What is your explanation? Like most people think of ghosts and stuff that are spirits that are still floating around, that they have unfinished business and they're not
Yeah, that's
traveling.
all. That's
What's your theory on all this?
so the whole unfinished business, 3 a.m. I like to call that the romantic paranormal nonsense. It's actually all that is all reasons why no one takes this field seriously. I believe there's a scientific reason for it. As you know, energy can't be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. That's science, basic science. We know that. We've been learning that since we were children. The energy in our brains that whatever you want to say, it's a charge of positive 70 millivolts of sodium and potassium switching in the myelin sheath, causing our movements, causing our thoughts, all of that. That charge, that electrical charge, that can't be destroyed once we die. It goes against the laws of physics. It has to go somewhere. And what is it? What exactly is that? Well, think of it like this. You know how some people, when they get blood transfusions constantly, or they receive an organ from a donor, they begin to get attributes from the organ donor, memories, feelings, new food cravings, new hobbies. interest in music. There's even been reports going as extreme as being able to play an instrument that their donor was able to play. It's the same concept. It's those memories. It's what makes us us. Not only can they be transferred per human, but when we die, they don't disappear. They connect with matter. At least I personally believe. This is all theoretical, but
Mhm.
I believe that's what explains it. So when I'm speaking to a spirit, it's the spirit's memory. It's the actual memories of the spirit.
Got it. What would you say? All right, and then I want to see if we could try to talk to see if we can get any. But what do you look? I'm sure there's other people who try to do what you do, or they're critics of what you do. What are your biggest critics? And these first, tell me about what the critics say, and then tell me about the copycats and what you think makes you stand out. So
So
first, tell
all
me about
right.
the critics,
So
your biggest critics.
there's two types of critics, right? There are the critics that are in my field that do what I do, that don't get the same responses, don't get the same conversations. They think I'm using, a soundboard and pushing buttons and whatnot. Even though in my video, especially when I'm cleaning graves, you can clearly tell none of that is happening.
Mhm.
Then there's the critics, obviously, that have nothing to do with the paranormal. They don't believe in it. And they speak from, oh, it's recordings. Oh, it's just randomness and he's just lucky. All they give me all sorts of, explanations. I would agree with half of that as far as the randomness goes, because there's always that chance. However, how many times is lightning going to strike?
Mhm.
That's my thing. Like, okay, I get getting lucky once. Okay, I get getting lucky. In the beginning of this video, you said, "Oh, I had over 750,000 followers." Now it's close to 820,000, and that's
Wow,
because three
that's
days
days,
ago,
dude.
yeah,
That's like days.
yeah, three days ago, I had another two viral videos that just popped off. And one of the videos, I'm cleaning a grave and I'm showing my audience that my drill brush, isn't going to hurt the grave. It won't even hurt my hand. And a child goes, "Are you okay?" As I'm drilling into my hand with the brush. And I
You
had
mean a spirit child,
a spirit
of
child.
child's
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, a spirit child. And I had to explain to this spirit, this child, that no, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. If you don't believe me, the palm of my hand.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, child. I'm sorry. I was just showing people something. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Feels up.
Yeah, it's dirty.
Nothing.
A smaller brush in here. Nooks and crannies.
Are you scared?
No, not scared at all.
Good.
I hope you're not.
His heart.
So that's my whole thing. How many times is lightning going to strike? Because it keeps
Right,
striking for me if that's the case.
right, right.
And I'm
So
not
that's
that lucky. And I'm not that lucky. you know?
sure, sure. You've got right. It is definitely working, whatever it is you're
Yeah.
doing, especially from a social media perspective and
So
how it's
as
playing
as
out.
far as far as the copycats,
Yeah.
listen, copying somebody is the greatest form of flattery. The only thing that bothers me is how disrespectful some people can be, especially when in these places like this was somebody's loved one regardless at one point in time. Somebody
Hmm.
loved this person. If the spirit says, "Hey, I don't want to talk to you," don't stand there and go, "Oh, well, why don't you want to talk to me?" Just walk
Right,
away. Walk away.
right,
It's that simple. Walk away respectfully. "Thank you, spirit. Sorry to bother you," and just keep it moving. So that's my big
right.
thing with the copycats. None of them do that. None of them do that at all. They just
You
sit
push.
there and push and hound, and I'm not about that.
It's amazing. All right, listen. I want to see if we can talk, if we can get some voices.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab. I'll grab. What's it called?
Grab
One of
whatever
the
you need.
phones.
Let's see who's around, if
Let's see who's
anyone.
around.
And tell me about your office, because there's a reason why you get voices in your office, right?
Well, yeah. Well, this factory goes back to the 1900s. It was built in 1902. I have communicated with various spirits here. One named Walter, one named Peter, one named Mary. A little child recently named Sarah has been coming through like crazy. It's a mixed bag of nuts here because of the history. It goes all the way back to 1902. It's still in operation today. Most of it is now private businesses, but there's just so much happening here.
Because it's live. And also, just to be clear for anybody, you do this live. This is not
Yes.
edited later. You're doing live streams for
there's
your basement or the graves, and it
Yep.
just happened.
It's all
And
everything is live, and
How often do
all
you go
the
live?
videos.
How many
all
times
the,
a week do you go live?
Oh, I go live about between 20 and 30 times a week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, between 1 and 2 hour sessions. So sometimes up to 30 times, depending on the community. Goals we hit, this, that, and the other. They want
Right.
me. They can get me as much as they want me, as long as they keep hitting the goals and
Right.
supporting what I'm doing. So
Got it. It's amazing.
all right. So
let's see. And tell me about your process here. What are we doing to set ourselves up to hopefully?
we're gonna go super basic. Super basic. What we are going to
Okay.
use is an app that samples radio waves, and then the spirits with their vibration and their frequency affect the magnometer in the phone, which then will change the bits and pieces of radio to form their voice and to say their words. So
Okay.
out of all the apps, it's actually the most simple because there's no word bank, there's no sound bank, and it's all bits and pieces of radio.
Got it.
So we're gonna go with that, and we will see exactly what is said. All right. Let me know if I have to turn on the Bluetooth speaker.
Okay.
Let me know if you have any trouble hearing them when they start talking.
Okay. While you're setting that up, what has been your biggest, most successful viral video thus far?
My biggest one is the one of Mary, 5-year-old little girl, cleaning a 5-year-old little girl's grave. It has over 20 million views now.
Wow.
Cleaning my grave.
That's it.
Done, son.
That's it. We're cleaning your grave. That's it, little Mary.
It's unknown. What is your name?
My name is John, Mary. Seems like you're having trouble retaining that information. Since you're one of those. That's okay, baby. I won't forget you.
Wow. Now I'm hearing a couple of sounds in the background.
Yep, that's it starting. Can you hear it clear? Or should I put on the Bluetooth speaker?
Well, it's hard to say just yet because I don't know what else if you're hearing more than me. Maybe we should throw the speaker on just in case to
Just throw the
make it.
speaker on. All right, you
Get
got
a little.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gato.
Yeah.
Gato. Come on.
Scared. Activate. Battery good.
It connected, Gato. It connected, but don't turn it off now.
And this is how you would normally run like your TikTok, right? You'd have this on, you'd be talking to your list, your followers,
Yep.
and then just hopefully hear something. Who can we see? How do you see if someone's around? How would you do that if you wanted someone specific? Like do you have any regulars in your office?
Yes, yeah, they definitely come through in my office. If we're doing this like I'm doing it live, I wouldn't even engage the spirits. I would literally talk to you. We'll just keep talking. And then when I start to hear something that makes me go, oh, wait, something's paying attention to us, then we engage the spirit. So
I'm curious if they can hear me and if they want to say, because normally your audience doesn't get to talk to them.
Yeah. Oh, they can hear you.
You're what?
You're what?
That sounded like hear what?
Yeah.
That's what that sounded like to me.
Yeah. They can hear you.
And that's
crazy, right?
It sounded like a woman's voice that said, hear what?
Yep. Well, this place is predominantly a lot of women because of what it was back in the day. It was a t-shirt factory. So I've been listening. You hear that spirit just said, I've been listening. Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Hey, spirits. Spirits. Can you hear Gary right now?
Generate.
Can you confirm that you can hear Gary through the screen?
The British Empire.
See a lot of what's coming through right now. Okay, so I just heard through the screen.
Yeah.
That I did hear, but a lot of everything else was inaudible to me, so I'd ignore it. I just said, a child just said, let him out. I can't. He's not trapped in the phone. Probably a child that has no idea what this is. Sir? Yeah, there's definitely a child here, too.
That's a little freaking me out, dude. How do you not get freaked out by that?
Yeah. Honestly, this stuff amazes me. You know, it's part of the documentation. It amazes me. The fact that they're all around constantly, you know?
Now, have you ever? First of all, I'd love to see your mother talk to these spirits, or your father, even better. Which would be?
Well,
which would be
did my mother ever tell you what happened?
No,
To her?
tell me. No, tell me what happened.
Okay. So we were down in the basement in the fireplace
of your apartment.
So I'm not going anywhere. So
Maybe she's telling me to get away.
she could be, but then again, you're my uncle and my guest, so he's not going anywhere either. So we're down there, and
In the way that
my mother originally thought this was a big joke. Like when we came down there, she asked me like where everything was, all the sounds were coming from, recorded wise, and I said it's not. I said it's literally coming from here.
Right.
You know, it's coming from here.
From your phone, right?
We're sitting there, and all of a sudden, and my mother, she wears a lot of her emotions on her face.
Yeah.
She turns her head and she looks, and she sees something, and she grabs me, and she turns white as a ghost. No pun intended. White as a ghost. And she starts freaking out. And I had to be like, what did I tell you before we went live? I said, if you see something, fear will feed some of these entities here. You can't get scared, or you have to go back upstairs. And she's like, no, I'm fine. I just want to draw what I saw. And then she drew what she saw. And
I never saw that.
And it looked a lot like one of the spirits that always comes through down there that I've seen pictures of.
Wow. I gotta do. All right. Have we ever tried to ask these spirits for lottery numbers?
So interesting enough, I turned the box off for a minute. If you want, I can fire it back. You tell me when you want it back on, and I'll fire it back up.
No, it's fine. But I'm asking you, like, have you ever asked for advice?
think
or
of
ever
it like
done anything
this.
like that?
Everybody views a spirit as some omniscient entity that when you die, you get all the answers. Who says? Who came up with that? That's BS. That's not what happens. When you die, you literally die with the knowledge you died with. And that's it. You might have the ability to learn new knowledge afterwards, but it's not like an instant download where you know the secrets of the universe, let alone lotto numbers or anything. You know?
That's funny.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but it's the truth. It's the truth, and it's one of those things where, and I get it a lot. I get a lot of people that are like, "Oh, ask the spirit if my husband's cheating on me," and I go, "Nah, the spirits ain't gonna know that information, but statistically, he's cheating on you." You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's pretty funny, man.
if
What?
you're watching me asking that question, he's probably cheating on you.
Oh
Go
my
talk to
gosh.
your husband.
What do you find? What do you get out of it? Like, other than, I know. Look, but what have you? Here's the question: what have you learned from all this? The more you talk to spirits, what do you learn from it all?
To be a good person.
Why? Why is being a good person
To
the
be a
thing
good person, and not to try to get into some heavenly abode, so that when you die you are filled with good memories,
Interesting.
so that when you die there's actually, if you do scatter and transfer to all sorts of things, at least every part of you in your life, you can sit back and go, oh, you know what? I did some good there. Oh, I helped that person out there. I'll give you a prime example of this. At the cemetery I always go to, I found 2 infant graves. And I found them because an old coworker of mine, his girlfriend always walks her dog over there. And she's like, John, you ever see the 2 little infant graves that people always leave gifts at? And I'm like, no. Come to find out, it was in a section of the cemetery I never go.
Mhm.
So I was like, I'm going to go check it out. And I went and I saw literally these 2 old graves from the 1800s, 2 infants, a boy and a girl. And I said, you know what? So many people come over here and do so much. I'm like, I'm going to surprise them. I'm going to clean the graves. So I cleaned the graves up, told my friend and his girlfriend, hey, whatever you do, don't tell these people that I did this. I don't want them to know that I cleaned these graves up. I don't want to thank you. I didn't do that for that. I did it,
Mhm.
for me and the kindness
Right.
of my heart. To do a good deed without looking for something in return, especially
Sure.
gratification.
Sure.
So, come to find out that they weren't they weren't the infant graves of a little boy and a little girl. They were the infant graves of 2 boys. And everybody that was visiting just assumed it was a boy or a girl, but in reality, it was 2 boys. And and they're searching, like they actively went to the cemetery office and said, hey, we want to thank the person who cleaned this grave. And management there was like, he doesn't want to be known. He doesn't. We're not telling you where to find him. We're not.
Right.
So I know it's only a matter of time before they see me at the cemetery cleaning.
Right. Sure.
But maybe they won't. So.
And you feel that you did that because of what you do normally, because you just what you're seeing and but are you finding spirits that are angry and with bad memories that you're like, oh, I don't want to be like this. This is
Exactly. And a lot. There's
oh, really?
a lot of them. Yeah. There's
More
a lot
so?
of them. But I find spirits that have good memories too, that are pleasant and happy.
Let's turn the box back on. Let's see if we can get a couple more before we
Got it.
let's see if we can get some more voices here. Let's see what they can say. Can
So
they
I'm
get
gonna turn on 2 different ones.
Okay. And do you think they can sense good or bad in people?
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. And not because of the polarization of good or bad and the human notations for that. No, not at all. I think it's more of it's the same reasons, the same way you can look at somebody and go, yeah, yeah, I know that there's something up with that dude. Something's not right. I'm going to keep my distance. We all get those feelings. And I think the spirits can navigate that a lot better than we can. And I think that all ties into our magnetic fields, to be honest with you.
Okay. Now, see, I'm not in the room. So then the magnetic field theory, they might be able to hear me, but they can't feel me.
They can't feel you. They wouldn't be able to feel you. Nope. Now, there is a theoretical process called QDE.
Lost of Empires.
And that is when. No, no. It said something about touching something.
I felt like it sounded to me like I said, "What's he want?"
Yeah. So QDE stands for quantum device entanglement. That's when I have a theoretical spirit particle, okay, that is everywhere. These spirit particles are everywhere. They might be other particles that change due to the presence of spirits, but these spirit particles are everywhere and they react quantumly. So the fact that I'm here and you're there and we have this device connecting us, the spirits can use that to affect the spirit particles where you're at. Just said maybe.
They are.
where you're at. And vice versa. And I call that quantum device entanglement. And there's been I have a lot of data on that. Like people getting sick, people having spirits in their home already and then watching me and then their spirits act up even more. All sorts of things.
As a warehouse.
So
that's a warehouse.
yeah.
Is that what, did you hear that too?
Yeah, it said that's a warehouse. Yep. And there was, sections of this place that, were a warehouse. So
Has any of what was the what did you hear? Has you ever heard, or how do I ask this? Have you ever heard anything that truly freaked you out?
not that truly freaked me out. I have heard things that made me raise a brow. Like one time I was one time I was at a cemetery. I say, "Hey, spirit, may we have a conversation?" And the spirit goes, "You got a shovel?" Just like that. I have that video posted. Spirit straight up. You have a shovel? Another time I was talking to a spirit.
This is my home.
This is your home? Well, you shouldn't be living where you work unless you work like a dog.
July 20.
So I've had a spirit one time in response to me saying for it to calm down. Like it was acting up. And I'm like, spirit, relax, calm down. It said,
Why?
I shit you not. The first thing it said was, "How about I shit on the floor?" And I'm like, "How you gonna shit on the floor? You're dead." And then it goes, "You're right. I'll just shit in a cup then." And I went, "That makes no sense." And as long as you're not spamming
Shitting in a cup.
shitting in a cup.
There could be.
What? But it was a tangible conversation. It wasn't like the spirit was responding to me, but wacky. So I was like, all right. So I hear things like that make me go, holy shit.
Who's a regular? Who's a regular in your office?
So in my office, there's Peter, Joe, Mary, and Sarah are the regulars. Sarah is a 9-year-old girl. We're not sure how old Peter, Mary, and Joe are there, but they all worked here.
So
And
let's
what's
see.
crazy?
You ever try to call them and they show up when you call them or no?
No, they don't. They'll just show up. And what's crazy is Joe is the most recent one. He kept saying 1910, 1910, 1910, 1914,
Smoke.
giving us all these dates.
Correct.
And come to find out, one session, we're wandering the factory. I'm in the freight elevator. It's going up, and I'm looking at writings on the brick over the years. And there you see it, Joe, 1910. And I was like, oh, shit. And it's technically, he was saying Joe C, 1910, as in the name Joe, last name C, 1910. And there it was written right there, plain as day. So
That freaks me out a little bit. What how do you know it's them when they're back? How do they let you know that it's those people?
So that's actually a great question, and it can get really confusing. Like it's one of those things where even if they come through, and they'll be like, "Hey, John," and I'll be like, "Okay, that sounds like Joe." I'll be like, "Hey, Joe," and then I'll ignore Joe until he said something else. And then once I can confirm, okay, that's Joe, then I'll talk to Joe like as if he was here. So, but I won't. But a lot of the times, one or two things won't make me go, "Oh, they're here." I'll wait till they come in nice and strong. That's my whole idea on it.
Yeah.
If they're strong enough to come through, they're gonna come through multiple times, not just once. Retaliate for what? Get out. We got some nasty ones
How often are you told to get out? That's like
all the
Amityville
time.
Horror.
All the time. I'm told all the time to get out, and I literally say the same thing, especially here in an office that I pay, a large amount of money for. Hey, this is my office. You get the like.
I've never seen it's like I would have loved to like if you had moved into the Amityville house and they were like, get out, the movie wouldn't have happened. It would have been a lot
No.
less scary.
Oh yeah. Oh well, that's so surgery. What's funny, we get a lot of residual hospital, and that's because there used to be a hospital on the other side of the block that got knocked down years ago, back in the 30s. So interesting enough about that. That's the other thing I do. With the paranormal, especially with social media, it fear sells.
Yeah.
Fear sells.
Sure.
I turn around and I remove the element of fear when I do this. I completely remove it. When the spirit's like, get out, I'm like, oh, my, get out.
Right.
And I
Right.
get funny with it.
Right.
I don't do the fear thing and I don't sell fear. And my evidence shines a lot more because of that. Because it's not, I'm not here to scare people into giving me money. I'm here to being, hey, I'm documenting. This is what I'm doing. If you want to support what I do, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, oh my
Right.
God, what's happening now?
Right. Right. A lot of green lights, like horror TV shows,
So,
and um,
which
Chinese.
is the big issue, and think about it like this too, longevity wise. If I want to do this for the rest of my life, okay, if I want to do this for the rest of my life, I can lie to my audience, or I can be true blue to the equipment and to myself and to my followers and keep it going, and just keep doing this until I can't anymore, until I don't want to.
Right.
But with TikTok, it's not like that. If you have a personality and you can engage your audience, you don't need to do that.
Right.
So I take fear completely out. And that's another thing, too. People, all they talk about are demons. Demons, 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 demons. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist. I mean, listen, no disrespect to everybody in the world, but there's so much knowledge out there now. The fact that the whole world isn't, has that
Yeah.
principle blows my mind. But
Yeah.
besides the point, people screaming about all these demonic entities. And it's like, that's not the case now. It could be an interdimensional entity. That's something completely different. That falls into the realm of science. There could be beings that live in a fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th dimensions that we have no concept of because we can't see past our 3D relevance. It's a possibility, but demonic,
Right.
it's
Not for you.
it's
Where
not for
do
me.
you see? And let's we can end this on this question, I think, and then But where do you see where do you see this going? How do you want this to progress? What is your ideal next step? You know what I mean? Like,
So
what is it? What in this world of talking to spirits do you want to try that you haven't tried, and where do you want it to go?
I'll actually I can answer that with my documentation. One spirit that I've actually grown very fond of is a man named Mr. Churchwell. Okay, Mr. Churchwell, and I didn't know any of this about Mr. Churchwell. I go up to his grave. All I can see is his name, Churchwell. I can't even see his first name, just Churchwell, because his grave is so dirty and covered with moss and all outdoor filth. All right. I start talking to the spirit. Tell me about yourself, Churchwell. Oh, I was in the army. Oh, cool. Thank you for your service, Mr. Churchwell. What'd you do in the army? Oh, it was 3 days of hell. 3 days of hell. And I'm like, wow. I was like, were you in a war? What war were you in? He was like, fire and blood everywhere. That's what the spirit says to me. So 3 days of hell, fire and blood everywhere. Then I finally asked him, did you die in this war? And he said, no, I died 2 days later due to his injuries. He flat out says this to us. But he also gets into other details about how heavy his equipment was and how tired and hungry he was and how he was having breathing problems from all the smoke. Like all these details he's given us. So I still know nothing about him. This is just what he's saying. So a year later, I decide to clean his grave. I go, I clean his grave. All of a sudden I see his name, Joseph. So now I know, okay, your first name is Joseph. Okay. Joseph Churchwell. And then all of a sudden, all this little writing appears that you couldn't see before because it was covered with filth. And it says, succumbed to his injuries in the Battle of the Wilderness. 19 years old. And I went, holy shit, you were a baby. I'm like, that's insane. So I look up the Battle of the Wilderness. Battle of the Wilderness, the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. It was described as blood and fire. Blood, fire, and smoke. They burned troops. They lit fires on the grassy plains that were bone dry to destroy the troops. Everything. It was a horrible, disgusting, brutal battle. Even worse than Gettysburg. Everything that Mr. Churchwell talked about, the 3 days of hell, the battle lasted for 3 days. Everything that he spoke about, the first encounter I had with him was true blue. This spirit remained coming to me every time I went to his grave. Hey, Mr. Churchwell, how you doing? He would either say, hello, John. Hi, John. Or he would say hello to the chat. He'd be like, hello, chat. Hi, everybody. And people would be like, oh, my God, Mr. Churchwell. And up until recently, he would come through. And then all of a sudden, he stopped. I haven't heard from him in 3 months. And every time I go to his grave, nothing comes through. So, where I would like to take my next steps with my documentation is starting to test my theories out. I believe that it is memory that we're speaking to. And if that's the case, then I should be able to speak to a version of Mr. Churchwell at his family home. I should be able to speak to a version of Mr. Churchwell at that battlefield.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
That's
that is what
interesting.
I want to do next. I want to start going to these places with these spirits that I've already spoken to and have documented and have hours and hours of video footage on, and start seeing if I can speak to them in other places. Now, I theorize that if I do this, like for example, the energy of Mr. Churchwell, the memories of Churchwell that's at that battlefield should not know who I am. He shouldn't. He shouldn't. He never met me. He met me after the fact, after he died. That energy, that Churchwell shouldn't know me. If I can find him there, he shouldn't know who I am.
Interesting.
Theoretically, he shouldn't. Unless somehow it connects quantumly, but I can't prove that right now.
Right.
So
That's kind of a fun. That's clever. That's a fun thing to test. And you haven't done that yet with any of the people you've spoken to.
Actually, I kind of have.
You tried it.
And I came across, remember that spirit Edward I was talking about?
Yes.
I went to his grave, and it's a whole family plot. And a child came through claiming to be Edward. The child claimed to be the spirit that I've cursed out and has cursed me out for years now as a child. But and he didn't know me. Hi, John. Nice to meet you, John. My mama called me Ed. You know, being like a child, saying, "Oh, I want to be friends with you. Can I be your best friend?" All these things it was saying to me, and I'm like, "Wait a minute. This isn't the Edward that I've spoken to."
Right.
So I'm actually in the middle of documenting him still. I plan on going back this week. And that's what I do. I go a bunch of times, compile the data, and then I make a decision based
Right.
on everything that I caught. Okay,
Right.
shit, this is the child version of Edward. If it ends up being Edward and the child version of him, that proves the whole memory theory when it comes to spirits. And honestly, I know even if I prove this and I have tons of data on it and you know, logically even get people of like the scientific community to go, oh wow, you know, this is pretty cool. The world isn't ready for it. People still think Sky Daddy is looking down at them and praying to their angels. You know what I mean?
No,
No
you're
one's
never
ready.
going to change. You're not going to change anything, but it's
No.
still pretty wild.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, people are going to want you to talk to their loved ones
And
in various cases in their memories to see.
I highly do not promote that at all. You want to know why?
Yeah, I do.
So there's two reasons behind it. Number one, if let's say I go to a cemetery and it's a new grave, somebody died in 2019. Let's say his name is David. Okay, go up to David's grave. Hey, David, let's have a conversation. What? And not just me, anybody. Let's say David's daughter decides to do it. Hey, let's have a let's talk, Dad. I want to talk to you. There is nothing stopping another spirit from coming through pretending to be David. And if that woman gets emotionally attached to the spirit of her father, she's really going to invite and let in this other spirit pretending to be David. And it's an easy way to get an attachment or a possession. It's a real easy way for something like that to happen. And then the second reason is we might not be mentally ready for that. Imagine this.
Yeah.
We're going to use, love her to death, we're going to use Grandma Gracie as an example. Okay? Love her to death. All right?
She'll yell at all of us.
She'll yell at all of us. Tickling gives you worms. You know, the works. Okay?
Yes.
The works. But imagine
if you put a wooden spoon by the grave, she'll know what it is.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Imagine going to her grave and speaking to her and actually speaking to a 15-year-old version of her. We wouldn't know what we were speaking to. That's not the version of Gracie we know.
No.
So imagine that as a loved one. Imagine that as, you know, you don't know what you're, at the end of the day, you just don't know what you're speaking to. You don't know if you're speaking to a younger version of the spirit, the memories of that spirit when they were 15, 20. And that's what I tell people. It's like, oh, you want to go talk to your grandma? Yo, your grandma had a whole life without you in it.
Right.
You know?
Right. I mean, you have a very clear perspective on all of it, which is it really is interesting, you know, to hear you know, and a passion for it. All right, dude. I mean, this is, you know, again, you got to check out Santa Paranormal on TikTok and you'll see it for yourself and believe it for yourself or not. But it is something different, you know, and when you see it. And all right, look, we're going to keep talking because I think there's ways to go here and I want to know more information. And I want to, this sort of memory idea and this memory capture, I want to see what we find. in terms of sort of connections and, you know, that sort of idea, the one thing about memories, right? Like this idea that those who don't, remember the past are doomed to relive it kind of thing. So there must
Yeah.
be not the word advice, but just some sort of point to it all, if you will,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is kind of bananas to me anyway. But if it works for you, then it works for you. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? If what they say comes through, then it comes through. And while I don't believe in ghosts yet, I do believe in my nephew's passion, expertise, and drive. Together, we'll talk to the dead in haunted houses, graveyards, and anywhere else these splintered spirits of the past might be hiding. We might find a piece of a ghost at their childhood home, and another version of that same ghost haunting their favorite dive bar. I mean, that is to say, he will. I'm gonna stay a safe distance away from all of that creepy shit. Thanks for listening, and in the next episode, the conversations begin. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? By talking to different experts in the paranormal field, mediums, investigators, or evaluating documenting spirit communication. Now, if you ever joined our live stream, you've probably seen the comments, turn to Jesus, or stop talking to demons, or these are Satan's minions. Listen, we get it. People are scared. But scared of what exactly? This week, I'm diving headfirst into the devil's playground, not to summon him, but to understand why Satan has such a grip on our collective imagination. Joining us is Dr. Joseph Laycock, Associate Professor of Religious Studies at Texas State University, and an expert in what most of us were told to stay far, far away from: new religious movements, aka cults, exorcism, spirit possession, and the moral panics that swirl around them. He's the author of Satanism from Cambridge Elements, The Exorcist Effect, Religion, Horror, and Demonic Belief, and the upcoming Penguin Book of Cults out this October. Today we're asking, who is Satan really? Why does his image still terrify millions? And why do some people think talking about ghosts is the first step to inviting the devil into your home? Let's separate the fear from the facts and see if the devil's really in the details. Let's dive into the conversation. Professor Joe, how are you today?
I'm doing great.
Where do I find you?
I am in Austin, Texas.
Is that where you're from originally?
I am from Austin. Yeah, I grew up here.
And you decided did growing up in Texas have anything to do with your field of study?
A little bit in the, I was a scrawny, nerdy kid and I liked to play Dungeons and Dragons back in the 80s. And, everybody told me that this was satanic and I was going to end up worshiping the devil and committing suicide. So, and now that Stranger Things is out, everybody was like, oh, yeah, that was a thing in the 80s, wasn't it? That was my life.
Oh, my God, that's great. That's funny. Let me throw this on here so I'm getting feedback from all that. Dude, I grew up in, look, I'm 50 years old. I grew up in the 80s and in the 90s as well. And we had all of that satanic panic and all of that stuff, which is insane. And it's hilarious. And the reason really, I'm so glad you were able to join me today, because the reason I wanted to talk to you is because ever since I started this podcast with my nephew, the comment section, I guess I'm going to hell, dude, in a handbasket. I'm going to be delivered there. My nephew gets it constantly. It's like when he's talking to spirits, it's all, these are demons. What are you doing? You're letting yourself in, you're letting them come into your life. You're letting the devil in. And I wanted to get to the bottom of, basically the devil, or the devil you think, what does that mean? And why do we think the way we do about the devil? Right. So tell me, let's just start at the beginning. What was the Satan originally in text?
Right. So, what I tell my students in religious studies is I can't tell you whether the devil is real or not, right? That's up to you. I work for the state of Texas. We don't want the government telling you what to believe about God or the devil. What I can talk about, though, is how people throughout history have understood the devil, and that has definitely changed. So if you read the Hebrew Bible, which Christians know as the Old Testament, Satan's basically not in it. And Christians will say, "What are you talking about? Satan gives Eve, makes her eat the apple." But if you actually read Genesis 3, it says the serpent was the cleverest of all the wild animals. That's what it says. Nowhere does it say the devil turned himself into a snake and all this kind of stuff. That was later. Christians interpreted the serpent to be the devil. And then later we have the book of Job, which is probably where the devil gets the most play in the Hebrew Bible. And that starts out in heaven, and Satan just walks up to God in heaven. And it's pretty clear that he does this all the time, that he and God are cool, right? If you read the book of Job, Satan and God are basically friends, and they make this bet about this Job, who's his very loyal follower but has a pretty sweet life. And Satan says, "Yeah, but I bet if I ruin Job's life, he won't worship you anymore, right? He's just a suck up." So Satan in this story doesn't like people at all. He's very anti-people, but he's very pro-God. And Satan means the adversary in the sense of like a prosecuting attorney, right?
Right. And in the story you just described, isn't that basically then, you know, Trading Places was a remake of the Book of Job, where the two rich guys just, screwed with Dan Aykroyd the entire time in that sense to see if he would turn to crime?
Yeah, it is. It
Right?
is.
I mean, it's just essentially.
It's the original riches to rags story, right?
Right.
And what also gets left out, and at the end of the story, Job has this sort of conversation with God where he doesn't curse him, but he says, "Why are you doing this?" And God says, "You don't ever get to question me. I'm freaking God." And then he restores all of Job's wealth and his cattle and stuff like that. But Satan had killed Job's kids, and those kids are still just as dead at the end of the story. Job gets to have new kids. But it's an ancient text, and it's from a very kind of brutal time in human history, right? Also, at no point does Job say, "Oh well, I get to go to heaven because I was loyal." They didn't believe in heaven back then. And he says, "I have nothing to look forward to but descending into Sheol," and Sheol is the underworld, basically. People understood that you die and you just sort of have this shadowy existence in the ground, right? And so when Christianity comes along, things have changed, and Jews are now living under the influence of the Roman Empire. They're shaped by Greek culture and Greek philosophy, and they've encountered a religion out of Persia called Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism says there's a god of good and a god of evil, and they're basically both equally powerful, right? The other thing that's happened is the story that the Jews have told themselves is there's only one God in the whole world, and he only has one temple, and it's in Jerusalem. That's the only place he can be worshipped. And a bunch of people who prayed to Zeus came and conquered it. So how does that work? And they said, okay, well, God is a God of love, and he's all powerful. So he must have let something evil take over the world. So God's not really in control. He's temporarily put this evil power in control of us. Who could it be? Who could this evil power be? Well, when they go and look at the Hebrew scriptures in the Old Testament, they've got two things they can work with. So they've got Satan, who hates humans but is loyal to God. And then in Genesis 6, there's this weird passage that says, the sons of God saw the daughters of men and that they were beautiful. And they came down and they had children, and the children were called the Nephilim, and there were giants in the earth. It's a really weird passage. You see this passage on ancient aliens and stuff like that all the time. Okay, but so now we have Satan, who's loyal to God but doesn't like people, and we have these angels who descend, who like people a little bit too much, actually. That's kind of their problem, but they disobey God. And you put those together and you have what Satan is in Christianity, which is a fallen angel who hates humans and hates God. And now we can say this is why the world isn't working the way it's supposed to work, because this character Satan is temporarily running the show.
That is super interesting. It really is. It's like, I grew up Catholic, and now I would say I'm an atheist of it. And my interpretation of the devil is that he inspires the best music, primarily. Right. So, and it's like, yeah, and it's the coolest. But and I never understood that. Like, wait a minute. It always felt to me when they would tell us, these fire and brimstone that sort of probably stemmed, come from Dante's Inferno, that sort of imagery or something, then uh, that here's this guy who's punishing all the bad people. And to me, my whole thing growing up in the Catholic faith was like, well, that seems like he's working with God. And so it's like if he's punishing bad people, that's just that seems like he's in cahoots. It'd almost be like if he was luring me in to do bad stuff, I'd be rewarded by that guy. Why would he make me like try to trick me and then hurt me later? What that's weird. If he's trying to get even with that guy, I'd be like, hey, come to my house. My parties are better. Like that's how I always thought of it. It never made sense that there was like, and then, like God would punish you. Well, that goes against everything that you're taught that what God is about. So it's like, you know what, you did a bad thing. Sorry, you're going to jail run by my guy down there. But then you're trying to also tell me he's not your guy, he's your adversary who wants to be you. So why would he help you with this prison system? And then I was out. I'm like, you know what, there's clearly just a scare tactic to try to, to keep me in control. I just always felt it was a control tactic. When did that sort of idea, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to have that idea. So how did that start to come about, or when did that sort of philosophy or thing start to break through the system in a way?
Yeah, so God has always had, a big stick, right? Uh, and the traditional Israelite understanding of course God is going to hurt you if you don't follow God's laws. Of course he will, and he probably won't do it in person. God has all kinds of monsters that do his bidding. God has hitmen. He'll have you swallowed by a whale. He'll send flying venomous serpents at you. I mean, he'll do all this awful stuff. And I think if you were to
He's
tell
got
the Israelites,
it's quite the video game, isn't it, Joe? It's quite the video game.
Yeah, there's a book that just came out by Esther Hamori called God's Monsters, and it describes all these like messed up creatures in the Hebrew Bible. And basically, God is king of the monsters. God made all these things in case you ever cross him. And I think if you went to the ancient Israelites and you said, your God sounds really cruel, they would probably say, yeah, he's cruel. Like, so what? He's powerful. He's the most powerful thing in the universe. So we're going to follow him no matter what he says. I'll kill my own kid if he tells me to. Right? It's only later when you have this idea of God loves us, God doesn't want anything bad to happen to humans. Now we have a problem, right? Now we have to find some way to justify what in religious studies is called the problem of evil, right? Why is it so terrible to be a human being with all the stuff we have to deal with if the world is being run by this all-powerful, all-loving God? And an attempt to solve that is to say, well, there's this figure, the devil. The devil causes all the bad stuff. God causes all the good stuff.
That's crazy. That's right. You said earlier, you mentioned like you described him as a prosecutor or like an attorney. Is that like that's what the word means?
Yeah, it's in the sense of like one who is accusing you, right? And not like accusing you in like a mean girl making up a rumor about you, but really trying to say like you haven't done what you said you're going to do. Like you're in breach of contract, right? You had a covenant with God, you didn't keep it. And maybe Satan is right and you really actually deserve to be punished. And maybe Satan's doing his job a little too enthusiastically and you actually deserve some mercy. But that's what the word Satan kind of originally signified.
It's fascinating. So as I said, like in our chat, in our podcast and in the chats and in our live streams, we get a lot of people telling us to turn to Jesus or rebuke Satan, right? What do you think it is about the paranormal, that triggers this like evangelical panic in people who are super religious to do that to us?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So we know sociologically from sociologists who study paranormal beliefs, if you believe in God, you're more likely to hold a paranormal belief. And they define paranormal beliefs as believing in ghosts, believing in UFOs, believing in psychic abilities and things like this. But they also found that if you go to church services every week, you're less likely to believe in paranormal things. And what they attribute that to is you have pastors and priests saying, all this stuff, it's demonic, it's of the devil, right? And to some extent, sociologically, this is about brand, right? If you're telling people our church and our Bible and our tradition, we know about the supernatural, we know about all the secret forces in the universe. You don't want people then going and talking to a psychic, right? Or talking to a medium. You want them to be coming to you and kind of getting all of their truth from you. And so, very early on in the history of Christianity, by about the 2nd century, there was this idea of, well, the other gods that people pray to, Zeus and the gods of Rome and all this stuff, it's not that they aren't real, they're real, but they're actually demons. These are actually fallen angels who have tricked humanity into thinking that they are gods of thunder and love and war and wisdom and so forth. And what they really want humans to do is, first of all, worship them instead of the one true God. And second, to give them blood sacrifices, because that was a common practice in the Roman Empire when Christianity was beginning, is you would make animal sacrifices to the gods. And Christian writers,
Christianity. To be
Christianity would not
clear,
make animal sacrifices. I mean, that's one reason why Christians were kind of singled out, as they
right?
said,
Because it wasn't doing what the Romans were doing. Like the Romans were into it, Christians were like, no, okay.
Exactly. And the pagans would say, look, look at all the wonderful things that Rome has done, and the gods have given us victory over enemies, and you won't sacrifice like a dove? What's wrong with you? Right? But the Christians would say, because you're not giving that bloody animal to, some benevolent god like Zeus, you're giving it to a demon. You're giving it to someone who lost a war thousands of years ago in heaven. And that idea is pretty firmly established in Christianity within only a couple centuries.
That's okay. Right. It's so amazing. What are some of the most comparable, in other faiths? How does that all tie into this idea of Satan and Jesus? And it's like when you start looking at like, yeah, this guy over here had 12 apostles, and this person here had like, where does the devil, sit in other faiths and other practices, and how does that compare to what we all know, or what these other people believe is the devil today?
Yeah, so most Jews don't really believe in a devil, right? Because they would say it's really not in our sacred texts. There
Mm-hmm.
are, of course, Judaism's a very old, diverse religion. There's lots of different forms of Judaism, and there are things like the Dybbuk, which is a possessing spirit that appears in Jewish folklore and things like that. There are stories of rabbis who are exorcising demons. And the other religion of the book is Islam. And in Islam, the devil is called Iblis, which means the whisperer, and pretty similar to the devil in Christianity. But the difference is that the devil is either an angel or something called a jinn. And the jinn are made from fire, and they're like human beings. Angels don't really have free will in Islam, but jinn can choose to be good or they can choose to be evil. And so Iblis is told by God, I've created this thing. It's called Adam. It's a human. It's awesome. I want everybody to come and bow to it. It's my best creation. And Iblis refuses. He says, I'm not going to bow to this thing that you made out of dirt, because that would make me a bad Muslim, right? Muslims are only to honor God. I'm not going to honor something that's not yours. And they get into this argument, and Iblis says, I'm going to show you your creation actually isn't that great. And so Iblis means the whisperer. So the idea is Iblis is constantly kind of tempting us to disobey a God, to choose our own path instead of what God wants for us. And there are traditions in Islam that eventually this squabble between God and Iblis will be reconciled. So it's a somewhat more sympathetic view of this figure than in Christianity, where it's really just absolute evil and has to be destroyed. And then other religions also have to explain the problem of evil. And so, if, for example, in Buddhism, we have this figure called Mara, who's often associated with the devil by Christians when they look at Buddhism. And Mara is basically the god of reality as we know it, right? So Buddhism says we're kind of living in the matrix, and we have to become enlightened and sort of transcend the cycle of death and reincarnation. And Mara doesn't want anybody to do that. And so when Buddha is about to become enlightened after years of meditation, Mara sends like sexy like nymph women to try to distract him, Mara unleashes an army of demons on him, and the Buddha turns their arrows into flower blossoms, just like we see in the Matrix. So it's a different tradition from a different part of the world, but there are some similarities. There's kind of this invisible force that controls the world, and our religion is helping us to fight back against it.
So it sounds like every person or religion needs a scapegoat, and the easiest one is Satan. Is that fair to say? It's like we have to figure out how to.
Yeah, everybody wants to explain the problem of evil, right? Now, if you have a religion like the Yoruba religion of West Africa, where you have multiple gods and goddesses, they might just say, well, yeah, some of those gods are jerks, right? So that's why bad things are going to happen. But if you have a religion that says, well, kind of there's this order to the universe, right? Or especially there's an all powerful, all loving God, well, now the problem of evil is much harder to solve. And the sort of Christian version of, well, God caused all the good stuff, Satan caused all the bad stuff, doesn't act from a philosophical perspective, does not fully solve it, right?
Right.
Because Christians say, well, God will punish Satan, though, right? Jesus will return and Satan will be cast into a lake of fire. God's only allowing us to go on for a little while. But a philosopher might say, okay, but if I have a vicious pit bull and I just let it loose at a park and it starts mauling children, and I say, don't worry, in 5 minutes, I'm going to leash my pit bull and it won't maul children anymore. Well, I'm going to jail for that.
Right.
Right.
Right. Yes.
I'm not innocent of the damage that my pet pit bull that I've unleashed is doing. And Christians might say, well, but that's trying to judge God by the standards that we would judge a human or whatever. But in philosophy, when you really get to questions like, why are some babies born with leukemia?
Yeah.
Right. It's really hard to say that fact of our life can be reconciled with this idea of an all-powerful, all-loving God. It's hard.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It's like I think in my philosophy class back in the day, it was, if God is all powerful, can he create a rock so heavy that even he can't lift it? Right. Like that was the fun game. So how was the start? What Satanism or the Church of Satan, or these sort of like as a religion? How far back is that? Can that be true? Is that like the late 60s, or is it even earlier? And then what is, how did that come about in this thing?
Right. So I mean, this is contentious history, right? Well, we can all agree on is in 1966, Anton LaVey creates this religion called the Church of Satan, and it's an above ground religion with members, and there's people who are saying, I am a Satanist, here's my membership card, and so forth. Right.
Right.
Did Satanism exist before that? It's pretty murky, right? I mean, there are conspiracy theorists who will actually say, well, Satanism is older than Christianity, which historically speaking, that doesn't make any sense. But those kinds of claims are out there, that this is this ancient a cult that goes back to, child sacrifice in the Old Testament, stuff like that. The word Satanism appears in the 1500s when we have the Protestant Reformation and Europe enters 200 years of wars over religion, right? So prior to that, the only church in Europe was the Catholic Church. Now you have Catholics and Protestants fighting each other. And pretty quickly, these accusations get made of, you say you're a Christian, but you are actually a Satanist, right? You actually worship Satan. And then the Catholic Church says, well, we believe in transubstantiation. So when we do communion, we believe that the bread and wine, so transubstantiation, Catholics begin to say, when we do communion, the priest has the power to miraculously turn the wine into Jesus' blood and turn the wafer into Jesus' flesh. And these rumors start to form that Satanists are sneaking into Catholic churches, and they're trying to wait until communion when those holy wafers are passed out and sneak them away and take them home, because that's actually Jesus's body. And now the Satanists, because the Satanists know that everything the Catholic Church says is really true, can now stomp on that wafer in a black mass and basically torture Jesus, right? And
dude, let me tell you this real quick. When I went to Catholic school for 8 years. A lot of the kids in my class were altar boys. They would constantly sneak into the rectory and steal the wafers and keep them in their pockets and have a snack in class. Yeah. And it was like some of the unused ones that were blessed, during the daily masses that didn't get taken. It's like they would just take those, they have them in their pocket, and they're just sitting there snacking during the, you know what I mean? It was like, it's
Yeah.
Satanists, a
So,
lot of them.
so if it hasn't been blessed, it's just a cracker. But once it's blessed, that's actually
Yes,
Jesus'
they were
flesh.
blessed.
But what's
Yeah.
important here is, as far as we know, there were no Satanists, right? Nobody was
Right.
coming to steal these wafers. This was an argument that they were using against Protestants, right? And it was basically the logic of like the old cereal commercials with like Lucky the Leprechaun, the Trix Rabbit, and stuff, right? The cereal's got to be good because all these cartoon characters are trying to steal it all the time, right? Our interpretation of communion must be true because why are the Satanists coming for it all the time?
Right.
So beginning in the 1500s, we have all these people being accused of being Satanists. We even have some people who are put on trial for basically holding black masses and are executed and stuff like that. What's not clear though, was any of this ever real? Was anybody ever actually doing this? And some historians disagree. Most historians, I think, would say probably not, right? Probably these were just sort of urban legends. Some of them say, well, maybe there's a little grain of truth to this. And, you know, if you tell an urban legend enough, people will kind of act it out. So we don't really know if there were any Satanists before Anton LaVey. But Anton LaVey sort of took all these rumors, which he learned about through novels and horror movies, and said, I'm going to do this in real life. I'm going to take the parts of Satanism I saw in these horror movies that I think are cool, which is the rebellion and the kind of, resistance to authority, and the parts about, killing babies or whatever, that I'm just going to leave behind because I'm making this up anyway, so I can just use the parts that I like.
Right. I mean, did you get a lot of inspiration from like, Crowley, like Aleister Crowley and stuff like that? Isn't that part of his whole?
Yeah, I mean,
And that's like isn't that the early 1900s? Like, what's Aleister Crowley, the 20s?
yeah,
Am I,
Aleister
do I have
Crowley's
that right?
heyday was basically the 20s, right? Yeah, so Crowley definitely studied Aleister Crowley. He said that he didn't take anything from him, but he definitely did. If you read the Satanic Bible, which by the way, the Satanic Bible came about because of the movie Rosemary's Baby in 1968. And
Right.
that was a novel. First, it was a best-selling novel. So Avon came to Anton LaVey and said, "Could you write something? It could be really anything, but as long as it mentions like Satan and witchcraft, we can sell this book. There's a huge market." So LaVey kind of slammed together the Satanic Bible, and so for parts of it, he took the so-called Enochian keys, which are part of kind of ceremonial magic that he would have learned about through studying Crowley. So that's part of the contents of that book. So Crowley was an influence. There was a French novel called La Basse, which describes a black mass in Paris. And he took that and kind of used the novel to kind of make a black mass a ritual. There were movies from the 30s and 40s, old black and white movies that depicted satanic cults. So he drew on that as well. And so he was just really good at kind of taking bits and pieces from all over the place and putting together a religion and also a kind of philosophy, a kind of humanist philosophy of trying to be your best self and kind of have the most fun.
So, and unlike L. Ron Hubbard, he really couldn't figure out how to make that kind of money out of it either. So, unfortunately, so it's like, which is that's amazing to me. So, you know, that, so if he started that in around the 60s, I guess, then that would lead you to like the 80s, which is that satanic panic. And I'm actually, I think I mentioned you, I have another project, a documentary project I'm working on about the West Memphis 3, and I know one of the attorneys from that case with those kids, those teens were railroaded, and it was due to the satanic panic of the late 80s, early 90s. What again, does it just still come down to the same thing? Is it's just the unexplained and just finding a reason to hate, and it must be Satan? I mean, is that really what the satanic panic was all about back then, like in that level?
Well, it's interesting because Christianity has always taught that there's a devil, but in certain periods in Christian history, the idea of the devil has been very much downplayed. In other parts, it's been really amped up. And occasionally, you get not only is there the devil, but the devil has human agents, which in early modern Europe they would have said are witches, right? They would have gone on witch hunts. And the 80s was basically just a witch hunt, except now we're calling the witches Satanists. So the question sociologists try to answer is what is it? What's going on in the culture where this flares up? What causes it to flare up? And one interpretation I think is plausible is that when society starts to change too fast, some people freak out and start basically accusing their neighbor, right, of being a witch or a Satanist or something like that, right? So the Dark Ages in Europe really didn't have a lot of witch hunting. People believed in witches, but they generally were not burning people at the stake. And then once the wars of religion start and people things start changing very fast, now I have thousands of people accused of witchcraft. So one interpretation is the 60s, a lot of change real fast, a lot of changes to the
Yeah.
culture. And the 70s, which is really where the satanic panic begins, is kind of the hangover, right, for that revolution of the 1960s. And so you get very early on Christians kind of making these wild claims about satanic conspiracies. And then the 80s, it really explodes. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But one thing that people have noticed is it was mostly daycare providers who were being accused of being Satanists. So they would say, you drop your kid off at daycare, you pick them up at the end of the day. Well, the daycare provider is a Satanist, and they were like torturing your kid and things like this all day, and they have them cleaned up when you pick them up from school. So the longest, most expensive trial in American history before the O.J. Simpson trial was the McMartin preschool trial, where this whole family was accused of basically running a satanic daycare center. And of course, it was all made up. So here's the thing: why, if you said someone in your town is a Satanist, you probably wouldn't think it must be the preschool teacher, right?
Not today, for
Right.
sure. But was that because people started to work, or when people started to use daycare more? Is that where you're going?
Exactly, because in the 80s we switched from the kind of leave it to beaver family where dad goes to work and mom stays home to now the norm is the two income family. So what sociologists think happened is a lot of parents felt I'm forced to send my kid to all these people that I don't know, these strangers. And so it felt like there was this evil force trying to, undermine your authority as a parent and mess up your kids. And the claim of the daycare is run by Satanists, it kind of gave expression to that frustration. So we don't really know quite why the Satanic Panic got so bad when it did in the 80s, but definitely changing economics was a factor. The realization that child abuse is a thing, that there really are people who abuse children, was probably a factor as well. And then repealing the fairness doctrine in media set the stage for things like the Geraldo Satanism special, right, which really scared the hell out of a lot of Americans. So sensational media was part of it too.
It's amazing how many things can be traced back to Geraldo, by the way. When you really start to dig into it, like some of the stuff that he discovered and stories he broke and culturally changed, fascinating to me.
Well, I was
Uh,
on Geraldo in 2009. I had lunch with the guy who produced that Satanism special in 1988, and he just said our ratings were so good, we just killed it with the Satanism special. He was so proud all these years
right.
later.
So many people's lives have been ruined by it. So thank you. I'm so glad the ratings were so high. Poor kids who just liked heavy metal music. How does this lead to, this belief and, whether the psychological aspect of Satanism or believing in Satan, how does that play into possession as a religious concept and as a psychological or cultural phenomenon? Like when you're talking about possession and if you're possessed, it's never by anybody cool. It's always by the devil. It's like, it's just like, it's not, Frank Sinatra isn't possessed me. I didn't learn to sing really well and start picking up chicks at every bar. It's like, no, it's the devil. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the deal? How did that roll out?
Yeah, so possession is also it's one of these things where there's really no possession in the Old Testament. No one's getting possessed by demons. If they are, it actually says it's an evil spirit of the Lord, right? So God wants you to be possessed and freak out. In the New
Right.
Testament, though, first of all, people are getting possessed everywhere. Everybody's possessed. Jesus has to cast out demons. His apostles has to cast out demons, and these are demons, right?
Okay.
And it's not quite queer. It's not quite clear what people in the first century understood a demon to be, but they're definitely not from God. These are kind of evil things, and the way that we know Jesus is the Messiah is he has this ability to command them. So that's really baked into core Christian text, right? People get possessed by demons, and Christians are the true religion because they have the power to cast this out, right? And in other religions, there is also spirit possession, but in most cultures that are not Christian, like you said, it's a little bit more neutral. So if you're getting possessed, it could be something really bad. It could be something that's fairly like neutral. We just have to figure out why the spirit is here and make it move on. It could even be good, right? You could be like a shaman and you're being possessed by helpful spirits, right? So
Or it could
possession,
be it could be undiagnosed epilepsy as well. Is that
right?
not right?
Well, absolutely, right.
Right.
Possession is it is a way of diagnosing something is wrong with somebody. And actually, in the Gospels, most of the people that Jesus is casting spirits out of, the symptoms that they are possessed are things like they are deaf or they are lame, they can't walk. It's a disease of the body, right? It's later that we come to think of possession as being a disease of the soul, right? Where you act like a different person, right? Or a little girl, growls in a man's voice, right? That she's Pazuzu or something like that,
Right.
right?
Right.
So then once people are possessed, well, the question is, well, why is this person possessed? And the church has had different thoughts on that over the years, but very early on they said, well, it could be that someone cursed you, right? That someone used magic to basically get a demon to attach itself to you. So very early on, there's a connection between basically witchcraft or Satanism and possession. And in the era of witch hunts, if people thought you were possessed by a demon, you could freely say, Billy over there is the person who sent me into this person. They're a witch, and if you do that, Billy's probably going to die. Right?
Right.
So being possessed actually gives you a lot of power within this culture.
Oh my God. That is awesome. I mean, it really is quite. It's really it's. I mean, they really did, right? They really used it. It was a useful tool to get rid of your enemies or adversaries or people you might have been jealous of, or
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. And we don't think of the Salem witch trials as a possession story, but really it was, right? The Puritans understood to be bewitched, right? To have these spasms and things like that. That was because a witch had sent a demon to basically attack you, right? And so once these girls are diagnosed as being bewitched, they can pretty much accuse anybody of being a witch, right? And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, there was hallucinogenic fungus. It's I don't believe that that was true. Those theories were pretty much all debunked very early on. I think that most of these girls were just doing this. One of them even said, well, we did it for the sport, right? It was
Oh, that's
fun
funny.
to act possessed. And then once somebody's dead, you can't really say, oh gosh, I was just kidding. I didn't really want you to hang somebody. Now you've got to ride this out, right? So that seems to have been what was happening.
Right. Oh, oops. Yeah, you can't really do it. That's funny, man. What? So in the Bible, how many actual? As you were saying, it's primarily what? It's the New Testament where the devil is around. Like, so I'm just trying to think of the stories that I can remember, from growing up. Obviously, like Revelations, there's references to the devil. Jesus in the desert, right? That's like the big one, right? Like Mr. Temptation himself. Um, and what's the biggest misunderstood thing about those two stories in regards to the devil that might not have that has been lost in translation?
Right. So the logic of both of those stories is the devil is running the show, right? That God has sort of temporarily left the building and or is asleep at the wheel, sort of, and the devil is running everything. And the arrival of Jesus means that this is about to end, right? That the kingdom of Satan is about to come to an end, and Jesus, as the Messiah, is going to sort of restore the world to the way that God meant it to be. So all the demons recognize Jesus before the humans do, right? So with the story of the Gerasene demoniac, which is where our modern ideas of exorcism come from, where this guy is living in a cemetery and he can rip through chains because he's super strong, and Jesus ends up sending all of the demons out of him into pigs. Those demons recognize who Jesus is immediately before the humans do. And so Satan coming and sort of confronting Jesus in the desert, this is also kind of signifying that Jesus' arrival has cosmic significance, right? This is going to change the order of everything. And then Revelation, which is the last book written of the Bible, this is kind of the early days of the church where, well, okay, Jesus has come and gone, and things actually are worse than before. Right?
Okay.
Because not long after Jesus's crucifixion, there was an uprising against the Romans, and the Romans came in and destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. And they crucified everybody trying to defend the city, and it was really, really brutal and awful, right? So clearly, if you think all the bad stuff is coming from Satan, Satan's still very much in power, right? By
Right.
70 CE, and so Revelation is saying, yeah, but actually, we're basically going to get our revenge, right? We're gonna things are gonna get really nasty and terrible, but in the end, we will be avenged, and everyone who ever persecuted us, including Satan, they're going to be cast into a lake of fire for eternity. And when they actually sort of decided what books are going to go in the Bible, there were early Christians who said Revelation is this really nasty book. Like, I thought our religion was about love, and this is all about punishment and war and lakes of fire. But they decided that it was important enough that for this sort of vision of where history will end according to Christianity to include it. And then today we have Christians who are totally obsessed with Revelation and read everything that happens in the news as sort of the next step in this ancient book, which of course is written in symbolic language, so it can be interpreted kind of however you want.
Right. There was a great meme that was traveling around a few years ago. I'm sure I mean, if you saw it, it was like a guy, he travels through time and he meets up with himself and he's like, what's going on? And he's like, it's like, no, dude, everything's great. He's like, the world is safer. It's better. It's like, what happened? He's like, well, a couple of years ago, Jesus came back. He's like, oh, that happened. He's like, oh my God. So everyone was saved. He's like, well, no, it's like he took all the Christians away. And once they, like he promised, and he left us here. And it's like, once they were gone, we started, really focusing on science. We sort of came up with real rules. It's like, we didn't have any of the problems. And it's really, he's like, well, I'll be damned. He's like, you kind of are, but it's great. You know what I mean? It's a really funny sort of bit. And I'm not doing it justice, but it was like that whole idea of revelation in a new way of like, yeah, finally get rid of these people who are holding us all back from civilization. What would you so look, what would you recommend? How would you handle, other than just ignoring them, but like, what's the message to somebody who's like, says John and I are talking to the devil, or we're doing the devil's work, or like, what is that sort of like, listen, like, how do you, I don't even know if you can ever change someone's mind these days, but what's the messaging on it other than mocking them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I study religious cultures. I don't really try to change them so much. And I am, like you said, I'm pretty dubious that anything that you say would make them be like, "Gosh, you're right. I guess I was being a little bit,
No, you can't change.
dogmatic."
Those days are over.
I will say though that William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist, he was Catholic and he believed in demonic possession. And he, in his last book, he said, the more I look into this, the more I think that these are not demons; these are spirits of the dead, and these are in some cases spirits of the dead behaving very, very badly. But I actually think that these are the dead, and these are not, fallen angels or beings of pure hellfire and evil, like my church taught me. So he made that change. I think he made it himself by just sort of being thoughtful about the evidence for a long time. But I find that significant.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's a pretty wild way to think about it, for sure. Let's see. I'm just looking at I have so many questions for you, dude. I'm sure I'm not gonna be able to get through them all. Do you find that people, the more intense that people believe in Satan is how intense they are in their belief in God? Is it like an equal sort of, is it a coin? I mean, is it really like the other side of a coin for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely have people who totally believe in God and don't believe in the devil at all, right? The Nicene Creed doesn't actually say anything about the devil, right? Nicene Creed was composed as sort of the official version of Christianity when the Emperor Constantine convened a council of bishops, And there's a lot of stuff you got to believe, according to the Nicene Creed, to be a good Christian, right? You got to believe in the
Right. Yep.
resurrection of the dead. Jesus was born of a virgin, spoken of by the prophets. Also, you don't have to believe in a devil, right? So there are some Christians who have said you can have Christianity without the devil. Now, if you believe in the devil, you're probably also going to be a very religious person, and you're gonna also believe in God. The sociologists I mentioned studied who believes in demonic possession and the devil the most, and they mapped this out by cross-referencing that with things like your age, your education level, and so forth. And they found out, well, first of all, they found out if you believe in the devil and demonic possession, you're more likely to live in the South if you live in the United States. That was one big pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're more likely to be screwed by society, right? You're more likely to make less money, have less education, so forth. So one thing that they kind of postulated is if you have kind of been sort of left behind by society, you are more likely to adopt a view of, yeah, my life could be a lot better, but I know that this is all because of the devil, right? These are the forces of evil doing this to me.
Have they, other people have said this, and I'm tend to believer in it, that in every accusation is a confession. And has there ever been any studies from people who are, this is not the right word, but satanic zealots, people who proselytize about Satan at you, and like you're with the devil, that they've either had some history of doing wrongdoing or something bad in the past? You know what I mean? Are they more likely? Is there any correlation or connection between people who have done some pretty bad shit who are then accusing people of being Satanists themselves?
Yeah, I think there is. So I wrote a book called Dangerous Games, which was about Christians attacking Dungeons and Dragons in the 1980s, which was this huge thing back in the 80s.
I remember, dude. I know it well, for sure.
Yeah. So the people at the core of that, like one thing that they were saying is, well, when people play this game of imagination, they basically make themselves insane, and they can't distinguish fantasy from reality anymore, right?
Sure.
But if you look at the people making those claims, they were the ones who had a very weak grasp on reality, right? They were the ones saying stuff that was totally bonkers. So, for example, there was a chick track, and for folks who don't know, chick tracks are these little comic books, smaller than a postcard, and they usually have some story about someone going to hell. And this guy Jack Chick made them, and you're supposed to leave them at bus stops and things like that to evangelize people. And there was one about Dungeons and Dragons called Dark Dungeon, and you can Google Dark Dungeon and you can go find this. And at the end of it, there's this pastor with his handlebar mustache, and he says, "We're going to burn all of our D&D books." Well, that guy with the handlebar mustache was named John Todd, and John Todd said that he was raised in a witchcraft family in New England, and that his witchcraft name was Lance Collins, and he was part of the Illuminati that controls the whole world. And he would go to churches and he'd say, "I'm raising money to help other witches come to Jesus, but it's going to take a lot of money."
Dude, always
happen, right?
It takes money, dude. It takes money to get people to Jesus.
And then people said, this is the 70s, so people said, your name was Lance Collins, and you're from a witch family in New England. Everything you're saying sounds a lot like the soap opera called Dark Shadows that was really big back then. And he said, well, you see, when I was a witch, I went to Hollywood and I showed my family diary to these Hollywood producers. So actually that show is ripping off my life. I'm not making up this bullshit story based on a TV show. And then he eventually like sexually assaulted someone, and a trial was declared, basically too mentally ill to stand trial, and died in a mental institution, right? So you'll talk about someone with a poor grasp on reality, but this was the guy telling everybody, right, witches are everywhere. D&D will cause people to worship the devil. And most of the people that I found making these claims were like this. I found so many people making utterly insane claims. There's this guy, William Schnobelin, big anti-D&D guy, said that he literally was a vampire and fed on human blood exclusively.
Of course.
Just absolutely bizarre stuff. Mike Warnke said he was in charge of 5,000 Satanists in Los Angeles. This was all debunked by an evangelical magazine. So yeah, all these people are big liars. and some of them are also doing pretty nasty stuff
Right.
when they're not making these accusations about others.
Right. Right. It's like that's sort of the thing to me that I feel like when someone would accuse us or in the chat of, you know, being Satanist, I'm like, dude, there's something going on with you that you don't like about yourself that I worry about. You know, that it's really it's fascinating.
Well, and one of my mentors is David Frankfurter at Boston University. He wrote a book called Evil Incarnate. And that book is basically saying, how come throughout history we have said, you know, all our problems are caused by this group of people. They look like everybody else, but they're actually pure evil. And they do these evil rituals, and they eat babies, and they do weird sex stuff, right? These were the claims made in the 80s. But going back in time, these claims were made about witches and Jews. And
Now it's
even
Democrats, by the
right,
way.
Democrats. Yeah, no, it's
Now it's
QAnon
Democrats.
crap. Yeah,
Yeah.
and these were the same stuff that the early Roman pagans said about Christians. They said Christians eat babies and they do weird sex stuff, right?
That's interesting.
So
Right.
Frankfurter says we seem to be kind of hardwired to do this, and he says I think this is a form of intellectual laziness, right? That when
Oh,
you
for
have a
sure.
problem, you could think really hard about what's actually causing a problem, maybe think of some ways to try to solve it, or you could just say it's my neighbor, they're a witch.
They're baby eaters, right?
That's
Blame them
right.
for being babies. It's what's the we talked a lot about it, but what would you say? Thank you so much for your time. I really do. I love it. I think it's wonderful. I think our audience is going to love hearing all of this. What are some of the biggest myths about Satanism that should be debunked? What is and Satan and Satanism, when they use these phrases? What are the biggest ones?
Yeah, so I mean, Satanism, it's a very nebulous word. It doesn't really mean very much. So in 1992, the FBI looked into claims of satanic child abuse. And what the FBI agent said was, you know, it seems to me that Satan means something different to everybody, right? And this was, they said, you know, the Ayatollah of Iran says, we're the great Satan, you know, that the entire United States is Satan. So it doesn't really help us solve crimes to focus on are they satanic or not, because that word doesn't really mean much, right? So that's the first thing to understand. The second thing is that most people who say I am a Satanist do not believe in a literal Satan, right? They are atheists. Anton LaVey was an atheist, so-called non-theistic Satanist. For these people, Satan is kind of like their favorite fictional character that inspires them, right? So one way I explain it is like, if I have to go to the gym and it's leg day and I don't want to do leg day, but I think that like Batman's really cool, I might be, you know, Batman wouldn't skip leg day, right? Doesn't mean I think Batman's real, right? And the other thing is they do not understand Satan as being the Satan of the Bible who hates all mankind. Their idea of Satan comes much later from the Romantic poets of the 1800s. So people like Lord Byron and Percy Shelley, and they kind of reimagine Satan as being kind of the ultimate rebel, someone who won't back down to authority, someone who believes in justice and so on. So that's the Satan that they are kind of looking to as a role model, not the Satan that Christians know of being sort of pure evil and hating humanity.
Now, when did the idea of, I think I might know the answer, but you can just confirm it for me. Like the idea of, this horned demon Satan versus, isn't he supposed to be like super good looking and charming, right? Like when did that sort of, and how do we take hold of those two versions of him?
Yeah, so the Bible never really says what Satan looks like, right? And there are passages saying, Satan can appear as an angel of light. Most people think that the images that we associate with the devil today are because early Christians were interacting with pagans, right? And so it comes from pagan gods. So the god Pan had horns and goat legs. Hades, the lord of the underworld, had a pitchfork, right? It was actually called a bident because it has two prongs instead of three. So Satan gets a pitchfork. But there's also an idea that Satan's a spirit. Satan can have whatever body he wants to have. He can look however he wants. He can appear as a snake, for example. And in the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas, the Catholic theologian, said, I think that what happens is spirits they don't have bodies, but they're super fast, so they can smush together air real fast and condense it into
Sure.
whatever body they want. And so
Okay.
really they can appear however they want to look. They don't have a true form.
So where does that idea of like the super good looking Satan or Lucifer, come from versus, I totally get like, Pan and the half goat thing, and that image of him. But where did the handsome Lucifer come from?
I mean, probably the earliest roots of it are in that passage in Genesis 6, which describes angels taking human women and having sex with them and getting them pregnant, right? And I guess the angels could be really ugly, right? But I think when people hear that story, they think, well, these were probably, it says they were beautiful women in the text. They probably took the form of beautiful humans. And then in the New Testament, when Satan appears to Jesus in the desert, he takes the form of a tempter. So he is probably trying to appear in a way that will at least make you lower your guard. And then in the
Right.
early modern period, part of the lore becomes that demons are having sex with humans all the time. Right? This is where we get the idea of the incubus and the succubus and so on.
Sure.
And in witch trials, people were basically being tortured and made to confess. You had sex with the devil, right? So we get all these images of sexy demons and devils. And some people have said, it really seems like it was the religious people interrogating these accused witches who were preoccupied with the devil, and literally asking these women accused of witchcraft questions like, was the devil's penis bigger or the same size as a human? Right? These really kind of salacious questions, and they seem to have kind of dirty minds. And one theory of this is there was sort of an idea of maybe this isn't even real. Maybe these people aren't really witches. Maybe there aren't really demons and so forth. But there was an idea that if you have sex with something, it's definitely real, right? This is like to know something in the biblical sense.
Right.
So that by creating this archive of all these witches have admitted that they not only saw demons, they had sex with them. This is sort of helping to prove that this sort of supernatural worldview must be really real. It can't just be a rumor or a hallucination or something.
And then again, it goes back to like, every accusation is a confession, where that guy accusing that poor woman was just coveting her and jealous of her. She was probably sleeping with somebody else. And he's like, did that devil have is he bigger than me? Is he like, I just want to, just before we burn you alive for, if I can't have you, no one will, sort of thing. Which is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it went down.
Right. And of course, these women will say anything because they're being tortured. So it's like, yes, the devil has this huge barbed penis,
but not as big as yours.
That's right.
brother John. It's like, it's like, just in case, just, is that get me off the stakes? I don't, it's like, what do we do here? Joe, I can't thank you enough. I find this conversation super fascinating. You make me want to go back to school. I bet your class is a blast. I mean, I bet it's super fun, because these kind of myths and this kind of the constant, religious implications of paranormal that we deal with. Like my nephew and I tend to believe in what my nephew believes. If you do believe in spirits, and do you believe in spirits?
So I am agnostic about all of these things, but I will say that some of the texts that I have found in my research are so weird that I'm really flummoxed as to think of any explanation for what they could be describing. So I teach my students, when we look at these things, to have modesty, right? We weren't there when these things reportedly occurred. So yeah, it could be things like undiagnosed mental illness or something, but we don't know that, right? So if we weren't there, I think that we shouldn't rush to assumptions one way or the other.
My nephew's of the belief that he believes that spirits are, because we all have energy in us, right? Brain synapses, literal electric energy that cannot be created or destroyed. And he just is of the mindset and the belief. And I tend to, based on the things I've seen and heard these days being around him, that when we pass, that energy is dispersed. So spirits or ghosts are the memories of the living that is attached to this energy that is dispersed. Because nobody really knows what's going on or how the mind works and what happens to our energy. It has to go somewhere. And it's a fun thing and also it's a fun sort of theory to prove and try to talk to other people about it from all different aspects, from like yourself, from a very religious and based on the accusations we get, I want to answer to these people somehow about what this is versus pure scientists who are like it's nonsense. But again, Joe, thank you so much for your time. It is incredibly enlightening, to get into all this, because it's like, look, I love to taunt the audience a little bit with a good Hail Satan every now and again. It's like, I should put an Ozzy picture up here. It's like that's how I grew up, and I love it. It's like it means nothing to me one way or the other than it had the coolest music, like I said before.
Yeah.
And the people that get scared by it, man, they get so scared. They get so scared, and it makes me wonder, like, well, what's going on in your life that this is what you're worried about? Me talking to a spirit and accusing me and pulling me away from it. But that's it, man. That's all I got for you, and I really appreciate your time. And I will certainly point everybody to your books. They should read them. I read the one that the Cambridge books on Satan, it's awesome. It's just great. It's just a wake up. It really is. It's just like, get educated. You know what I mean? It's like it could so easily have been Mother Goose that could have been the Bible and those stories. You know what I mean? It's like, let's just wise up. But that's it, man. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks for having me. This was fun.
Good. Thank you. Take care, man.
All right.
See ya. Thank you all for listening to this episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. Now go put on that Ozzy record, even that Beatles record. Maybe even play it backwards, see what happens. I bet nothing does. Just have some fun. Have a good one, guys. See you next time.
You will pay with your soul one day, my dears.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the paranormal podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal. Our guest this week is Lori Bruno, an Italian-American hereditary high priestess and elder of the Sicilian Strega lineage. She's a witch, folks. Born into a family with teachings dating back to at least the 10th century. Founder of the non-denominational Our Lord and Lady of the Trinacrian Rose Church, and former owner of the now closed Magica, her renowned spiritual shop in Salem, Massachusetts. That's right, Lori is not just any witch, she's a Salem witch. And she has spent decades performing psychic readings, healing rituals, and even assisting law enforcement in missing persons cases, all while preserving ancient Stregarian traditions. Known affectionately as Strega Nona, or the Witch of Salem, she's as notable for her warm, grandmotherly demeanor, I love you being her signature sign-off, as she is for her powerful work, curing sick animals, blessing homes during downturns. Look, let's just dive right into the conversation. Hey everybody, we are here with Lori Bruno, John, this is a real Salem witch.
Awesome. Hello, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I like to start out asking everyone the same question to start, just to get a sort of baseline where everyone's belief system is and what we do. So Lori, what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
What spirits are is the essence of the soul and the light that surrounds them. That is what spirits are. And what they are to be in the other world is when they want to come to let us see them. Okay? But the spirit is that essence of the soul that never dies. It's a circle which never dies.
When you say soul, is it from like sort of your like a religious background, or is it something, is it another or scientific background? Like, where do you come up with soul? Is it based in like a Catholicism soul, how we think of it?
The soul is in everything. Even a rock has a soul. Oh, I said something that's kind of strange, didn't I?
That's
Here's the
a
thing.
Native American belief. The Native Americans
It's
believe that
it's
you know.
also a belief.
Damn it, we had tech issues this entire episode. Right now, everyone's frozen. Tech. John, are you still there?
I'm still here.
So she just Lori's talking about one of her great ancestors in the 1600s.
Italy, and he became a Dominican monk, and he was chastised for his beliefs. He said the earth went around the sun, and there were a multiplicity of universes. They condemned him, okay, and they brought him before the Inquisitional Court on February the 11th, 1600. And what happened is that they condemned him to death. And it's interesting, a few years ago, on February 11th, the Vatican was hit by a thunderbolt of lightning. And that's the day they condemned my ancestor, quite a few years before that. So February 17, 1600, they took him out on the Campo de Fiore. They put a iron mask in his mouth to not let him speak. They were afraid of truth. There are two things you can never hide, the sun and truth. Well, no, they burned my ancestor, but his thoughts are always here in my heart, and they're part of me. And where's the soul? It is within each and every one of us. Our ancestors' soul is there. It's part of the DNA. The dead are near always. They never die. Your skin is the skin that belongs to many people that were before you. So where is the soul? The Egyptians said the soul dwells within the heart. And that was the only organ that they left when they embalmed the people. Because
Yeah, they had to, because that's the scales. They would put the heart on the scale, and you needed it for the afterlife. Yes, yes.
And
Very, very well. Yep.
Put the feather in her head, put it on the scale, and said,
Yeah.
if it doesn't balance, guess who gets you? The devourer, which looks like an alligator. Oh, yeah. Listen, you cannot fool things too long out there. Let me tell you, it does come, and you will know despair. All right? Many years ago, during 9/11, I wrote a poem on that morning. And it goes like this, if you'd like me to say it.
Go for it.
Please.
In the name of God, how odd. War condone, skull and bone. You forgot. There's all right to hurt your sister and your brother. Oh, you forgot the great mother. Garden of Eden, that's what we're needing. Become a caring nation, not the uncreation, the God of light, Allah, Buddha, Christ, and Great Mother. Want humanity to love one another. Hate not for the religion or color of the skin or anything else. Look into the heart, the soul is within. Create, not destroy. Make the world filled with joy. This is not odd. It is a place of goddess and God, a balance of creation. Become that caring nation. Create the love from above, and you will move forth with life forever. The soul does exist in every one of us, in the stone, in everything. There is the soul. Look, and you will see. And from negativity, you will be free. Washington, you need that now more than ever.
That is
Wow, you have that memorized too. That's great.
That is wonderful.
Oh, I have a good memory.
Yes, you do.
I've lived 85 summers I've lived.
There is no way you lived 85 summers.
I was born
85 summers.
No, I was born April
Wow.
27th, 1940, the same day as Ulysses S. Grant lived. Now, it's all about
Wow.
that.
That's my mother's
Ulysses S.
birthday, by the
Grant.
way.
Yeah. George Washington was the father of the country. Ulysses S. Grant saved the Union. Understand me. All these people wanted humanity to live and not die.
So, Laura, it's funny. You said February 11th. Another weird coincidence is this podcast dropped on February 11th.
Isn't that funny? Giordano Bruno is coming to give you truth. Yes.
Yes.
They burned him alive, but the ashes that flew all over Rome that day ended up in the drinking water. The bread that the baker was making, all pieces of soul were there. And as long as men and women seek the truth, all of those who perished in flames are never forgotten. They
So,
live in us. Go ahead.
so Laura,
So Laura, you've been in Salem for how long now? You've been all your life. You lived in Salem?
No. I moved to Salem in 2009.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody wanted me to go work with them. He held a lot of negativity in him.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I tried to teach him, but he couldn't grasp the light. He grasped money, made plenty of money. But what is it when you haven't got respect of people?
That and you
can
can't take it
all
with
the
you.
you take all the money you have, forget about it. No, I was born in Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, another New Yorker.
New Yorker.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So is it? So Laura,
I was born on Ocean Parkway in New York and Brooklyn
it's amazing.
Wow,
many
nice.
years ago. And then I worked in I left when I was young. I was working in a big company there. Then I always wanted to see what my ancestor said, a multiplicity of universes. So I said, what? And at that time it was 1960. And I said, I'd like to work at NASA. But what could I do? I said, I'm not an engineer, but I like to draw. Aha, technical illustration. So I went to school, I learned, and I got a clearance. And I went down there, and Italian girls leaving at the age of 20 in 1960, that's unheard of. But my father said, I trust you on the other side of the moon. And I went. So he taught me all the things of our family, the MAGA, the church, the teachings of everything. My father's name was Salvatore Michael. He was
Laura,
supposed to become a Catholic priest, but didn't do it.
well, let me. I wanted to ask you that. So, is it called Stragaria? Is that what?
Stregaria, okay. Now,
Yeah.
the Strega is the folk witch, or what you would call witch, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But the Maga, which my family, they go a little higher up. And they're not better than anybody else, believe me. It's just that we go towards the magical learnings of all the religions of mankind. So we can learn to be kind and not be bigots. So this is what happens. So
And I'm sorry to cut you off, Lori. The the Stragaga, that's more like
Stregaria,
the Stragaria.
Stregaria.
That's
That's the folk
doesn't
witch.
that have something a little bit to do with a gypsy, as in like that's something like with the root words?
No.
Okay.
Gypsies, they came from, they said Egypt. Gypsy, that's it.
Yeah, no,
they're
that I know, but it's very similar to. They have a form of witch, if I'm correct, with very similar tongue and very similar
They don't
word.
like witches, trust me.
No,
They call
no,
them
they don't.
Vestigia. So, anyway, what happened is that, as I was telling you, I went to work at NASA. I worked in Huntsville, Alabama, and Cape Kennedy also. And I got to know Dr. Werner von Braun, who was Hitler's rocket scientist,
Wow.
who got to the moon. Oh, yes, very strange. But I
Wow.
saw, my ancestor, the Russians named a crater on the moon Giordano Bruno. He's well known in Europe. But he went ahead and he believed so much that it goes into every one of us in our family that we know him.
But was it hard, Lori, to be that, to be practicing what you practice as an Italian in New York, where it's so heavily Catholic?
Oh, wait a minute, my dear. We have nothing against Jesus Christ.
No, I know, but did the Catholics have an issue against you?
No,
it's really.
They came to my mother a lot of times. Take away my headaches. Take away, and we need advice. And she saved many families, as I have done. A lot of the little secrets are right here, and they will stay here. And some of them were very unsavory people, as you would say. But I think I would trust a lot of them more than I would some of these illegal, what do you call again, in the political office. At least you knew who they were. They didn't wear. They weren't wolves in sheep's clothing.
Well,
Excuse me.
even some of the mafia had a lot of actually what some would consider ritualistic rites with
Yes,
the
they had
cards and yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
absolutely.
I'm very
And
well acquainted with all that. Yep.
some of us have saved lives of people.
Yeah. Isn't that
There are a
amazing?
lot of, there are a lot of little secrets.
A lot. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Lori,
they
I like
never
what's in
come out
there.
here. They
Yeah.
stay right here,
Yep.
Lori,
always.
do you think it's your certain bloodlines like your own are more naturally attuned to communicating with spirits?
Yes, I would say yes. However, every one of you out there have psychic ability. Every one of you, if you would take away the fear stops you. The fear will always stop people, okay? It, uh, see, I don't know if I can cross the street. That's your first thing. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. The will is everything. But with
Intent.
respect to the spirit world, all right? Yes, you see, I've had to learn every religion. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. First commandment, Hebrew. I had to learn everything about Jesus Christ. Because if I didn't know all of these things, and Buddha, if I didn't, and every day I teach to learn and I learn to teach. I don't know it all. I know it is in the heart. And that's what it is. The religion of the magical energy is in the heart. If you have no heart, forget about it. It's not wearing a pointy hat. I don't own one. It's not wearing a pointy hat. And it's what you get to the point when you teach and you care. You know, I see people sit down sometimes in the street. They look hungry. I go put some money in their hand. A friend of mine said, "Why'd you do that?" Because I can and I will.
Mhm.
That's why I do it.
So
Understand me?
what is on your day to day in your shop? It's a magica. How do you pronounce your shop?
Magica, yes, I had to
Magica.
close Magica because
Okay.
my landlord, who's a very gracious man, and he's a lovely human being, wanted to make it into a condo. So Mr. Gigalta is a wonderful human being. And I'm so happy that he can make it into the condo. Bless him. God has blessed him. So a restaurant there in town called Rockefellers, Rockfellas. Many years ago, they needed a little help. And I told them on February 18th, 20 years ago, they would sign papers and own the building. It seemed the man was selling the building where the big restaurant, big. It used to be, it's haunted too. Was an old church. It was a church, one of the first churches in Salem. But they made now, it went into a jewelry store, it was a bank, it was everything. So they finally came and they said, David McKillop, who owns the restaurant, will we be able to get this? I said, absolutely you will. February 18th next year, you'll sign the papers. It was in October of the previous year. And February 18th, he signed the papers. So when he heard that my shop had to close, he said, Lori, he and his brother-in-law Kevin said, come here and read out of our restaurant. And they have been more than gracious to me and my son.
So you go there and you do your readings and
I do my readings right out of Rockefeller's restaurant, which is on the corner of Washington and Essex Street in Salem. Yes, I
Right.
gave them a plug.
No, that's fine. Fine by me. So and is this sort of your I mean, is the word witchcraft still used
Let
today,
me
or
tell
how
you
do
a
you?
little story about the word.
Yeah, please. Uh
The word witch.
oh. Oh, there you go.
It's all right. You'll get me. I'll go back. The word witch. I was on a television show many years ago. I was 18 at the time. And they said, so yeah, there was a ma'am, a Muslim cleric. There was a Roman Catholic priest, a born-again Christian, a Protestant, an agnostic. There was every religion there, and a rabbi. So what is a witch? They said. And they looked at me. I said, a witch is this. W, wisdom. I, integrity. T, truth. C, courage. H, honor. Which one of you follow that creed? I was 18 summers then, and the announcer said, "Had a mouth for babes." I said, "How do you know I'm a babe? I might be older than you." Understand, we do reincarnate. What is a witch? If you have, and it's not running around with a big wand or wearing the pointy hat, a big cape. Some of us don't dress like that at all. It's what's in here that makes the magical practitioner, not the clothing you wear. I've seen some of them with their boobies hanging out. What is that? No, they're boobs. That's all they are, is boobs. You don't let everything hang out. Yes, I do wear my jewelry. I wear the pentacle with the one point up. Oh, but that's the witch's star. I said, now I'm going to surprise you. You know whose star this is? Star of Solomon, Stella Salomonis. David has the 6-pointed star, his son the 5. Well, why is that? Because when he was building the Temple of Jerusalem, what happened there was this. His master mason, Cyrus Abiph, that's what the Masons say his name was murdered because he wouldn't give them the secret, the murderers. And Solomon sat there, I cannot build this temple. All of a sudden, the angel came. Michael, archangel, the name Michael, it means that who is he, that is she, whoever it is, has the energy of the Father. His name means he or she, that is, like the Father. So, from the top of his crown that he wore, he pulled out a 5-pointed star. The crown that Michael wears has 5 points. And that star is a symbol of the crown, which they say God the Father, God the Mother Father, put on his head. And he gave the ring, the ring or the symbol of the star, to Solomon. And he commanded both the demonic and the good spirits to build the temple of Jerusalem, Yerushalayim.
The legend
is,
of Solomon's ring.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Now, the word Jerusalem, if you look at it very carefully, in the center you'll see it. Jerusalem. Very strange. Tis our outpost there, isn't it?
So yeah,
Yes.
well, sure.
Yes.
What
We have to understand.
are healing rituals a big part of your practice as well as readings?
Yes, we pray for it.
They are.
Yes, we do. We do healings. We pray for people when they're ill.
Okay.
You are,
That's what
is a spell.
that's what a healing ritual is. Is it a spell or is it just prayer?
Prayer is a spell. What the will does it. The will of seeing you will, if it's in the power, of draw it from this cosmos, the Lord of the universe, the lady, come and help me heal. I hold my left hand up and I put the right one out. Please help them. It's not me that heals. It's a greater force than I could ever be. I got a telephone though. I go, please help this person. All right. And if it's the will of God, of Goddess, Lord of the universe, Lady of the universe, it will happen. Okay.
So do you
understand?
So Lori, is it then you're saying God, Goddess? Is it in your practice, and is it the Trinakian
Trinakian Rose.
Trinakian Rose? Is there a
Trinakian
Is there a deity? Is there a main deity in your faith?
It is light.
Light.
We call on the light. On the light of all lights that created the universe, that created the vast cosmos. There is no name for Our Lady and Lord. There is no name. Only the power of love. When you put that power together, you can move a mountain, my dear. That's why I cannot take what I see today. Hate. Make America great, yes, but get away from the hate. Yes, there are those people that have done evil. They have to be taken down. But they have to understand with mercy. Mercy is the key. Too many people live with the ego. Evil going onward. Oh, stop it. The word hate. Heal all the evil. H-A-T-E. Heal all the evil. Has to be that way. We have to learn the politicians who stand there and pander to you and promise you and give you nothing and fill their pockets with gold. Send 10 million to this, okay, and then they only take $1 million and send a kickback. How come so many people out there in Washington live in mansions? I want to know. On their salaries, how do they do that? They must be getting a kickback from somebody. Oh, the mafia is terrible. We know that. But then there's the legalized mafia. You will pay with your soul one day, my dears. Oh, you can laugh now. Send our men to war and our women to war. But you will pay the cost.
Lori,
Trust me.
Lori,
What did I say, Susan?
are curses real? Is that
Oh,
something that
oh, Bella, when you when you hurt somebody and look in the mirror, guess what? You just gave yourself the biggest malarkey in the world that you hurt somebody. You do it to yourself, disgraziata. You did it. Excuse me, that's Italian. It means ungracious one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It-
but do people practice that? I mean, do people do curses still in your? Have you come
Oh,
across
please,
this?
let them do all the curses they want. God knows how many I have on me, but that's okay. I've seen them all get it, and I've gone to their funerals. And I never have to light a candle against them. They've already lit theirs, and they burn their own butts. I said that on.
That's
Then it
okay.
went
That's
down.
okay. Lori, do you follow sort of modern day witchcraft or social media in any way, or follow what people are doing and how they're modifying these practices? Or
Do their own thing. I don't care what they do. They can do what they want, but I know the most sacred is to care. And you stand there in the light of the moon. Mother, grant me this boon that I can turn this world and heal. Because in your light, I can clear the blight and make a most beautiful path filled with your holy light. Oh, Mother, hear this prayer this night. Hear this spell. Take away evil and put it in its own private hell. Did I say mischief? The gods like mischief. Trust me.
So,
Imagine,
so
even the prayers, what the prayers are, it's over and over, rhetoric. But if you sit there and you say, "Dear Mother Mary, dear Son Jesus, I ask this in your name. I seek no fame. I want to do the things that are true, that bring a blessing, not just to me, but I honor you." Now, see that? Very simple. I just made that up.
So,
you're a
Lori, let
poet.
me ask you a question. In
I'm sorry.
all the years of your practice,
Yeah.
and just everything that you've gone through, everything you experienced, have you ever experienced anything that you would consider your opposite, or something that has to do with witchcraft in that title that
The
would be?
negative force, you mean? Demonic?
Not demonic. I'm talking. Well, I mean, it could be a demonic force working through another human that considers themselves a witch or a practicer
Oh,
or
have I
anything like
ever?
that. But like someone that just was honest and was like, "Hey, listen, I am darkness. I am hate. I am all these things that are your opposite." Have you ever come across anything like that?
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, may we hear a story?
Well, I worked for somebody once that called me the C word,
You?
and I
It's
took
not
him
how
to
I would describe you.
court.
Oh, so
He
you
was
use legal means
yes, I did.
as opposed to
I
spiritual
did
means.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, and he had that habit of calling all women the C word. But he had
Wow.
he called himself also a warlock, which means an oath breaker.
Yes.
Warlock means oath breaker.
Yes, warlock, oath breaker, oath breaker.
Interesting.
No oath, no spell.
No
Yeah, yeah,
spell.
Oh.
yeah.
No. Yes, I have met something. My father was an exorcist. Okay,
Oh,
my father was an exorcist. I just dropped
Okay.
the phone.
no, that's okay.
My father was an exorcist, and he was supposed to be. His uncle also was an abbot in the church. You see, in Italy, the Stregone or Mago hid inside of the church. And you want to know why? What better place than to hide if somebody's going to try to hurt you? And they would warn the family, uh-oh, watch out. How would they warn the family? Well, they would go to the communion, and they would turn the communion this way, up and down. That's not desecrating it. That's just saying, hide everything, they're coming. All right? And that's how they protected themselves. Because even though we practiced the light and not the darkness, we were a rival to the political religio people. Understand?
I feel like your sort of disdain for politics really stems from your ancestry in terms of like the persecution you
Absolutely.
received.
I don't
It's like
blame her. I mean, look what's
no, I
going
don't
on
blame
these
her at
days.
all. But it's like
You know?
They
it's
murder
like
in
the
the name of
consistent.
God. How odd.
Yeah.
Walk stone, skull and bone. The beginning of that poem tells you something there.
Mhm.
Yes, they hide behind the cross. They hide behind a flag, and they do the most heinous crimes. My husband died because 2 years ago I lost the best part of my life, my husband.
I'm sorry.
And he was the most beautiful Luciano Giuseppe Sforza. Remember the name I give you. Now, Sforza. And I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Talk about reincarnation. It's right there. Now, went ahead and he went and fight in Vietnam. He was the only son of the family, but he went. He didn't run over he loved America. And I believe he still loves America because sometimes they get little messages here and there. So he went and fight for our country. And Dow Chemical and Monsanto had a lobbyist. Oh, use these chemicals, it'll destroy the jungles. The jungles are still there. However, 300,000 servicemen and women died because of Agent Orange when they came home. There's a war with 58,000, but they don't talk about the 300,000 of our men and women that died and the 400,000 Vietnamese that died. Oh, they don't talk about this. I talk about it.
And it
And
still
I
goes
said it
on.
time and time
And
again.
it still goes
And
on.
the beat goes
Chemicals still
on.
used.
And the beat
Chemicals
goes on.
still used cause cancer and illness
Yes.
with our military.
Yes.
It is
And I
a
think
very common thing.
there's somebody in Washington right now that's trying to stop it. Okay?
Yeah,
It's going to
yeah,
happen.
yeah,
It's going to happen. Now,
yeah. Hopefully.
so he passed away after 26 years of being ravaged by this disease. Luciano Giuseppe Sforza, one of the most beautiful human beings. He wasn't the father of my children. He's my third husband. First one I tried to put through college. The second one died. My son's father was a beautiful human being and lived in the north end of Boston. Antonio Spagnolo. He was the best too. Now, his family
Hold on a second, Lori. Hold on a second, Lori. You broke up just a little right there. Can you start that story over? You broke up just a little bit starting that story.
Okay, Luciano Sforza, my
Mhm.
husband, he went ahead and helped me raise my 2 children, okay, by 2 other men. He's a beautiful human being. His family, the Sforzas, ruled Milan. He's descended from them. There was one Sforza that was in the time of Giordano Bruno, who was every great Italian family had to have a priest or somebody in the Vatican. He was there in the Vatican. He said, "Son, how could you kill Giordano Bruno? How could you wish death upon this man?" His name was Sforza. Giordano Bruno's descendant married Sforza. This. You talked about the soul. You talked about proof. I saw it in my lifetime. Okay? He was the most beautiful human being any woman could have in her life. He picked up the pieces and he made a family. I miss him desperately. He passed away on September the 24th, 2022, the day
Wow.
before his 81st birthday. He liked
Wow.
older women.
You liked older.
I was 18 months older than him.
That's funny. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. It does sound like an incredible person for sure.
Yes, he does.
He's with me. He's here always.
Lori, just to slightly switch gears, I read that you used to help the police with missing persons. Is that true?
Yes. And I can tell you the story of one because it did go out in I did a lot, many, and free of charge. I do not take blood money. No. So this girl was missing in Clinton, Massachusetts. Her name was Nikki Evangelist. In July of 1991, she went missing. In December that year, a friend of their family came to see me. Her name was Cindy, okay? And Cindy sat there. I said, "Cindy, I'll give you lottery numbers. That's what you like to do." "How do you know that?" I said, "Because I know. That's all you want to do. You got a good home, you got a good family. But Linda and Susan need me." "Say that again?" I said, "Linda and Susan. Tell them it's free of charge." She says, she says, "I was going to ask you about that." I said, "Tell them to bring me something of the sister." But it was a girl. I said. So they came to see me in December that year. I sat there with them. I lived in Medford, Massachusetts at that time. I sat with them and I said, "Your sister had cut off jeans and she went she didn't even dry her hair that day. She went to get the car so you could go to the beach." Yeah, this what happened. The shirt was yellow and the jeans was like blue jeans, but cut off. She went to a place that had a big bird on the front of it. Not eagle, falcon. Falcon Bar was in Clinton, Massachusetts. I said she met a man there who said he would give her the car to use so you kids could all go to the beach. He went and took her to his house. It had a bow front. Down the cellar, there was also a tree cut down in the front yard. Oh my God, he stifled her. Oh my God, plastic bag, duct tape. $5 bill is written on the wall where she is. It's a culvert. Go find your sister. And as they left, I said, "By his own mouth, Brian Pease will be caught." His name wasn't Pease, it was Pierce. They left the house that day, went downstairs, out the door. I said, "By his own mouth, he will be condemned." Well, he was in a place, I think it might have been a bar somewhere, and he was shooting his mouth off. And how he got away with murder. But he was talking to a police informant. Justitia, justice is done. Now, what happened is that they went to the place where there was $5 bill written on the wall, on the brick, a culvert with water, and they found Nikki there. And they put her in hallowed ground. No, no money. I tell you nothing. That's as I told you, but blood money. Never. And they buried her. The family, Sam Evangelist, they live in Texas now. He and Bonnie, his wife, they're still my friends close to me. They're my family. I call them the Evangelist family. And I love them. Now, as she was buried, they found this man. He's still in jail. And he's not coming out. She was born in January. Beautiful girl. I'm telling you, that girl is still in my heart and will never part. Because how she died was 19 years old. You stifled her life out. All your life you will rot where you are. Oh yes, the Strager do have that habit. When I was born, they brought me to where we lived in New York, because we didn't have a mountain there, so we went on top of the tenement. And all the family was there, and they blessed me. Your name is Virginia, Victoria, Gloria, Justitia, Luciana, Justitia, means justice. The mother and justice dwell in you. All right? And that's what my name is, justice.
Lori, how did were they visions when this was going on? How did you
Yes.
get to a place to figure out this story was happening?
Yellow plastic earrings, and I put them in my ear, and I heard her, help me, help me, help me. A soul called. And I said, justice for you, little one. Justice for you. I don't care if he ever knows, if he ever hears this podcast. Yes, Mr. Pierce. Never the light of day you shall see. You took the beautiful life of Nikki. Stay where you are and think what you've done. As rising moon and setting sun, so will it be, and I am justified. I guess I taught you a little spell.
do you believe in, I mean, is vengeance like,
Oh,
how
I
does that
believe
fit in?
justice.
Justice.
Justitia. No vengeance. Oh no, I don't do vengeance, honey.
Okay.
It's not when you do something wrong, you sing your sorrow song.
Right.
When you hurt someone, you gotta look in the mirror. You can't fool the man in the mirror or the lady in the mirror.
Right. That's why. Have you ever done? Do you still do that for police missing persons? Was that just one?
When they come to me, I don't volunteer. Like they had Karen Reed's trial here in Boston. She was accused of running over her boyfriend. No, I said a prayer for her. That's all. Justice must be done. And she was innocent. And she's free. But it wasn't me that just did it. A lot of
Right.
people were saying prayers for her because
Right.
they knew something was wrong here. And now the investigation will start to find out who took the life of John O'Keefe. And this man, or whoever man, they were the life thieves, and they will pay. Not
How's
mine.
that old saying go? The only difference between justice and vengeance is what lies in your heart, or however it goes.
That's right. Do good and forget. In Italian, we say, fai buona scorda, fai male pensa, which means Do good and forget. Do evil. Remember. Knock, knock.
You got the best quotes, Lori, for sure.
I live
They are quite wonderful. So, you know, going back a little bit to what John was asking you, are there dark spirits? Do you come across those? And then how do you protect yourself from those?
I do protect myself from those. Let me tell you something.
I mean,
right
because you
now.
are human, right? We're all subject to temptation and things like that. So how do you protect yourself?
I say my prayers very, very strong. I will not allow you entrance into my mind, my soul, my heart, my body. Unclean entity, be gone. You have no place with me. I walk the path most bright, and I will not deal with you, whether it's in the day or the night. Be gone. And you can say in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and in the name of anything that you believe. You understand me? That is a powerful force of light, which is like a sword, and you can combat anything. As long as you believe that it is of the light, you can combat anything. My father was an exorcist, yes, taught by the Roman Catholic abbot that was his uncle, yes. And I know Curie Romanum. I have the books of the exorcism. Yes, my father taught me. Why? Because he knew the world was not so nice. Yes. Oh my God! But you're a witch. Mm-mm. You know, Jesus Christ was a very good practitioner of the magical world, and what he practiced was love. That word, love. Geez, I'm telling you, so that can move a mountain, can it?
Lori, have you ever had to free someone from an attachment of like a dark attachment of any kind?
I used to go into houses and bless them. I don't anymore because I will show you one day if you want to see. I went to a house that was owned by an attorney here, and she lived in Middleton, Massachusetts. When the first time I ever went in that house, I went upstairs to the bathroom. I was picked up and thrown in a chair. I said, "Whoa, hey, I'll be back right now. I'm going through a lot, but I can't. Wow, this." I said, "What is upstairs?" "Oh, you felt it." I said, "Yes, I did, didn't I? You knew it, but you wanted to see if I would feel it. So you understand me? You want to play games when they don't." Later, 2 years later, I went back there. She was selling the house. I said, "Okay, Lynn, I'll come there." I went with two friends, Rose and Kathy.
You had backup.
Rose is a ghost hunter. Was Kathy was a born again Christian. I said, "Go with me. Hey, come on, let's go." So we went up into the top of the house, and out of the closet came this dark figure. Oh yes, it was dark, all right. I think I lost one of you.
Don't worry, guys. I dropped off screen, but the show must go on. Remember, I told you, tech issues.
It's
Oh,
it's still recording. You keep telling the story. I'm glued. You got me. You got me hooked.
So that's right. So anyway, what happened is that we went into the room there. All of a sudden, out of the corner of that closet came a man with a top hat on.
Oh, the top hat, man.
The top hat
Hmm.
and a waistcoat. And I said, "I know who you are."
I'm back if you even care.
And in doing that, it moved away. The smell, it was terrible. And we took pictures with one of these type of cameras like this here, like your portable. You can't get a double exposure on them, can you? My feet were
It's rare. It's super
my,
rare. The chances are so low to get a double exposure like that.
my feet were
So,
on the floor, but the other body was up. The
with the other
soul.
body was up.
Do you want to see the pictures of the soul? Yes. I was saying the prayers that I knew very carefully. And all of a sudden, I felt the scratches on my back. I said, I used the prayers of the Catholic Church, Kyrie Romanum, the Roman ritual. I have the books here. My father, they were. And I went ahead, and this thing left. It was like that.
So what do you think?
Well,
What do you
now
think the top net?
I'm going to tell you the finale. I went home.
Oh, it's not over yet. Okay.
Oh, no. My husband saw the scratches on my back. He says, who called you? You must never do this again. Promise me I don't want to lose you. Okay, Lou. I never did. I didn't do it anymore. I did a lot before that. Now, what does this do? Oh, now, P.S. postscript. 3 weeks later, that house burned down after the new owners owned it.
Wow.
All right? And they built a new house on that property on Lake Street in Middleton. Now, Massachusetts. Now, what do you call again? What is it that we do? I use the forces of light. I don't care what religion it is. If it's good, it's good. If it's evil, it's evil. Okay? Now, why would I go ahead and give a prayer and the Latin when it's Hebrew? You understand me? I go to what the people believe in because this is what I was taught. That's why the MAGA has to learn all the religions. You understand? Not just so I know Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu. They hear the first commandment. They're not, all about and Jesus' name. So if I was working with something, the MAGA and MAGO have to learn all the religions of mankind so that they know how to help someone. They have to learn to be positive. If
So
I
it
went
sounds.
to
So Lori, can I just interrupt you real quick? Sorry. Is it? And John, I think this speaks to if this speaks to a lot what you're saying. It sounds like it's less about the words and more about the intent behind them.
Intent is everything. I always say. I always
Is
say.
that right?
It
Is that safe? Is that fair to say
Intent
for you?
is everything.
Intention.
Yep.
Intention is everything. The light is the light, the dark is the dark. There's no gray area. Either you're going to do the right or the wrong. Don't say, well, if I do this, then baloney. Don't try to whitewash your bad energy. It doesn't work. It still comes out gray and has holes in it. You must understand to care about humanity. I think they should learn that in Washington. Humanity. When we made the church, our Lord and Lady, the Trinakrian Rose, the word Trinakria is Greek. Trinakria is spelled in Greek, but Trinacria, it means 3 capes. The island of Sicily, where this was derived from, has 3 capes. It's triangle. Now, so when we went for our church papers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we're legally a church since 1993. Dennis Kirkpatrick and Mary were the first people with me to bring this guest, Kirkpatrick. Isn't that funny? They're Irish too. We have all people on this church, their energies. So anyway, what happened is that we went up there and they said, well, what does this church entail? And I said to them, and Dennis said, humanity, in service to humanity. Do you know they stamped those papers in 5 minutes? They asked no more. They said, this is what a church should be. Caring. Yes, I would charge dues $25 a year from everybody. You know what we do with them? Dennis goes and gets the food cards and gives them to the poor. Isn't that funny? No, I'm not the Vatican. I don't wear a crown on my head. Neither did Jesus Christ wear a crown on his head.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love that
they carry
philosophy.
the cross, but before it was SPQR. They're the Roman legions in drag. What did I say?
So, Lori, what do you?
I caught that, Lori. I caught it.
Lori, what do
They
you
might try to
think?
burn me. Try. I got news for you. It'll rain.
Right, there you go. What do you think the top hat man is? The one that you saw in that house that ended up burning.
Was evil. The
Okay.
personification of evil, who wanted to hurt children.
Okay.
That's who this pervert was.
Mm.
You know something? What I'm seeing now is like in Washington.
So Lori froze again right here, but you're going to have to take my word for it. We could sort of figure out what she said, but it had to do with perverts, the Washington, lawmakers, getting cadaver dogs in Epstein Island. Just trust us. It was funny. It was funny.
And they hide things very nicely in their bank accounts. Send $5 million over there. We get 4, and they keep $1 million. Called kickback time. Did I say that? Shame
Did
on
I
me.
say that? That's the motto of the thing, which is really great. You know what's funny, Lori? We tend to on this podcast have been really trying, to examine spirit communication, and what are we talking to, what the survival after life and all of these things, and it's your even your spiritual point of view to it is still based around a light and an energy, which is what John, you could tell Lori what you think, what your experience has been talking to spirit and what you're finding in terms of memory. But it is interesting how it's still in the same sandbox, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So basically, I believe.
John has done this since he was about 6 years old.
I'm sorry, Lori, I couldn't hear you.
You've been with spirits since you were 6 years old.
As I do have some early memories as a child. I usually don't dive into them because I can't remember if it was more in my imagination or if it was actually something. So it is a possibility, Lori. That is very much a possibility. So my whole theory on spirits is that they're memory, because I'm more of a scientific kind of guy. I believe that energy can't be created nor destroyed. The whole full circle thing that you're speaking about, and that we're dealing with our past memory. Like, so for example, the husband that you speak so highly of, I with my theories, I believe that he's with you. I believe that you got some of that energy, those memories, and you said it perfectly about DNA. It goes into it embeds into our DNA.
Yeah.
That's just my, that's my theory on it. So,
your theory is correct. According to the way I saw it, your theories on this are very correct. There's so much that science can't explain. There was a Mass General Hospital, quite a few years ago. They wanted to see if the soul existed. They put weights on the bed of people who were terminally, not well. And about a quarter of a pound when they died, half a pound, and even a pound left the body. It got less. Whether it was things of the body, leaves. All right? I feel that. When it's time, it will leave. I know. I've seen things. I've felt things around my family.
So Lori, real quick, Lori, this is completely off topic. You have a lot of beautiful jewelry on. Is that a moth? Did I see? Is that a bee or a moth on your necklace? Is that a bee or a moth?
It's a bee.
It's a bee. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's very pretty, very pretty. I love your jewelry. It's on point.
Oh, it's a bee.
It's a bee.
Yeah, it's a bee. That's a
We
bee.
got you. It's a bee.
It's a bee. Awesome.
Lori, I got a couple questions and then we're going to let you go. Just to wrap up, a couple things I want to, get your take on here. So, what guidance would you give someone looking to explore, a real authentic or the traditional quote unquote witchcraft or spiritual healing today in a digital age, driven by trends and media and things like that? How would you guide someone to to do what you do?
I would say learn about psychic self-defense first. Number one, learn to protect yourself from anything that might be out there. Okay, any negative force. And one of the best books I've ever read, and I was read when I was a little girl. It was Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune. She lived in 1921, 22. It was written, but it's written a little archaic. But the point of the matter is to protect yourself from
Is
any
she
and
in
all
Cape
negative.
May? Did she write that in Cape May? Is that the author from Cape May, New Jersey?
No,
Yeah.
she was from England. Her real name was Violet Firth, Firth. But she lived in England, and she was part of the Brotherhood of Light.
Ah.
Very fantastic lady, very kind woman. She knew her stuff. Let me put it that way. She knew her stuff. And
So the first
most
thing is to protect yourself
protection.
psychically. Got
I
it.
use the Archangel Michael as my protection a lot. Yes, I said what I do, yes. But there are other things I do also, and I don't say. They have to be kept a secret to you. You can make up your own little words, like a poem that seals off the psychic. Like, let's say Mary had a little lamb that seals the psychic door. You could make any poem you want of yours that seals that psychic door off. Or if you're afraid, like if you're out somewhere and have a funny sense of, hey, there's danger, use that poem that seals the door so no one can get into it. Okay? I like to always keep nails, what they call wrought iron nails in my left pocket. Why would I do that? In a little red bag. Now, you see cemeteries, they have a lot of iron on them.
Arg. Hold on a second, Laura. You started breaking up. John, I don't know if she was breaking up for you. She was breaking up for me. You're saying you're just sort of just breaking up a little bit. You're talking. You mentioned at cemeteries they use iron, and iron is
iron fence around the cemetery.
yeah,
Iron fence,
and
and then the plots, and then some plots are even iron, iron plots with the iron gates. She's 100% correct on that.
Yeah.
and you said the iron means what? What does the iron mean?
Iron protects you against negative force. Like I always carry in my red bag, I make an equilateral cross of it. And I put it in a little red bag and I carry it with me on my left side. Because the left is where you're taking energy in. The right is where you give it out. Okay, so you protect yourself with the iron nails and a little red bag in your left pocket. I use silver a lot. It's a protective metal. Gold is beautiful, but silver is like the silver bullet. Hello?
Yeah.
That's not a joke. Use the silver to protect yourself. I wear a silver bracelet on my left arm. Yes, I do wear gold on the other arm. Why do I have gold? Because let me tell you something. Many years ago, when people were being killed, understand me, by inquisitions and such, we had to have jewelry. Many of us played our way out of countries with that. And always we've had jewelry that would buy your life, okay? Imagine going up to an enemy and saying, here's my AT&T stock. Say, you know where you can put that, okay? But if you give a piece of jewelry across the border, you understand? Always keep that. They used to call it a sack, a little sack.
Sure.
That's what
That's true. That's amazing.
Protect
Laura,
yourselves. Always.
one last question for you, and again, thank you for your time. So, after decades of readings, blessings, house blessings, church work,
Yes.
what gives you the greatest sense of fulfillment today?
To see people happy and families together and people caring for each other, no matter who they are or what genders they are. Just love each other and cut the hate. Cut it out.
Seems simple enough, right?
So simple and
Simple.
perfect.
The one word, respect. Respect each other. That's the biggest thing. Respect.
John, it's so true. John, I have no more questions for Lori. She's been fantastic. Do you have anything else you want to?
She's been, no, I just want to say that you've been an amazing guest. Thank you so much
No,
for your
you
wealth
are
of knowledge
amazing.
and wisdom for
Oh.
us, during this podcast. It was incredible having you as a guest. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it really is something else. It's not what people would think of when they think Salem witch.
Yeah,
and they
I
needed
loved every second of it.
People need a wake up call.
Yeah.
Universal witch, universal maga, universal mago. Listen to me. You both are trying to put the truth out there. Please do. Please. We're not your Hollywood stereotype. A lot of them don't even know what they're doing. They need to learn. You see, this is our cross of our church. Oh my God, she's wearing a cross. Yes, it is. It's the equilateral. It has a star in the middle, the pentacle. Yes. But it means all equality for all humanity. And all the animal world. Love your animals. Oh my God, yes. Love all that lives. And you will live. Because in living you are giving, and in giving you are living. Blessed be to thee, now through all eternity. And with love, I say good night. And keep the light. It scares the darkness. Love you.
Love you too, Lori. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Don't break up right at the goodbyes.
Yeah, break it up right at the goodbyes. But hey, listen, really appreciate your time, and your knowledge, and your wisdom on all your subjects. It was great hearing your stories.
Yeah, it was
Loved
super
every
fun.
second of it. Thank you so much.
I teach.
All right, Lori.
I love you.
Love you too.
All of you out there.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Lori.
Bye-bye, Bella. Take care.
Bye.
All right.
That was that was a trip, man.
Right?
I mean, it's like,
listen, I was stressing out trying to get over here to do this, and you were, and I like 100% throwing it out there. I even texted Gary, and I was like, "Yo, I don't think I could do the podcast today. Interview her by yourself." And Gary was like, "Okay, dude, no problem, but I think you should be here for this." And I was like, "All right, fine," and you were 100% correct.
It's really interesting, right? I think
She was great.
But like, no joke, I do think it's interesting. She's got this literally centuries old lineage that she can trace back, right? Like centuries old of her family line. She doesn't need 23andMe to do it. She knows where it was, and the belief system is so similar to your belief system, but hers is rooted in a spiritual place, and yours is a scientific place, right? Which is just talk about the arc of things. And it's so funny how most people we're talking to tend to agree what a soul is,
Yeah.
And it's like, especially with the dichotomy of her, having a Catholic because let's face it, you're not Italian, she's definitely got a Catholic background, and then still taking that and creating their own sort of system through it, you know what I mean? Becomes a whole, you and I both know the Catholic Church, and with all that, not all that is. So for her to take that stand and her family stand, and it got her family burned and exiled for it. So it's just sort of like, to still go around and believe that stuff. It's wild, dude. And look, it's a whole other avenue to spirit communication, right? This sort of
So I didn't, I brought it up a little bit with her, but I could tell, not that she wouldn't want to talk about it, but she was going to be very secretive, like on her end about the subject. Dude, when it comes to Italians and witchcraft, all right, it's just so prevalent, dude. Even with the mafia, when you get, when you become a made man, a lot of people don't know that there's actual rituals involved with that. It has to do with pricking, some of them are like pricking your finger with blood and, putting it on the card and putting it to your head. And like, it depends on what,
right?
It depends on what clan you're getting indoctrinated into, because it's actually more clans than it is like family, but that's besides the point. And then when it comes over to the New World, we consider it family and mafia and all that. But over in Italy, for example, it's more clan and clan warfare and things like that. So with the clans, I mean, listen, they'll drink their bodily fluids. They do a bunch of rituals that are not spoken about. And it's wild.
But even this is what's more wild to me,
Yeah.
too. It's like when you're talking about she's in like Brooklyn and you know they're going to church on Sunday.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right. And then it's like, all right, we tried all that. Now let's go see the Brunos and check out these witches. You know what I mean? Let's go see the witch because we need some extra help. And it's like, so that all the faith and the thing and like all this and that is thrown out the window. You know what I mean? It's just the hypocrisy, I guess, is sort of all of it. And you know what I mean? That we have to deal with all the time.
You know what?
Like,
it's almost like what she was getting at is that there is this like secret sect in the church that has to do with witchcraft. You know, like if you listen to what she was saying, it was like almost like this like secret, but it's again going back. It's the same thing with the clans and the mafia and their secret rituals of being, accepted into the family. And the loyalty rituals and all that, which is insane. So listen, it was a great episode. She was awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. Did I show you this? The thing I got. Look. Do you see that?
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Guys, I'm showing John a new our logo here in neon form to sort of beef things up.
It's just like how I have the Santa Paranormal logo, you know?
Yeah.
That is badass,
Perfect.
dude. I love it.
Perfect. John, this is a good one, man.
Yeah.
Until next time, more spirit conversation.
That's it.
That'll be it.
Gary,
all right.
Have a good one.
I'll talk to you.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for listening.
That's it for this week's Splintered Spirits. Thank you so much for listening. Be sure to follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. Till next time.